you can, and if the context clues aren't there, be like, okay, what do you mean? And then there you go, problem solved.
Problem solved.
I like how Andre said ba 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 ba.
Ba 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 ba.
No.
Okay. I think the stream's restored. Let's start.
Big Clock is a big fan of the emote. That's a lot of I unintentionally said what the emote is again.
Dex, you wanted your last action to be to save Oct?
Please.
No thanks.
Oh.
Guys, we can ban him again.
Well, can you at least wait until I come back to do that? Jesus.
I mean, he's served 2 weeks at this point. About 2 weeks.
That's crazy. So it does work, or it does go off while it's offline? Jesus.
Well, otherwise it would take forever.
Okay. The problem was I don't know what caused it, chat. I think the graphics card, something reset itself and it disconnected the stream, but then it caused everything to start freaking out, and I had to restart the computer. So we're back now, but yeah, that was really weird. Usually that stuff. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
Hey Oct, what would you do if I unbanned you? What would I get in return for it? Or unmuted
What would you get in return?
That's
What are
right.
you expecting, like? Because let me tell you, I don't do those things for free. Let's still have to. You can.
What are you implying?
Whoa.
I thought you only did that stuff with Mario Maniac.
What? Not at all.
I'm staying out of this conversation.
He has long hair.
I'm not here.
I wouldn't do that.
What?
You don't like people with long hair?
I don't like guys with long hair. I'm sorry.
That's racist.
That is not what that is.
Anyway.
That's I don't know, anti-hair propaganda and discrimination.
Anti-hair propaganda?
Oh hell yeah, that's my favorite kind of propaganda.
Yeah, Oct is all about the bald guys.
Ew. Never mind. I'm not gonna finish it.
He's just a hater.
Yeah, you were too scared to deny it.
No, I feel like because I feel like someone watching right now is bald, and I didn't want to hurt their feelings.
Okay, well you got.
You're not afraid to hurt YouTube's feelings every day.
Okay, well they're not even paying attention. It's fine.
You got 3 seconds to make up your mind.
Make up my mind on what?
No, Dex.
Dex? Yeah,
Oh.
hurry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. Do what you want to do.
Okay, so our 2 most active mods would be Somnus and Pokezone. Okay, so that means Alakin's demoted, Frenzy's demoted, Dex is demoted, Aunty's demoted. Aunty was the longest mod at 4 years at that point. But yeah, she's been busy. Okay, cool. Yeah, we definitely have to replace mods. It's essentially just Pokezone Somnus now.
No
Fair
words.
enough.
Who would you replace them with?
We kind of have another mod. Just kidding. He's an honorary mod and a gold gamer, aka Numi. But all he does is come on by and says "F you, Nims," so I just ignore him nowadays.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Great
just
mod.
it's just Pokezone and yep. Okay, cool.
I have to lobby people for VP now. Or VIP, I mean.
Shit.
All right. Anyways, we'll talk about new hero. Pokezone carrying Nim's entire stream. I know he really is. All right, we're back at it. Let's talk about our newest hero, Guinevere. This banner. Actually, let's talk about the banner first because I think not everyone's
Pretty
gonna
good.
find it interesting to have a hero who's an anti-mage hero. That's one of the reasons why the original Guinevere. You guys remember the combo back in the day? You remember the combo? Because this actually showed me a lot about like what people prefer. Back in the day, when we first got Savior, do you guys remember the combination of Black Knight x Guinevere?
No.
Yep.
Close
Oh.
save,
Ooh,
That
you're
was
saying black-
ancient.
That is
Yeah,
an ancient combo right there.
ancient combo. Do you remember what superseded it?
For sure.
I don't remember the exact
I ran that combo.
combination.
I ran that combo, and then I even gave up on it. And I love my Guinevere. For those who don't remember, I have a +1 speed Guinevere. I would consider myself a fan of hers, I guess. I pulled her a bunch of time, and I could not. Back in the day, I was still. This is ancient history now, but back in the day, I was considering going attack res push 4, joint drive res on Nino to run her longer in arena. That was how long ago it was. All right, nowadays I would never even consider that, but that was the consideration back in the day because that's 300 SPA, 300 SPC. I didn't. I kept her because I loved using her in Ether Raids. So the combo was run Guinevere and run Black Knight. Guinevere will kill all the mages. Black Knight will kill every hero that gets close to her. That was the idea. I stopped doing it just like everybody else. And the reason why I stopped, the better combo was Micaiah x Black Knight. And not just from the lore reasons, but literally Micaiah worked better, especially after Refined. After Refined, she worked way better.
Some people like speed stacking her back then.
Yeah, which definitely doesn't work now. But the auto doubles on Micaiah is much more useful. And armor heroes are getting more prominent back then because of Saber skills. So, and Micaiah had true damage reduction, which is what Guinevere doesn't have. Because whenever I bumped an archer, that combo broke. Did not work. So Guinevere will get slaughtered by the archers. Whereas Micaiah, she can take on archers. So, especially cav archers, because she's effective against calves. Yeah, that was it. Like, so it's nice to see they take the Guinevere concept and try it again, but this time making her better against all ranged units. Now, we'll get into her defense and what her potential is there, but as a hero, it's nice to see her back. It was a concept that was not very well explored. The anti-mage hero, and it's back now. But that's the thing. The reason why she didn't do so well back in the day was because she was the anti-mage hero, and not necessarily everybody wanted such a thing, or even needed such a thing.
Yeah.
So, it's attempt 2 now, and we'll talk about that.
Yep.
But they did her a really big favor by stacking up the banners so strongly. Red, Colorless. That's among the best I've ever seen it. What do you guys
They're
think?
both really good.
Yeah.
I agree.
Those were very stacked.
I somehow feel a rush
You're
of
right.
I mean, look.
the very
here.
confidence required to face my fate with head held
Yeah,
high.
so I mean, with red, what now? You got dodge 4, plus it's a Lear. Yuri doesn't need any introductions whatsoever. And Legendary Veronica, who, despite being in your Hero Rises event, was still, and still is, one of the most meta mage cavaliers we have. High damage piercing, good speed. Yuri, of course, ridiculous mobility, doesn't get stalled as easily, can use lethality. No C slot, but that's a small price to pay for being able to take more and deal more damage. And of course, Alir, absurdly fast, provides charge support, great unit. Stacked color, and 2 legendary heroes, great value. On the other hand,
I still definitely prefer Veronica and Yuri to Alir. I think
I mean,
as legend,
of course,
obviously,
No one was debating that. Come on.
nobody was going to debate that.
No, but I was going to say specifically, I know obviously as legendary units they're better, but it's just I feel like Alir honestly drags that color down a bit.
I wouldn't say that. Only from the respect that the fodder is immaculate. I know it's not finished, I know
Well,
it's not
the
just a
fodder's
dart
pretty good, yes.
or just an AS solo, but it's still close call 4 and it's still Oath 4. It goes very well together, and the charge support.
She doesn't have
ridiculous
ridiculous
speed.
speed smoke for.
Oh, sorry, Speed Smoke 4. Still great. It's a very stacked fodder kit that is also very easy to path, even now. You just need close call pre-fodder. But you combine that with the fact that she's absurdly fast and provides good support. Still a great unit.
Whoops. I accidentally clicked the video, and the video was me. That's weird.
Double up.
Professionalism.
Yay!
Okay, you can't even. You literally couldn't even talk.
What do you mean I couldn't talk? I'm
Well, you
nothing
s-
but professional.
You still can't talk.
I was about to
Yes,
say.
that's
What do you
true.
mean I still can't talk?
You can't talk.
What do you mean? I
Well,
mean in
it's not-
chat.
Are you
You're still muted in
professional?
chat.
In chat. Well, you don't talk in chat either.
What? Why would I talk in chat?
Well, exactly. Why would I talk in chat when I'm here? Hi,
Oh.
chat.
Oh, okay. Sure. Whatever you
Yeah.
say.
But yeah, I guess, yeah, you could argue like Lucia or Felix might be better, but we're splitting hairs. Alir is still plenty fine for the color. That said, yeah, as for Colorless, I mean, Guinevere, we'll get into that. Great unit, great mage tank, great killer. But the alternatives, Asker is still one of the best units in the entire game, without a doubt. Super good damage output, super tanky, great support, one of the best. And do I even really need to introduce Emotes? We all have them. One of the best far saves or near saves in the entire game. Super tanky, shuts down allies after combat, or enemies, I should say. Still very much a threat, even if some people can get over his damage reduction a little more easily now. Like, those two
Still, you
colors
can slap Armored Beacon on him and make him a lot more of a menace.
Yeah, exactly. Both are still, to this day, quite absurd. So I have to give full props there. Yeah, those two colors are absolutely jacked. Like, there's no bad picks from either of them.
Yeah, and I would say green is definitely better than blue. I think blue is actually pretty
Blue
bad.
is pretty pedestrian. I mean,
Wait,
what now?
you take green over blue? Wow.
I would
well,
take because it has. Well, it has.
If you're not
legendary
pulling for
disaster
Hathor
moves.
now,
Yeah, what's
And the
the
Hathor, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
Aether.
It's just Heather
Mainly
on that
Hathor.
banner.
is still get a legendary hero as an alternative, which I will say Xander is not as bad as I wouldn't say he's bad at all, and it's just nobody cares. But legendary
Yeah.
heroes still hold value for what it's worth.
Wow, I'm surprised by that. I actually really like Chloe and Joffrey. I think they're good heroes.
I think I like
Hey,
Chloe,
oh.
but I think you have to really merge her to
Hell drags it down,
get
by the
to
way.
her potential.
Yes,
Hell does drag it down.
Yeah, that's
Chloe,
why I balanced it
yeah.
out. Obviously Seether is better than both of those heroes. I would take Seether over
Aether.
both those heroes.
Yeah. But Chloe and Joffrey, I don't see what they really bring to the table in terms of
so
a unit that you'd like to use.
Chloe is definitely a more interesting case than Joffrey. I
Yes,
think at least
that is true.
very remarkably tanky, pretty easy to use, but
It's just that she's not fast enough. Is the thing.
yeah, it's really just a matter of she's trying to do everything at once, and it takes a lot to get any of that going.
She has only
And-
like what 40, 41 base speed, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty pedestrian for this modern standard.
Yeah, she only
Her
gets
res is
physical stats
good.
from her weapon, I believe.
Yeah, she gets
She
5
gets
doll stats.
5 doll
visibly.
stats visibly. Yeah, that's it.
It's a cool effect, and the 20% res true DR is great, but it's not really on low investment or even some high investment builds that easy to use. You almost need Gilliam, ironically, for it to really hit its stride.
That is actually kind of true.
And as far as fodder goes, it's super niche. Distance Dance and Pegasus Flight 4 are very good. Conversely, Joffrey at least has, Flow Force.
Flow force and attack
Decent.
defense menace.
Yeah, 80 Menace, which isn't bad. It's still not
Okay,
great.
it's a little.
It's not bad, but
Okay,
realistically,
so
wouldn't use it.
you guys
That's
are
why I
taking
don't
it.
like blue that much.
You're taking it because it's the best overall hero.
Well, I'm taking
Best overall options.
Best overall options. You've got the best overall hero, and then you've got a decent legendary option compared to a color that has one pretty mediocre mythic, and then you've got two like pretty mediocre units. So
At least on lower investment. I do think that Joffrey is a bit more interesting on lower investment, but he's weird.
well, on lower investment, he's just kind of a cav unit with Kanto with stats. So,
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I actually forgot exactly what Joffrey does. Queen's Lance, his Kanto, all stats up to
He's good
11.
actually.
First hit 40%
he's
PR
he's
and
good,
wary.
Yeah, but he's not. Like,
Yeah, no, he's not
I haven't ever seen him since his introduction.
I don't think you ever will. The problem is that he's looking like he's supposed to be a slow cap, but he's not, because he has wary attack death menace. Don't get me wrong, bonus doubler in effect, and Kanto plus DR, pretty good DR. It's great. It's just there's a lot of competition in that, and you're not really getting anything more than a regular Cavalier out of it. That's more so my thing. At least with Xander, even if you can argue where Xander and Joffrey are relative to each other, at least Xander is a legendary hero. That's something. And Chivalry is pretty broken as far as DR goes. But it's close. I will say it's close, but personally, I would rather take the risk of pulling a Hell on green over pulling a single copy of Chloe, or honestly even a single copy of Uller on blue. Or Uller's honestly probably the best single you could get, because at least it's a mythic bonus, which is kind of ironic. But yeah, I will admit though, Hell is absolutely the worst unit here, so that
Yes.
does
That
kind
is
of
true.
happen to be a detractor.
Yeah, she
The only
Her
has
thing-
a
remix isn't even that far away though, is
Which
it?
is weird. Her remix is actually kind of close, but she's still not there in the pool yet. She's like one of the first remixes after the next pool drop. So you can be
Okay.
speculative on that at least. But yeah.
Guard bearing 4.
She
Could
does
get
have
guard
guard
bearing
bearing in DC. It is true.
Yeah, I will say, if you are willing to be a little speculative, Hell does have a remix in the not too distant future.
She's gonna need Garbearing to have a chance. Jeez.
She is, but she has a cool niche, at least. One of the hardest units conceptually to kill, just not enough stats to boot.
She basically needs to get a lot of speed in her remix, or get some way to just avoid getting doubled, because that's the most common way that we can just break through her.
Exactly. That and no healing plus inevitable death is just a worse rain.
Yeah, it's literally worse than Fetters of Dromi in every way.
It's worse than, honestly, even just Rain Snap or Hold
Well, yep.
in some ways. So, yeah. Now, all in all, though,
We'll see.
I will say this banner doesn't hit the hardest where it fails, but Red and Colorless, some of the best we've ever seen out of a legendary banner in recent times.
Mhm.
That's my conclusion.
Fair enough.
Anybody else here have anything to say?
Sorry, I was yawning.
Man, that was a long
Sorry,
yawn.
what
That was
what
Wow.
would you
Wow.
add in
Most
general?
useful yacht.
Yeah, I mean-
Most useful
Wow.
oct yawn.
I'm just giving some platform time to the people who are probably not going to say anything else.
Yeah, the people who complain all the time about not being able to talk.
You interrupted me, Oct. You know what? Why don't you go
do
ahead?
it. Do it. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you interrupted me.
Oh no, I'm just.
Oh my god.
What you're doing is
Here
you don't have
we
anything to
go.
say.
No, I
These
would
two are the
force me
worst.
to say.
Okay, I would say if you're looking for any unit in colors and red, I would say this is a decent pull. But otherwise, I would not pull.
I'm polling because full disclosure. I'm polling because I wanted to pull for Haether, but I didn't have the orbs ready for Fur Banner, and we have another Tempest Trials at the start of the next month, so
Like,
I will.
One thing to mention is there's a
Yeah.
lot of like good Summer Duels units, and there's one of every season of Aether's units in here. So if you're
Yep.
like if you have a new
Oh,
account,
interesting fact.
this is a good bear to pull on.
Okay, I'm sorry, new account who?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Look, I'm just
If you're gonna get a new account now, not a good idea. I mean, well, not a bad idea because we do have like the Tempest Trials cool stuff coming up in a couple weeks with like.
I would
the,
not make a
the
new
board stuff.
account. It does not make any sense.
no.
At this point, it's
Or if you just don't have.
I mean,
Mythic.
Choose Your Legends is in a couple months if you want to hold out for that, and
You're
there
giving
are a
up way too
lot of
much.
orbs.
The game now demands way too much from you. You need legendaries and mythics at minimum, and then duels and harmonics.
yeah.
Oh, by the time
Ideally-
legendaries and mythics become relevant, it's still gonna be at least 10 weeks in, if not longer.
Okay, but no.
Because the lower tiers, it's not gonna matter.
Well, I cringe at the fact of a new player trying Arena Assault, for example. I cringe at the fact that they will try for summer duels. They're
Yeah,
going to
who
get
would
their
do
ass
that?
beat to another generation. It's going to be
To a
Because they're-
bloody pulp.
even
I feel
if you
bad for
have like
returning players more than new players, because at least new players have the lower tiers to deal with first. Yeah.
okay, there is no such thing as returning player, not in this year.
Yeah.
There's like 5 of them, man. Come on. It's almost no, I hear it like once in a blue moon a returning player coming in the game, but I'm just saying, like, if you make a new account and you've been around for like you're still playing, especially if you're still playing for like a year now, you're making a new. No, don't do that. I know people talk about doing that all the time. I never think it's worth it, especially with the game as it is now. They keep demanding more and more heroes from you. It's just a bad idea.
I mean, yeah.
Don't make
Great.
a new account for the banner to roll on. No, don't.
No,
do
no,
that.
no. If that's the argument, no. There are way better
Well,
times
that
to
is just
reroll.
no way.
This is not a re-rolling time frame. Period. Re-roll during celebrations. That's it. That's all I can say. But yeah, no. As a whole, though, it's a solid banner and definitely a great account booster for a lot of people. So,
Look, there's a returning player in YouTube. Hi.
Yo, what up?
I don't know your
It's a good
name.
banner
Have fun trying to understand all
What an
these
amazing
skills.
segue.
I'm a returning player. I don't bother summer duels. Well, I did say there's like 5 of you guys.
I can't
It sounds
imagine many
bad, but there's
returning
not a
players do.
lot.
Yeah, no.
I can imagine returning players if you give them like over the course of a few years, but returning players like in the course of like this year or this month, it's like
This
very,
year
very
depends.
little.
This month is
For
month is
Guinevere?
not.
Well, yes, obviously month is a bit of an exaggeration, but still.
I'm a returning player. I dropped it by 2018. Okay.
Oh, damn.
Jeez.
Sure.
That's like less than a year, man. Or a year, basically. All right. Sorry. Let's go continue on the banner. We didn't talk about Guinevere herself yet. Which, by the way, this is... I mean, it's okay to power creep yourself when you're several years old, but still, like, this is such a unique role, and all they did was just exemplify her in every way. First of all, the art is way better. She looks
I would
majestic.
Say
I think
way
it's-
better.
I think
It's
it's
better.
pretty-
It's the same
it's-
artist.
Yeah, it's the same.
I know it's the
Yeah,
same
I was
artist.
about to say.
I mentioned that.
I think it's slightly better.
Yeah.
I think she just has a better outfit.
That's
Better
that's
outfit
more-
and slightly, and
I
I'd say
hope so.
slightly. I don't know. The lines seem slightly better. Maybe that's just
okay.
my imagination.
Asatani Tomio definitely got better at art. The shading was one thing that I noted immediately as better, but the other thing that really got to me, she has something on her forehead now. Before, she looked like she had the biggest forehead, but now with the crown and the jewelry there, she looks a lot more balanced there. It doesn't make her look overly big.
Balanced.
That's one of the reasons
That's
why I prefer
right,
the
yeah.
new art. So yeah, people might not remember that, but people used to make fun of her for her big forehead, so there you go, it's solved. But the dress obviously is much more better looking, and it fits her role as the Queen of Burn now.
It reminds me of Zephiel's dress. Or
Zephiel's dress.
Zephiel's robe.
I wasn't
I
aware.
meant to say.
Bridal Zephiel win.
Oh my.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he dresses in fancy dresses on his free time. I don't know, but
No, I don't think he does that. He's too busy obsessing over dragons.
Oh.
that's true. Well, maybe if there's a dragon who said, "Wear dress, Zephiel," he'd say, "Okay." Maybe if he done told him he needed
I
to.
would.
Tarantula always makes the
I
best
would.
jokes. He says, "I'm a returning player. I return to the game every day."
Oh,
Man, that was
Oh, the
comedy.
jester.
I'm impressed.
Legion, come on, your
Yeah.
sense of humor isn't exactly.
No, it's not. It's not.
No, you're not a pretty girl. Also, that's
Mr.
not
Does-
Nicole. No, wait, that is quote.
Mr. No Hopes Watts, you're a very special You're a very special situation. Most people don't quit the game in the first year and then return in 2023, right? Like, that's kind of weird. That's a huge gap in time. But yes, all your heroes will be effectively worthless. So,
That's so
Fair
sad.
enough.
Very sad. Anyway.
the con that needs multiple units is a pain, yeah, definitely. But that's, I don't think the game is designed for like returning players with a gap that big. That's a bit much. Okay. Anyways, let's get into hero. I really liked her before, so I'm happy that she's our hero. I would have been awkward if it was like a hero I did not like as a new legendary hero. So at least it's a hero that I used to use and I understand the concept of and that I enjoyed using. But so to quickly over things, essentially what they did was take what she was good at and improved it. So Radiant Aurelia is just Aurelia but better. It now is slaying added onto it. It now has guard. It has its old ability of being effective against magic heroes and forcing heroes to target lower defense or res. Its healing portion got moved into Burn's new way, so she didn't lose anything there. All they did essentially was add all stats plus 5, 20% units res, reduces damage from attacks. 20% of units res gets changed in damage, and 20% of units res gets to reduce their attack. Added guard, add slaying. That's all they had to do, honestly.
She's very much like a sort of a mix of Asker and Duo Asker, in the sense of she gets the damage that regular Asker gets, but like Duo Asker, she's the colorless mage, and she has sort of the
true DR.
yeah, that similar niche and the guard.
Which honestly might be scary on a speedy unit as a nuke. So
Which part would be scary?
just her being a true damage, like true DR nuke, like a Special Spire 4. Or
Yeah, having
Infantry
that
follow.
bulk is very helpful.
She doesn't have tempo. That's the only.
She doesn't have
thing.
tempo or no
True.
follow-up.
She does have breath, though.
She does have breath. That
Yeah.
is the big part. She doesn't
That's
have tempo
only-
guard. She doesn't have tempo. No breath. She doesn't have no follow-up.
feels like they've been holding out, giving Nimious that like legendary Hinoka, which honestly she doesn't need it because of the Magnus, and I guess that's the same thing here.
Hinoka
Well, yeah,
didn't
Hinoka
really matter.
also has breath, so yeah.
Yeah. So to sum it up, I think, and I'll see this rep 4 feels kind of mediocre, but it actually fits her perfectly. Allows her to take on the current meta really well. So
Yeah, it works for her. Especially
Archers.
combining true DR with percent DR is always good.
yes, it's a great combination. So it's absolutely necessary. While I do think Mage Null Follow-Up is also really good on her, it does force her to be specialized against purely mages. Whereas with this, at least, like, the reason why I stopped using Guinevere is because archers would just kill her in one shot. She had nothing to do that could stop an archer from killing her. At least with Nullsea Disrupt and Radiant Aurelia, and of course Burns New Way healing her so much, and Speed Res Finish if she triggers the special. Anyways,
She gets 10 defense. Her original form got no defense. Except for, well, like low attack res, but still.
So Omni tanking is realistic on her. Realistic enough. You can still one-shot her. Because it's just, if you can go past the res damage reduction and the 30% damage reduction and one-shot her, she's done for. But if she gets to attack back, then Burns New Way and Speed Res Finish, they all just take her back into roughly full. Is essentially it.
Yeah, no, this is a like perfect Aether Reads like build, honestly.
Yeah.
All the healing and all see this route.
Yeah, if you're trying to... The only thing is that she's basically now Speed Goto.
Speed Goto, that's a good way of wording it.
Yeah, also Colorless Mage, and...
Colorless
But
Mage also has Guard, also has 30% first hit damage reduction. Doesn't have follow-up DR, but also supports allies, in this case with healing. They both do heal, though. And I don't think Goto shuts down adaptive, but it doesn't matter. He has defense.
No, but Goto has the Null C, and I think the biggest difference between them is Goto is very anti-AoE, and he relies on his entirely on percent DR, whereas Guinevere sort of mixes the percent DR with true DR, and she has probably more damage than he does as well because of
mostly from the effectiveness. In fact, only because of the effectiveness.
Well, no, because she has 20% of her res is true.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
They both will usually get their iceberg off on their counter though.
Yeah. I will just say right now, there is one thing. Of course, Goto doesn't have breath, so Guinevere does have it a little easier to proc the special. I will say though, the damage gap might not be so significant as it seems. But yeah, no.
She hits hard
Definitely.
though. 46 attack turned into 78. That's insane.
She definitely gets harder
Iceberg.
than Goto.
46. She does not have a lot of attack. I can tell you that right now.
What? Then where does stats go? Because her base form already had like what 35 HP.
Speed. So here's the thing. I just did all the stat calcs, and
we were having some weird sort of.
I had to do a whole bunch of hoops. I basically turned her into a dual asker for the sake of the that's yeah, so I had to turn her into asker first for the bulk, then turn her into herself for damage. Long story short, it looks like her stat line will be roughly around 37 HP, 38 attack, 48 speed or less, 17 defense
48?
or more.
Are you sure?
It'll be less than that. It'll be less than that. It'll probably be 46, but I just want to put the absolute max. At best, she has 48 speed. It's probably going to be around 45 to 48. 47. No more than that. 17 defense at lowest, unless she has less BST than normal, and 37 res. The guaranteed stats are 37 HP, 38 attack, and 37 res. So, yeah.
So her attack and res wouldn't actually be all that impressive. It's just she's incredibly fast on a case.
Yep, because comparing that to Goto, that means she already is down 5 res and 4 attack. Just as an example. Or against Arbol, she actually would have 6 less attack. So, yeah. The true damage from the res is going to bring that back up, and she'll probably hit a little harder than Goto, but it won't be by a huge margin because of that attack gap. So bear that in mind. She is more so speed focused than attack res focused.
Did you account, and you're sure you're accounting for everything, like,
Yep, literally everything. I triple checked.
Because she did a lot of damage on, and this is the part why I think she's hitting really hard. That was a lot of damage on Thor. I know she has 1.5x damage, but Thor's res is good. Like,
It's okay, but when you consider that she's getting no in-combat res and just basically just fending off with her natural res stat,
Well, she was
150% of your
water,
attack
and,
and 20% res true damage does still stack up quite nicely. And against Thrasier has no res, 27. So the scaling happens pretty quickly.
Are you sure?
I-
The
Well,
38
she also
base
gets
is-
a lot of res from her weapons. So
38 base going up to 52 with Radiant Aureola, going up to 62 with her kit.
A
and
38
then you
base is still
multiply-
very, very, very low.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty low. It's pretty low. 62 though, 62 attack with her whole kit. That goes up to what now? 93 with 150%. And say Thor. Let me look at her for a second here. Thor. Oh right, Game Press doesn't like you not using the right. Summer Thor, I hate.
I like that
using
comment.
the right, like
Because
they're
they
not
force you to
talking
use
about-
accents.
yeah.
So Thor has 45 res. Whimsy,
She has still water and AR far trace, right?
yeah. So she
And
inflicts
she inflicts
-9
minus
attack.
6 attack. Yeah, or minus
-9 attack overall. So actually, this 62 attack is more like 53. So that's what now? 75, 76 attack. 76 attack against only 38, 45 res. That's already 31 of the damage. Then you just sprinkle on the res true damage. This is all mental. It should be right around there though. So that's all means she's getting 15 res base true damage, which about adds up when you consider that she would be having 51 res. That's 10 true damage. It's right around there. These are mental math. This is all mental math, but I did the calcs through the duel simulator, and this is like the exact stat line. She cannot have more res or less.
Isn't
And
she
thus,
supposed to
cannot
be
have
around
state
185 BST? That's the thing I'm getting confused by.
176 to 176.
Yeah, to 100. She could be 170, as much as 178, right?
Yes. In which case, she just has more defense because there's no way she's going to have 48 speed.
Okay, so they gave her, they put those stats in the defense then? That's so weird.
They put it into speed. She's going to have like some
Well,
of the
not
highest
just
speed in the
speed,
game.
but her HP remained basically the same. Her,
Yes.
her speed is now higher, of course, but her attack is basically the same. So just when, like, she has more defense than expected. Then that's what I'm trying to say.
17. She has one of the lowest defense stats in the entire game.
Then how? What the heck? This math does not feel right.
Well, it's
to me.
because infantry
mean,
mages
she
having that
should.
much speed. is
37 plus 38
pretty
plus
rare.
44. Sorry, not 44. Plus
I mean, I don't buy it being 48. That's insane.
it's not going to be 48. So even if I were to say
I would guess
46,
more like 46. Yeah.
if I were to say 46 speed, then she'd only have 19 defense, which is still pretty terrible.
I don't
Like,
understand why they would
that's-
add to her defense but not her HP. That makes even less sense. Or
It's
just as
pretty
little sense.
well min-maxed. 19 defense for a mage these is a lot lower than.
Legendary
Even the
Deirdre, for
more
example,
min-max
has 19
mages.
defense.
Yeah.
And Legendary Micaiah has 19 defense with 38 HP. Putting all the min-maxing into speed and then basically keeping the other stats the same as a lot of glass cannon tank mages, even though she obviously has a red stat. It's kind of par for the course.
Okay.
I
I mean, we'll see for sure tomorrow, so I'm not gonna really dispute it. But this entire thing feels so weird.
It does, but surprisingly, the calcs are basically exact. Like, I could not have possibly done more to make it more precise. So, again, the only difference is that she could be slower and higher defense. Everything else is pretty absolute. Again, there is the chance of plus or minus 1, but I wouldn't say much more than that.
Hmm.
Yeah, so definitely she's more offensive with that speed stat. So I guess we'll have to see how that kind of plays out into her role. Which, speaking of, I don't know how her role is going to fare.
It's still a little much for her to actually find a true niche.
Yeah,
But I think that I don't know. It's gonna.
You don't know.
Yeah, for the
Okay.
most
Well,
part,
no, I don't know exactly how she's going to ultimately pan out, because I think obviously, well, she has a lot more going for her than her original self did. The meta was so different back then that I don't know.
What are you talking about?
how
She didn't really work out before either. That's the thing.
Well, yeah,
It
but
was
she
niche.
was. I mean, she still had a niche back then. I think that now with how hard hitting so many units are, it still might be a little tough for her to carve out exactly the kind of niche she wants. I'm a little doubtful of that.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of how niche goes, I mean, the effectiveness on mage only might not be enough, but I mean, she will win matchups that are useful.
Well, I think actually that's one of the better things about.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
One of the better things is that most
is.
mages are pretty toast.
Yeah,
against
you don't
Guinevere.
see a lot of. There are some meta bow and dagger units, but a lot of the meta range units that you see are just mage.
The meta rate, that is actually a big part of the problem. A lot of physical ranged, even though she does inflict, give herself 10 defense, even though she has 20% res true DR, they're still gonna hurt a lot. Like, she cannot take a lot of
That
those.
is true, yeah.
Yeah, no.
So, when you consider units like Yuri, it kind of gets a little difficult. Like, the only thing I can see, so, Arena, whatever. But Ether Raids, if you pair her with a near save or use her as like a super tank into Emblem-based teams, she'll probably do pretty alright. Definitely with good support, you could actually use her as like a solo tank. So that's something at least. And the offensive pressure she does put on at least means somebody like Duo Asker is in a safe, which is universal. Duo Asker actually has a soft check here. But that said, it is really only a situation of Dark Season, because otherwise you're just probably better off using a far save that's better rounded in bulk. Even if it's at the cost of speed.
Yeah, especially in Summoner Duels.
Yeah, from the Summoner Duels perspective, I think she might be a little more interesting, because here's the thing. Obviously, we have units that are more tanky, we have units that are more offensive. But, and I know Nims kind of values this, being able to actually take hits as a nuke is invaluable.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you can actually survive something you probably shouldn't have as a nuke, that's huge. That makes so many options so much more difficult. And Guinevere's pressure between the true damage, mage effectiveness affecting a lot of the meta right now, and honestly, the amount of scaling she can get into her attack and true damage from finish, she is not a non-threat. And with things like magical no follow-up, you could actually have a lot of problems killing her and tanking her. So it's hard because she's an infantry. She needs a lot of, well, and her skill set isn't very well rounded. No tempo, no follow-up, none of it. But I think that there is a lot of potential there in some ways that other units couldn't possibly fathom. Because I'll tell you right now, Legendary Alm,
In a whale for her
for example, tanks nothing.
Oh, yeah.
It's so weird hearing someone's
yeah.
gonna wail for her.
Oh,
Thank you, Stu Netter. Welcome
You do
back.
you. You do you.
I mean, I don't blame people for being big fans of Guinevere. I mean, she has
Not at all.
big presence
She's
in
technically
FE6.
more relevant.
She's in FE7. She has actually like pretty big story connections, much more so than you'd expect. Some people have been calling her a side character, but she's
She's
lot
more of a
more
lord than
important.
Lilina,
It's true, yeah, a lot more.
even though she's not playable until the post game. But yeah,
Well,
no, she's
What is this
You have to beat the
royalty
game 9
bias?
times.
Lilna doesn't have to be royalty. Well, she is royalty.
she
But
is royalty. She's just not relevant.
She's just not. Yeah.
I mean,
She
she's
shows up
not
for-
irrelevant, but
Yeah, I mean, she basically, Lilina's thing, she shows up at the very beginning, then she shows up for one chapter where you save her, and then I think there's one optional guidon where she can show up briefly, and that's it.
yeah.
So,
No, she's not that important, which is all the fun. They'll probably fix that if they do a remake and make her
Yes,
like
probably.
the second lord, but yeah, no. Guinevere is technically more important, so I understand people that like her. I think she's actually quite neat.
she's interesting, and she has two pretty nice retainers.
Nope, not gonna say it. Yeah,
Oh,
no.
What?
Definitely though, little bit on the niche side, and I don't know how that's really gonna fare for her. As far as people wanting to pull for her.
I don't think a whole lot of people will pull for her.
Yeah, because again, that tanky niche does help.
I don't
a
think
lot.
it'll be like nobody. It won't be like a the lowest selling legendary of all time or whatever. But I
No,
think
Xander is worse off in that regard. Yeah, you can't really.
Although
beat Xander,
I do actually see Xander in Arena from time to time.
I see him every once in a while, and because Tier 4Bs were not a thing, or I think they might have been a thing that same month, so actually they were. But Xander was a very good scoring legendary, so people went for him in that regard. And Cavalry legendary. But, nevertheless, ironically, I'd still probably say Hinoka has more of a niche in this meta.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely say
That's
so.
hilarious. Like, her entire job is to kill every single mage, and you would think that's a huge niche, but you'll still take Hinoka, which, honestly, I can't even disagree. I'd take Hinoka over her as well.
Yeah.
Hinoka
I think
kill
Hinoka is just so generalist, and that she buffs up her own movement and flying hours movement, and then she can just kill a lot of things and not worry about.
Well, that's actually the funny
I'll
thing.
get
She's
powered.
not a generalist because she has no enemy phase whatsoever.
Well, no, I'm saying
she's
sorry. I should
she's more
rephrase.
utility focused,
She's
which is the
general
important part.
general offense focused.
No, she's more utility. Like
General offense focus. What the shit?
that's
well, general.
What
Okay.
kind of
would-
kind of other offense is there?
yeah. Wait,
I'm trying to say the general offense, as opposed to, for example, like an anti mage niche or an anti, whatever niche she has. She's anti armor.
mage is a cool part, but it's not. I mean,
I think-
technically speaking, the armor niche
anti armor and mobility are sort of the unique things that she has, but overall she's engendering a lot of just powerful. You just hit the enemy 2 times and they die.
I guess if you want to look at it this way, she has more effects that are more normal right now. Movement buffs are like somewhat normal. Offensive no follow-up, true damage, sweep, the works. Whereas Guinevere is all about weird like true DR, mystic boost, adaptive damage, neutralization, things like that. But I think what makes Hinoka she's more specialist because she really only works especially well with other flyers and against not flying units, and provides breath as a specific support buff. But those attributes, more specific as they are more valuable than being a nuke infantry that can take a hit. That's my position.
Well, I can't disagree with that position.
Yeah.
Nope.
So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now with Guinevere. I don't dislike her, personally, but I think
People
that
are already. I got so annoyed by people saying she's terrible. She's so bad.
No.
Why would
Okay.
anyone want to use her? It's just,
where are you reading this? Because if it's in our server, that's really disappointing.
it's in our server. Yep.
I
Who the
know who you're
hell?
talking.
Who?
Okay, I think I know who you're
There
talking
were one
about,
or two
and that's
people
kind
who
of just
said it right away.
Okay, who are these two crazy people? Expose them.
Okay. Well, okay. Fine. I'll
I
expose
don't
it
think
since
you
you
need a
asked.
guess, but yeah.
No, is it
go
Evan?
on.
It's Amethyst and Mally
What the
or
fuck?
Molly.
KBB
Okay.
actually is actually a super fan of
Well,
Guinevere.
PvP loves Guinevere, so
Oh, really?
KBB likes Zephiel, so by proxy, Guinevere.
that's true. Well, he likes baby Guinevere in particular, I think, as a meme, or the 5 or 6 year old Guinevere.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thanks
know,
for
right?
praising it.
Moment.
Somebody,
Thanks for putting that out there.
somebody's
Why
trying
do
to
you
get
know this?
canceled. All right, cool. All right. Well, fair enough. There's always some crazy people in every community, and I guess those are too. But chat, come on. At the end of the day, if a hero is, and I'm gonna say it, I would say she's at least top 3 at killing mages. How can you be
yeah,
bad?
absolutely.
How can you be bad? You're
I mean,
not
with
bad.
Mage effectiveness.
Yeah, you
you
can't be
can't.
bad.
Yeah. Fundamental
There's so
again.
many mages.
Exactly.
A
Like
new unit today who's effective against mages could not be bad unless they're, I don't know, a demo with like Merlinus stats or something.
because let me look at something here. So I'm going to put up Asker. Just a standard duo Asker. I'll even give him his domain. So let's see. Tempo, let me make sure this actually gets a true DR. Guinevere still is in good position. Like, I just took this Guinevere with, let me take the iceberg out, but... Yeah, no, let me just take out iceberg. she still does 29 damage per hit to a base Asker, base Guinevere, that is. So she kills in 2 shots and has the bulk to live a shot from Asker. So where she's already overkilling by 18 on duo Asker from default, it's pretty easy for her to check him. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, because he's one of the tankiest mages right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad at all. He's really annoying to deal with for those who've even like fought him.
Super obnoxious. I hate him. God, he's one of the most obnoxious mages right now.
So,
especially in duels when you just want something to actually do damage to the rest of the team, and it's just duo Askers pumping up their specials, giving them stats.
Oh, it's not even just that. It's the fact, like, in Summoner Duels or Arena, or even Ether Raids, whether it's a savior or you're just trying to poke him, he just doesn't die because he's tanky across the spectrum.
I find it most annoying in Summoner Duels.
Yeah.
In other modes, he's annoying as well.
Oh, I hate him in Ether Raids because the Fire Save just can't kill him. So,
okay, we know he's good. We know he's good. Okay.
Yeah, we know he's good. Conclusion: the fact that a unit can check him that hard, it's actually quite valuable.
Yes. Okay.
Nobody can do that. Yeah.
So I completely disagree with the takes that she's bad. She's not bad. This is done correctly, because the one issue she had before was that she couldn't. Obviously, mages stand no chance against her. But the thing that made her awkward before was that did not mean all ranged units, because archers and dagger heroes exist. So she had bad matchups there. She should be able to handle it now. Is she going to be perfect here? No. She's going to lose to a lot. She's still going to lose to a lot of them, but you could confidently enough put her in front of an archer and expect her to win it.
Yes. Again, it's going to vary case to case. Like, for example, a water sweep alm with good speed stacking, you're dead. But in general, though, you should expect any one hit from a physical unit ranged, unless it's like a lethality proc, you'll probably take it. Not well, but you'll take it. And that's huge, possibly game-changing in a lot of matchups. Anything you can do to turn a counter into a check is huge. That's the way I look at it.
Yep. Okay, and also, quick fun fact, chat. If you guys didn't see our thumbnail, you just ruined it, you little piece of shit.
I didn't see it.
I didn't know what the stream was going to show.
Okay, well,
it's okay. Stream delay saved you.
Never. What? Never change decks. You're complete. Chat, look at this art. There's actually not a lot of Guinevere art, but this is one I completely didn't expect. This would have been a fun reveal, but Dex already ruined it. It's not Guinevere, but it's from Persona 5.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, this was really interesting.
Legion, you didn't even know who I meant when you said on, or when I said on.
I thought I heard you say
Oh, you must have been really confused why Nims was getting angry at me then. Yes. I say and Nims is like, wow, you just ruined everything, Dex. How dare you?
I was very confused. Thought you were just ruining everything because you ruined everything. But yeah, no, I saw this art before and I completely forgot about it.
It's really good. Holy shit.
It is. It's really good.
There's only like 2 other pieces of Guinevere art that I think is worth showing off. Of course, her formal actual art, but this one looks way too kind of creepy, actually.
It's very dramatic.
Yeah, it's too dramatic, so I didn't want to use that as a thumbnail. But this one, I think this one was really interesting, so I went with this one.
I do like the binding blades there, though. Sword of Seals.
Is that the binding blade? I guess it is, yeah.
It's the Sword of Seals. But yeah.
Okay, now that I look at it more, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I was trying to see if it was a Durandal or something, but no, it's the binding blade.
It would be pointless if it were Durandal. Yeah. Nah, she doesn't have a lot of art, but definitely one of the cooler designs, I'll say that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just happy to see that they're giving so much treatment to FE6.
It is nice. I guess sometimes they do the thing where first banner of the month is the
legendary or mythic of that month.
Right. They do that with legendary Sheeta too, I believe.
They do it fairly often, but it's not enough where it's a pattern.
No, not anywhere near that.
It's like a higher chance, but that's about it. I don't know if I haven't mentioned, I still was not going to expect Guinevere at all. So, yeah.
Nope.
Definitely out of left field from my perspective, but really cool addition.
I thought for sure it'd be Engage Hero, because I don't know what they're waiting for.
I am just postponing
I thought so
all my
last month as
expectations
well.
You're not getting an engaged legendary for a long
Okay,
time.
Binding
at
Blade
this
is coming
rate.
out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The closest thing to something is that Binding Blade came on the Switch, but that's it.
Yay!
For Japan only, yay!
God damn it.
Yeah. So
I
most of us
mean,
didn't even. Most people in
yeah.
the West don't even know that, so that doesn't even matter.
Yeah. One day.
They just know the
Okay.
FE7.
Or they
event.
just know Roy's our boy. And Faye has a lot of FE6 representation early, so they just kind of become ingrained with Faye itself.
Okay, but what about Engage? You know, that's actually
Good question.
quite an important question that
Engage?
nobody seems to care about answering.
Really
So,
sad. And I think, in fact,
legendaries-
Engage would have dropped off a little less if Faye had given it a bunch of attention.
Yeah, you know, that would have been perfect.
Give Guinevere the thief mask. That's so good.
Oh,
yeah, I know what I'm doing now. I think I already did that with the base Guinevere, so hey, why not again? Yeah, no, so that bothers me a lot. I don't think Engage should be getting seasonal alts or legendaries for at least a few more months, but I think that the fact that they got one banner when they are also cross, like, you know, there's Fire Emblem Hero stuff in Engage. You have the Regalia, you have the Asker Trio, you have Legendary Veronica showing up as a freaking emblem.
Don't they have the same director? Like, what's going on?
Like,
There's
what
at
happened?
least cross-staff involved in this.
Oh yeah, there's
so that makes no
absolutely
sense.
I don't know
Nobody
exactly how much, but there's plenty.
Like, there should have at least been two banners, like they did with, you know, both Valentia and Three Houses' debut.
It's extremely weird. I just don't know.
At what
how to
point do we
fathom it.
want to have that talk? Like, this game is mismanaged. It's greatly mismanaged at this point.
Don't get me wrong, I'm very hyped up about the banners they've been putting out, personally. But I still think that it's a complete nonsense situation. Like, my happiness with the units doesn't change the fact that Engage should at least have two banners this book, and probably it should have been back-to-back, if not three.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Or at the very least, why do we only have one Alir?
Yeah, no,
Still-
that's probably the weirdest part.
Weird.
Like, what happened there?
Has it ever happened that we've had an avatar
No.
disparity
No.
like this? No.
Almond
it's-
Celica debuted back-to-back, and Byleth actually debuted simultaneously.
And while Shez was weird, they actually still did it technically, right? So
Chris
Yeah,
debuted simultaneously as well.
Well, yeah. The
Yes,
Shez's
same-
did debut at the same time, but of course it was a little weird because the banner was still a little late, but forgivable, at least.
Yeah,
Compared to
Female
this.
Robin was separated by a little bit of time, but it wasn't anything big.
it feels
Yeah.
like there was supposed to be engaged banners, but all of a sudden somebody pressed the pause button and they just shifted everything around that. But that makes no sense. What would you?
It's
Yeah, I
There's
don't know
no-
what they're
There's no
rearranged for.
controversy or anything with engage. So why would you?
no, aside from like, oh, I don't like
Because
the art.
Engage being delayed probably didn't help matters, but I still don't understand.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
but-
There's saving it for summer.
We are in summer. What do you?
We're
We're
in
in
summer.
July.
The second banner coming out. Here it goes.
Yeah, the
literally
July
makes-
banner is gonna be engaged. You watch.
It literally makes no sense.
Totally clueless.
It makes so little sense what they're doing right now. I just like the only thing that I can think of is they're mismanaging this because if it's delayed, this is too delayed. We can't even use that excuse anymore.
Yeah, wait. When
If
did the
it's
first banner come
within,
out?
the first banner was in February. So from what I've heard, banners
Wasn't
are
it in
planned out.
January?
No. It was like the end of January, like
Yeah.
27, 20, no, it'd be 22.
Yep.
So, okay.
No, I think
yeah.
it's actually, wasn't it a few days before the release of the game? I seem to distinctly remember that. Like, so it would be like the
Yes.
17th or
Yes.
something?
Okay, so it had to have been, yeah, you're right.
Like mid-January, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I associated
now
with February
been-
for some reason.
Yeah,
But-
it's now been like 5 months.
Yeah,
so.
from what I have heard, banners are planned around
Jesus.
8 to 12 months in advance. If we hit that window and we still don't have a second engaged banner, then it is just completely
No, that doesn't make any sense because
nonsense.
that doesn't match up to what they do for new games at all.
No.
This
It
is
doesn't.
they've never done this before, so you can't use that same logic of planning it because they clearly would reprioritize and these things would come out quicker than that for new
They
games.
should.
It's-
They should. I'm just saying what the normal life cycle is, and that's why I'm thinking if it's anything after that, it's completely nonsense. But at this point, at least there's like the banners were just put in the wrong order for some godforsaken reason, potentially. But I will just say right now, if we get to September, post-EYL, and there's still no engaged banner, that's going to get real weird, because that would mean the Illyrs, hopefully, debut in this year, but also in different generations, and possibly with a whole different concept on weapons, where Liberacion doesn't really even make sense to debut still. Not to say it would be bad, but it just wouldn't make sense, like, from a gameplay perspective. So I don't know when they're planning to put it out, but if they keep waiting on it, it's just gonna get weirder and weirder until the point where it's just baffling, beyond conception, if it isn't already. I just don't get it. I don't get it at all.
It's just at this point, I would have been like, okay, there's some plausible deniability, like
First couple months.
With the first few months, even up to something like 3 or 4 months. But once you
Obviously
get into
Fallen
5, 6 months,
Yeah.
it's just becoming less and less reasonable.
Yeah. The only banner that was obviously gonna stop it was Fallen. Anything other than that, like the Tellius banner, Sacred Stones, 3 Hopes / 3 Houses, and now what do we have now? Fallen and Murdoch and company, FE6. Like what? FE6, okay, but I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but one day we'll get that other
One
engage
day.
banner. One day, engage units will actually debut in some capacity beyond 5 units. Like, really?
This game needed a spark, and they're just completely fumbling it. So, yeah.
I wonder if they're just trying to push it until the very limits of it, and then we'll just one day we won't. By the time we're like, okay, it's not going to be engage, and then they just drop engage.
There's no point in that. What is the benefit of this?
I know there's no benefit in it. I just don't.
I mean, that's going to be what happens. Every banner is going to be like, yeah, it's not engaged. It's not engaged this time. Oh, nope, there it is.
It's Lucy in the football.
Was Engage not received well in Japan? I think it was received adequately. The sales are disappointing.
Doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter what they were received
true.
as.
It's a new
The
game.
banners
Oh, well,
are
that's also
scheduled
true.
Far
Like,
enough out.
Who cares whether it's good or bad? Yeah, you would have just
new,
bet on
pump
it
up.
anyways.
Again, the
True,
only
yeah.
thing, the game itself was delayed substantially, so that might have shifted around the ban priorities.
Well, then again, 3 Houses was too. 3 Houses was
Yeah,
delayed
exactly.
due to non-pandemic reasons, just due to actual planning reasons. So.
I don't remember how long that one was delayed for, but exactly, like the delay
At least
probably.
half a year. It was supposed to come
Yeah.
out in 2018, and it came out in mid-2019.
Oh,
Okay.
I didn't know that, actually.
Okay,
But, yeah.
so mismanaged.
That-
What else
yeah.
could you say? There's nothing else to
It's
explain it.
just an error in decision making. We can't explain it any other way.
Since Engage has fallen off by this point,
they're gonna
I feel
inevitably
like
be
people
hyped.
will
There's
never
No,
be
people-
hyped about
okay.
the new Engage units whenever they show up in
Sugma,
Nimdom.
are you actually a human being? Sometimes I gotta just ask, are you actually?
Oh my God.
Come on, can you? How
Are
can
you
you?
real?
Can you not even fathom that? What the heck? People will still be
Of course
excited about it.
will be.
People will always be excited about it. Just to be
You want to
fair,
know why?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Because if what he said was true, why would they release any banners from games like 20 years ago?
Yeah, it would make there'd be
like
no
those
hype
that
for it.
would make any sense.
What's the point of the game at that point, you know?
Yeah, exactly. No, there will always be hype, always for these. What?
Especially for newer games. Even
Yes.
even with engages, the analytics are bad and it's fallen off, yada yada. There will still be fey hype for the units. That's not going to change.
Yeah,
Guys,
no.
I just realized I was muted for the last 20 minutes.
Okay,
I
could not tell because you never talk.
man.
You literally never talk.
I thought y'all were just
I didn't
ignoring
even notice my
me.
presence. I was so happy.
Oh wait,
And
didn't
this
you make
is-
fun of me earlier in the stream when the computer reset itself and my microphone got changed from its priority and you were making fun of me about being muted?
Whatever,
Oh wow.
whatever.
I don't believe in karma, but I think that would be an instance of it if it
You
were
don't believe
real.
in karma?
Really?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
No,
I was wondering
otherwise,
why it was so
this
quiet.
world would be just if karma
Oh
was
my
a thing.
god. Whatever. You don't.
If I believed in karma, I believe in justice.
This isn't my stream, so I'm allowed to make mistakes.
Yeah,
If
you
you
make
were-
a lot of them.
If you muted
That's not
yourself for
true.
20 minutes on your own stream, you just gotta hold that in.
Well, I feel like chat would tell me at that point, but no one in chat was like,
chat
"Where's
wouldn't
Aunt?"
Chat didn't even
wouldn't
tell
you
me,
because they
but
wouldn't notice.
yeah, but chat wouldn't even notice you, dude. Come on, yeah.
Wow.
How many times did God make the same 20 units in Fae? Well, this isn't one of the 20 units. Guinevere only has one alt.
Yeah, what
This
other
is
one
very
alt,
unique.
one
Is that
original.
Molly?
Like, it's. Oh, I heard a couple people in Fae Lounge also saying like,
Who is Barry
"Oh my
Bonds?
god, this is so mages are so non-unique." It's like you mentioned that for Guinevere, one of the most unique mages in the game. It's like doesn't make sense.
Don't
Yeah.
we only have 3 forms of magic effective damage? I mean, Guinevere,
Mhm.
And
and
Kitty
Kitty
Paddle.
Paddle. Yeah.
And the kitty paddle is not relevant. And you can't
It's
even.
also not
8
refinable.
might weapon,
It's not
by the
refinable,
way.
exactly.
It's like the poison dagger situation. They were so scared of. It has like a.
I
a
actually have a
scary
video on that, by the way. If people don't remember, it was actually. I was trying because even back in the day, I was not a fan of the kitty paddle. I had a video showing it off. Let me show you guys.
I remember using my, what was it, like minus defense or minus HP Halloween Sakura back in the day. It was so funny.
I know I had her. I forgot what she got foddered for.
I just slapped her in reserves, I think.
What did you? What?
Don't
Yeah,
slap
see-
women.
What?
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 Wait, why did
I don't know.
From?
Dex
tuned
said
out
something
the
about
wrong
slapping
one,
Sakura.
Oh, you're.
Wow.
He
I
just
think
keeps,
you
he just keeps
I think you
digging
just
that hole.
invented that.
No,
I think
don't
you have
slap.
problems, my guy.
Do
I
not
put
slap
her in-
Sakura.
Nobody
She
said
did
that.
I
nothing.
put her
No,
into
that's
reserve.
what Dex said. He says, I just slapped her.
You're conveniently leaving
what
out the
the hell?
second part of that sentence. I said I just slapped
all
her
I heard was I
into
just slapped her.
reserves.
Okay, but chat, this was a stream highlight because I wanted to show people how stupid this hero was.
If we win this battle, we're tier 20.
This was for tier 20. I'm actually not gonna play the sound because I hate hearing my old self. Okay, but
Yeah.
you would expect Nino. Oh my god, look at the views back in the day. Prime Fae days where Arena had 700 plus views. Okay.
The good old days.
No, but look, Sakura versus Nino. You would expect Sakura to win because it's friggin' Kitty Paddle.
Oh, Black Knight with Panic Point Vantage. I like it.
Yeah, that was back in the day, dude.
No, I know, but I'm actually saying like I like it because of the.
Okay, so
context.
chat, I was super
Obviously.
scared about this fight. I'm gonna actually play the audio, I think.
Word. Do my best.
All right.
He gonna die.
I think
Skills
it
were
just
so bad back then.
okay, whatever. I said something before, I don't remember, but whatever. Here we go. 30 damage! And the reason she doesn't win, because Nino outspeeds her, and because it doesn't do enough damage because just 8 might. Nino wins the fight. Insane. That's why nobody uses Kitty Paddle. Its might was too low, and you need to have a lot of speed because it didn't do enough. So yeah, Nino wins that fight because she actually has enough HP to take this. And also I ran distant defense on her, which was sounds weird nowadays, but there weren't offensive seals back then. Or it'd be like attack +3 or something, you know. So distant defense allowed her to survive. But still, like that's just to show it why it was such an awkward moment.
It's also she only has on that point Halloween Sakura is like what 32, 33 base speed, and her attack is nothing special.
It's also
either.
bad
like
as well. Yeah.
30 or 31, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is absolutely a special hero, chat. There's nothing good till this point. Embrace the cringe. You know, I might make that. You guys don't know this because, well, if you were here at the start of the stream, but most people don't know our stream anniversary for Fire Emblem Heroes, at least. July 9th. It's almost here. This is going to be year 6.
Oh wow.
That sounds so
Oh
fake.
yeah.
What? Sounds so fake.
No, M's oh wow, not you.
Oh.
Whatever you said.
I was like, what? The?
Yeah, you're
Whatever I
lying
said.
about your anniversary.
Oh my god.
Okay, weirdo.
The-
That anniversary also means our Discord anniversary is within 2 days of that. I forget which day it is.
the
So we have
11th?
it might be the 11th. I don't know. It might be the 10th or 11th.
2 days from 7. It's not 11.
Anyways, yeah, we should probably celebrate it, but yeah, it's almost time for that. Anyways, we'll talk about how to celebrate in the future, but okay. Anyways, I'm still gonna go hard for this banner. I'll summon on the 30th when it comes out.
Oh, you're gonna.
And
Oh, you're summoning day 1.
because my Fate Pass, they extended by 2 days,
Oh.
so I should
yeah.
do it soon, so I can extend the Fate Pass.
Oh yeah.
There's no the Fate Pass only matters to me when there's Tempest Trials. Otherwise, what are you really getting out of it? It's not much.
Yeah. Sparks
Start
mostly.
the battle.
And Resplendence. Yay!
Who's gonna hold to see what Summer 2 is cooking? I need to make a +10 Veronica, and that would not change no matter which heroes are released on Summer 2. So that's why I'm going hard for it.
I need Aether, so I really cannot. Like I have to
someone
go
for
on
her
this.
now. Like on this banner.
Yes.
How can
I'm not pulling on the.
You know what's
Heroes
funny?
banner.
We got Seether on her own banner, and we're like, this banner's kind of lame. and then we get her on the the Legend Heroes
Exactly.
banner, and we're like, it's still lame.
It's still not the best, but at least, for me personally, if I'm pulling green, at least my options for petty breaking are either Xander, who is pretty neat, and I don't have him yet, or Hell.
Awkward.
Which I don't need to say my piece on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, as much as I wanted to pull one new Heroes banner instead, just because it's a little more concentrated, I can't. So, not to mention that there's only really one unit I would want. I don't want Noah, so yeah, or Aether. Whereas here, Guinevere is pretty sick.
Yep.
And if I'm full pulling, it's not a lot of misses. So yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm full pulling. That's one thing.
I get a budget myself.
Yeah. I'll see, because I still want to get as many Veronicas as possible.
Yeah, no, I can't blame you for that. If it weren't for the fact that I only need Aether off this banner, like, basically need, then I would probably snipe a little harder. But as it is, I want to go minimum orbs because I want to use my orbs for La Rochelle. What is up, Tanuki? And
Tanuki, thank you for the raid. How you doing?
Hiya, Papaya.
Hiya, papaya.
Hiya, Papaya.
Man, why is she not in the game yet?
That's
Well,
crazy.
Excellent
age
question.
needs to be in the game. You're
Unaka,
not-
Ivy.
Oh my god. There's so many good
Aleer?
characters.
Can we
One.
just have a giant talk about
Yes.
Engage? Oh my god, I hate this.
We
We just talked about it
We did.
extensively.
And I tried to talk about
It doesn't matter if you're muted. You can still hear when you're muted.
No, I couldn't hear when I was muted.
What?
What?
I wasn't looking at Discord overlay. Wait, what?
How?
You can't hear while you
Yeah,
can't
how
talk?
would I hear? How would I? What?
Your
You
mouth and your
hear,
ears
yeah,
are not
but-
the same.
You
no,
can
I
hear.
meant like. And engage is relevant.
What?
What the
don't know.
heck? We
I don't-
that
are
was
you-
our
are you-
entire talk.
Okay, well, I was just.
Dude,
Yo,
you
it's not
are.
like it's not like I
You-
randomly brought this up. There's a
Dude,
whole
it's not hard
knockers
to be
goes on.
better than Dex as the worst stream guest. It's not hard. You're
M is
racing.
right here.
You're racing to be there. Well, you're
Oh,
right.
wow, okay, so you're
Exactly.
so now I'm glad Octa's established that I'm the
Octa's
floor, right
officially
above
bottom.
Octa.
Octa's
that is
officially
not.
bottom.
That is not true at all.
This guy literally makes no sense anymore. He's not even a human being.
What do you mean? It's the chat's fault. They started saying hi papaya, and that made me think of
It's
Yunaka,
officially
and it made me sad how
Octa's
she's
at the
out of the
bottom,
game.
but then him, but then me.
We talked about it. All right, I'm good. Laughing about a piece of FE merch file folder that the seller is asking for 2.1 million.
Pardon me.
Okay. Excuse
Not
me. Yeah.
fair.
2.1 mil for a
File?
folder.
What kind of file folder is that?
That's what we call I don't want to sell this object, but I can show it off.
Hey, you know, it does make sense to negotiate your prices, but when you negotiate like that, no one's gonna talk to you ever again. So there's no
Well,
point
I'll
to it.
go down to 1.9 million, maybe, if you're willing.
If you
attack.
could convince me, I might be so inclined.
I'll do 1.8 as a special offer just for you.
Oh man, that's so stupid.
Okay.
Okay, fine. I'll take it for 1.5.
Tara,
But no lower. That's it.
how are you doing?
Get
Oh shoot,
out.
I don't even know if we have mods here. You gotta give me a
Mods?
shout out.
Did you
Well,
demo Dex?
We don't
need
have
a
one
deep-
anymore,
I demoed Dex, yes.
Okay, good.
so I don't have any.
Hostility.
Yeah, he deserves it.
It's okay, Dex. You only do
Yeah,
something
well,
like
it's okay,
once a
it's
month,
okay, I don't-
twice a month.
I suppose it's at this point it's like between 2 and 3 times a month now.
All right. But yeah, nice to see you, Tara. Give you both shout outs. For shout out to our raider, Tanuki, thank you so much.
Wait. Yeah.
What?
You okay, Ak?
No.
Oh my god.
I'm not.
He's having a moment.
I am.
Okay. You're gonna be the briefest stream guest we've ever had.
What the heck?
Wow.
No. How? No. If Dex can like live after what he did the first time, then let me live.
You weren't even there.
Well,
that
actually.
time,
What do
You're
you
right
want?
about that. Dex doesn't want to remember this, but it didn't take him a stream or 2 streams or 3 streams. It took him a couple months at least.
See.
Yeah, but at least I wasn't delusional like Oct was.
At least I'm actually productive. Or not productive. I provide something for the stream.
That is. Do you know what
Yeah,
productive
yeah.
means? Do you
Yeah.
know what that word
You
means?
can't even do that.
I changed my wording. At least I actually provide something to the stream.
Sure, you do.
I provide humor. Something you could
Alright.
never provide.
But yeah, chat, if you
Yeah,
want to
sure.
follow someone who's a big Fire Emblem fan and known as the biggest collector, at least as a streamer. I'm not are you the biggest collector by World Guinness Records? But check out Tanuki, streams every single day, great guy. But also, we're gonna do a shout for Tara Von Regan, who's also a streamer, also streams Fire Emblem. Generally awesome person. I have to wait 43 more seconds before I can give you a shout out. I'm sorry. So join me in 40 more seconds before we can shout out Tara as well.
Wow.
And join me in 2 days and 3 hours when I finally get untimed out.
Oh shoot, I was supposed to untime
Yeah.
out you.
God damn it.
okay,
Unmute. Untime out. Untime out. It's untime out at depressed. You're not even in the chat. I can't do it.
Okay,
Huh.
you
Dude,
know
you
why
are
I'm not in the
even in the
chat?
stream. You are not. Okay, you know what?
I
I changed my
am.
mind. You wait the last 2 days.
I am in the stream. What do you mean?
It's saying you're not there. I'm.
Look, you
Guys.
can literally see my little avatar running around right there. Look at Neo go.
Where?
In the bottom left.
I mean, I'm typing out your name and it's not showing.
It's not there. It's not there. Exactly.
It's
What the
not
fuck?
showing.
What did you guys do to me?
Try refreshing your
I'm
screen.
watch. Okay, look.
Been
over here.
banished.
I'm literally
look, I refreshed.
trying.
It says
Yeah.
"Welcome to the chat room." I see it.
Hey, untime out at depressed. No matches.
Type the full thing out.
If it doesn't,
It should show right away though.
it would show right
Okay,
away.
well-
Have you never used Twitch chat either?
No, I've never been a mod in Twitch chat.
You don't have to be a mod.
No, I do. Well, just try it. I don't know. Sometimes you have to force things.
Yeah, it would,
Yeah,
but it
you
says
would
you're
know
not in
something about
chat.
that.
Oh my god. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. My name is Dido.
Huh.
See, like everybody else is here. Tara's here. Tanuki's here. As soon as I press T, depressed Hal's husband. It doesn't even say you're here.
Okay, well, you know, this is what happens when you time me up for 2 weeks.
It didn't even work. Are you still muted?
Yes, I see the
Okay,
little...
yes, it doesn't work.
But I see it popped up, like it pinged me or whatever. Like I see, like it's highlighted, meaning the fact that like I was pinged. Maybe you put in.
Treeman says time out him out again to be sure. Alright, let's
Just
give it a
gotta
shot.
double check.
Did that not work either? What the heck? Shout out.
It broke.
Yeah, what did you do?
That's so weird. It should work though. All right, I'm gonna take a quick washroom break. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. What the hell was that?
Okay. My voice cracked. Sorry. I'm sorry. Man, fuck you.
No. Don't touch me.
That's
But he didn't say I'd like to fuck. He just said fuck you.
Look, now he's slamming his desk. He's gonna knock over his figure.
Y'all can't make this guy out. Like,
Shut
Yeah,
up.
that's true.
Better than you at Paladin.
Wait,
no,
Oct,
you're
really
not.
Yes,
good
I
at one
am.
thing.
Your Makoa sucks. Can't even press Q.
You know the thing you're best at?
Nah.
No.
Making a fool of yourself.
I'm actually the best at being the best.
That was
I was recognized nationally by the president himself.
Wow. Joe Brandon said, "Okay, Jack, listen up.
Joe Brandon?
Off here is the best at being the best."
Yeah, that's what he's. Also, why is he country? What the fuck?
Joe Brandon from Texas.
Because nobody can do a good Biden impression, so I'm not going to try.
Okay, but why is your go? I feel like your only accent you have is country.
No, it isn't. I can do a British
Kinda
accent as well,
shit.
but that's about it.
Okay. Oh, the licking Eskimo.
Everyone's licking. Well, actually, no, it's just Mario and Eskimo. Okay. It's a me, Nikio. Ho ho.
Lick.
Stop saying lick. It's weird.
Wow, are you that jealous of Mario
Of what?
Maniac talking about licking? Wow.
No, that's not true at all.
Very, very
Hawk wants to
protective
go back
of
to
you.
his glory days.
Yeah. Oh my god, you're so funny.
Oh my
How many
God.
different stream guests are you gonna ship me with?
I think it's just
Well,
the mic.
No, I'm pretty sure it was like me and Evan, me and Dex, now me and M.
I think it was just you and Dex before. I don't remember Evan.
Oh, I guess it was me, you and what's that Roblox guy's name?
Oh yeah, me and Jake.
Oh.
And then it was also like me and Velma for some reason. That was weird. But that was more
Well,
in
that-
Discord.
But you and Velma were also hamming it up on stream, so
You are
Do
such
not
a
say
slut.
hamming it up. What?
you're gonna quibble with my
What
wording.
the hell?
You are
That is
such a
not true.
slut. Did you,
Nothing's happened with any of those people.
man? Do you have any loyalties?
Wow.
No.
Shameful.
Maybe I have commitment issues, huh? What's so wrong with that?
You do have commitment issues.
That is not true.
Well,
I didn't even
I've
have to
never
bring
been-
that up.
I've never been committed to any of these people.
Okay, there you go. Wouldn't
What?
that be a commitment? Wouldn't that be the commitment issue?
No, it's not an issue if I never committed in the first place.
What?
This is why Silverwolf doesn't like you either.
I don't even know what I did at Silverwolf.
Hussy.
Man, how much money did you have to spend on her again?
We don't talk about it. What? I'm so pissed. Why did you get her in the first goddamn Deadpool?
Because you said I was gonna be unlucky about it, or
Oh,
now you're gonna
because
pull
you-
her,
you-
and she wanted to stick it to
whatever.
you.
Whatever.
reverse curse.
Whatever. And then you were like, clip it so you can send it to a certain somebody.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
Uh huh. Yeah. I'm glad you know.
Whatever. I don't regret
Oh,
it. Then.
man. Yeah, of course you don't. You
Should.
paid so much money into the game, and you're so far behind because you don't play it.
I just like
Doesn't even make
collecting
any
characters.
And it's
I'll use them eventually.
Chat. Do you guys?
Collector's mindset, that's
Do you have these
embarrassing.
gacha? Like yesterday, if you guys were here, well, not yesterday, the last stream we had, where we rated my friend Neko. He spent $13,000 at this point
Oh my
in-
god!
into Genshin Impact, and
Could have bought a
that's
good car with that.
that's not even the worst one, because the worst one would be Vic, who can buy a Tesla with how much he spent.
God.
Ouch.
Still incredibly embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't, guys, don't go overboard.
I have a limit.
Dims, don't forget to do the tournament for Mech Arena. Thank you. I just started it. That's a lot of money. Chat. How much have you guys spent on gacha games in general? Because I, for real money, I might be getting near 200 because of Fey passes. That's just predominantly Fey passes.
Huh.
I've played a lot of gachas for a lot of years, so I want to say at least 700.
So that's actually not bad with you, considering you said you spent like hundreds on Honkai Star Rail and just like the launch.
Well, it was only been like really only like Genshin and then Honkai. I barely spend any on Fae.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, welcome moons and whatnot. That stuff really adds up because you think it's like not a lot of money because it's a small amount, but also then you spend a ton on it.
Yeah, that's a fast.
Yep.
As you well know.
Yeah,
Mario.
especially for you, Em.
And
You know why?
Mr. I
You know-
need to save money because I'm unemployed right now. I have to keep spending money.
How do you still not have a job? What have you been doing?
Wow.
Are you still unemployed right now? Seriously?
Well,
That
maybe.
laughing's a yes. God damn it.
Are you being very picky about it? Is that what's going on?
A little bit.
What do you
Okay,
mean? You were
that's
offering
fair.
to work at Target. How was that paid?
Well, that's how it started.
Did you get rejected by Target?
Target how it's going?
No,
Target rejected. No, come on, it's not
Oh
possible.
no, that would be depressing.
that would be depressing.
They only reject you if you have a criminal record. Do you have a criminal record?
You know, I would not be surprised.
My name is Mario Maniac because
Always
I'm a
criminal
maniac.
record.
Yeah, exactly.
I
That's-
killed every
sounds
man
racist.
I've ever met named Mario.
And my description. You want to
Well,
hire me?
wouldn't he kill every man who hated Mario that he ever ran into?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of Mario Maniac he is. This is a very weird name.
That's true.
Oh, Lord.
It could be taken a different variety of ways.
Different
Yeah, I have some
flavor.
Effie hot takes. I want to hear them. Effie hot takes. This game is dead in 3 years. Okay, maybe it's not that hot of a
That-
take.
I don't know.
That's generous.
Because the reality is, Nintendo cuts things off really quickly once they stop making money, and it already looks like they're not
I mean,
giving the appropriate staff to this game, which is concerning.
they did that for Mario Kart Tour. They took out something. I don't remember what it
They
How long
took out the
did it take
entire
Mario
gacha
Kart?
aspect.
was. The entire thing. What the-
There is no gacha in Mario Kart Tour anymore.
So how
Oh,
do they
it's
make money
just,
off of it?
Yeah, what did they do?
You specifically buy characters and cards, I believe. From what I
Weird.
remember.
Weird choice. Why would they do that?
Because
They
people,
just-
the rates were terrible and people hated it.
Oh, wait, FE hot takes, not just like FA. I've got a few. of
FE
those.
hot takes, yeah. What, are you gonna now just say the entire thing is gonna be dead?
No. First
Effie
of
has
all,
a
I
very
feel like
long arm.
Ingrid sucks.
no,
and
everyone
FE
overhypes Thracia
Splendid
and
Beast
Genealogy
and-
despite never playing it. All of you are fake fans.
Whoa.
That's not a hot take. That's just reality.
That's
Holy
No,
shit.
I'm tired of
Crazy.
everyone pretending to be like they're some kind of Thracia and Genealogy fan. I know half
Okay,
of you haven't played the
I
game.
Yeah.
was just thinking
They're
about
all.
that.
You know why? They
I
repeat
actually
opinions
did.
they heard from people. That's it.
They're like
I actually did. I'm quite a fan. Okay, I played the genealogy, not
I
Thracia.
just hear people
Wow.
A little bit of
parroting,
Thracia.
parroting genealogy takes. I don't really hear anyone going,
Yeah, they
I'm a
never
big
played it.
No,
Thracia
Thracia
fan."
is the nothing.
Yeah.
Like, if there are people who play genealogy, there's almost nobody who played Thracia, especially since the Thracia patch that's actually good for translation literally came out like 2 years ago.
Just recently.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it, and I think they
A
made an
little
update of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good patch.
Fail on
and
its
it's
way
fun
to become
play,
a tax
but,
write-off, and they are setting it up to fail Nimsad.
Even I haven't gotten
A
all the way
tax
through it.
write-off? I'm not so sure about that.
That was
The
a
heck?
that's a loaded message.
That's-
Yeah, no.
Yeah, suck
I'm
on,
I'm
it's
also
fine.
not sure if that's how it works. Does anyone know how taxes work in Japan?
No.
I don't think a company
I don't-
would be.
I don't think a company. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I think Sugma's just talking out of his ass again as
Mm-hmm.
usual.
Power creep's becoming faster this year. Power creep is speedrunning itself, which is the worst thing you can do. But you know that
Yes.
the game is officially dead when they repeat banners without making new banners. That's when they are just farming the money now. So we're not there yet, but it's not good
No.
either way.
I think the one thing that I've been noticing that's been kind of interesting is I think the one thing that's not really power creeping are conditions. They are not making conditions for the
No,
most
conditions
part.
have not changed in like the
Wait.
past 3 years
Yeah, yeah.
or so.
Unless,
anything,
like,
some of them-
so.
If anything, every once in a while they throw out a merciful one like Duo Asker having to have an ally nearby, so if you just kill them all, then he's doomed. But no, conditions definitely. Those don't get crept. All stats. The base stats don't get crept, and
Excellent.
many units don't stat scale, so there's still that. I will say that the inheritable lines, as inaccessible as they still may be, they are definitely a lot better these days. You can do a lot more with the unit by default. And arcanes, and this does also factor into power creep itself, every unit that has an arcane option has a fundamental value just because of arcane's
To a
abilities.
certain point, because they could
To a
still
certain point.
be absolutely lackluster.
You
Oh,
can
absolutely.
do Holy with Arcane Young, and she'll still be really bad.
Oh, absolutely.
Arcane-
It's just that the baseline is so much better because it's not like, with the exception of, like, for example, Merlinus, you can't be 130% useless. There's so much you can do to a unit these days that there's something, but it's going to often be redundant and objectively worse than somebody else. But it's not to say it's not. It's more so like the idea of how Faye has always kind of
Nalsi
been.
needed an upgrade. Sorry, I had to interrupt. Nalsi needs an upgrade. It's just one effect. That's not how the game works anymore. You can't have one effect.
No, that's why Nulsi getting that 30% DR and stats, which, by the way, tier 4 stats on B is, like, necessary. Unless you're something as broken as Spiral 4. Stat on B, I've always asserted. There's a reason why. That's part of why I do appreciate them existing in the first place. Because I feel like one of the biggest disparities between some units is that they just had so many extra stats because of their B slot. Something like
Yes.
Sun Twin Wing and Moon Twin Wing adding 5 speed. You just couldn't keep up with that unless you ran lull.
And then
So-
they ran Not Fault as well. Like,
attacking.
why?
Yeah, exactly. Or dodge. Dodge
Yeah.
with stats, like, at the time, and this isn't even that long ago, that's a lot. And it is why Duo Dogger was obnoxiously fast, beyond having, stat scaling.
Yeah.
That's what made her so good. So, in that regard, I do appreciate that these new ridiculous skills offer flat stats just for free on top of everything else. That's like even Escape Route 4, attack speed -3. Fantastic. Helps a lot. That said, I do admit, since the start of the year, basically, the effect creep has been substantial. A lot more units are stat scaling these days. I think that's kind of becoming a thing just in general across the board.
Yes.
Which, to be fair, not every unit that stat scales is broken. In fact, ironically, some of the best units aren't the ones that stat scale, and some of the more mediocre recent releases, or at least ones that are less popular, are the ones that stat scale, like Alir, and to a lesser degree,
Alir versus Lucia. Lucia does not stat scale.
Not at all.
In fact, she relies entirely on just getting more stats externally or with her skills,
Yep.
rather than her weapon. And then
And that
Alir
kind
tries
of-
to stat stack, but doesn't quite match
I mean, she
up.
does that right, but
But that's
on the flip side, they don't stat scale as much, but they have a ton of effects, some of which just are kind of random. Like, first her 30% DR or perpetual 30% DR, add in a little bit of stat scaling. Maybe you throw in, like, guard or a special acceleration. Maybe you throw in some healing on hit or post-combat. Or you neutralize buffs to some stats, or maybe all stats. Neutralize penalties. Every once in a while, you get something really cool that adds an identity. Obviously, like Fault and Female Byleth, you get Bulwark. That's the thing that makes it an identity. That and
What?
Divine Pulse. A
They've
weapon
been
with
very.
Bulwark.
I know, but they've been
Yeah.
very formulaic recently.
Yes. Every weapon, or most weapons, I should say, have maybe one or two spicy effects, but otherwise follow a very set pattern of, like, this is the pool of effects we take from that, we just kind of mesh it together in a way that kind of makes the roll work, and we just kind of work with that. That's why you see, like, 20% DR, true DR plus 20% true damage res, or defense, and then you sprinkle in just, like, guard, or cooldown and acceleration, whatever. I know I'm just targeting Asker and Guinevere here. And then, like, in Duo Asker's case, you have the AoE reduction that nobody remembers. And in Guinevere's case, you have the anti-adaptive as the unique effect. But everything else is, it just kind of adds up and kind of makes it more relevant because of that. And honestly, those effects are more important. But just in general, like, the effect stacking is one of the most important things right now because so many new weapons have so many more effects. But the other two factors, one, min-maxing is ridiculous right now. I don't know what happened, but
just all of a sudden,
literally within the past 6 months, we went from 43 offenses being phenomenal to suddenly everybody wants 46 attack and 46 speed, if not better. Like, how'd that happen? How did we go from having, like, 38 res and 45 defense, or a little less than that, being some of the best, to now for Morty's coming in with 46, 44 both? Like, what? How'd that stuff happen all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Like, that stat creep, it's not even a BST gap, because this is, like, in relevance to, like, Choose Your Legends units and all that. The min-maxing just out of nowhere shot up like a rocket. It makes no sense. And the gap is so substantial that it's kind of hard for them to keep up.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
possible, but hard.
That's why they're trying. That's why power creep is so bad right now.
Yeah. Because then, the third factor, there's so many new stat manipulation effects.
Yes.
Like, and this is one thing that
This
I
is
found
not
interesting.
sustainable, by the way. That's why I'm not. It's not even a hot take to say like in 3 years there might not be this game anymore because you can't keep this up for 3 years. What do you even have?
I don't know. They've certainly shown within the past 6 months that they're willing to go way past where they were before, and they can definitely make it so mind-boggling that it's hard to read, or they can just up numbers.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's gonna go.
Or they could
I'm
just,
not-
create a system that actually organize the effects in a manual.
Yeah, that's the one thing that.
have
A lot
them
of things I don't I like about the quality of life. Please reorganize how they do how you do text, because it's very hard to read some of these. And while I personally am very keen at remembering most effects, even I can't always remember what a weapon does. Like, I was just looking up Saline and I forgot she did true damage based on the number of allies nearby. Yeah, that I would have to read the whole weapon to find that, and it's not exactly a short read. So a little organization would definitely do some wonders there. But also, don't even get me started on having like Shamir have to explain penalty, buff, Discord, panic. Really? Didn't need all that, but. Yeah, no, the big thing... what a funny
Explain
one.
Discord, the thing that nobody can do.
Yeah.
Except
It's
Shamir.
just so many units. First of all, exclusively, in some cases, but sometimes it's just like widespread. Stat manipulation, bonus doubler, Discord, faux penalty doubler, sabotage, grand strategy. All these new effects that add stats. It is so dramatic that one thing I've actually seen people arguing, and I kind of had to agree with it. The ironic thing is that merges hold less value these days in combat.
Yeah, there was a video of somebody who did a +1 Lucia versus a +10 Lucia, and they won, even though they had the same supports. But the funny thing is, like, the Initiator had a huge advantage.
Exactly. It's just, there's so many extra things that go into stats these days, and just generally how weapons are done. Like, there are going to be many cases where +0, +1 units just are better than low supported, unoptimized +10s. Because
Oh yeah,
there's
people
just
don't even
so
want to
much.
read anymore. That's the thing.
Nope.
It feels like people are being dumb, but the reality is like no one wants to give a shit about reading all that shit anymore.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, I still don't remember everything Lucia does. And I probably never will actually remember everything she does. Like, I can tell you a lot of, like, certain units. Like, I can tell you Fallen Female Byleth is neutralize all buffs, Bulwark, including the healing aspect, all stats of 5.
Oh, Fallen Beal, you finally remember her bulwark, huh?
Shut up! I knew what it did. I knew what it was. I just didn't know how it worked.
Yeah, and I had to pay the price for it. How come you didn't have to pay the price for it?
I did lose to a Fallen Female Byleth that week.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah, but I didn't have Pathfinder because I didn't have Duo Dagger. That said, but then you have, or like units that I use a lot extensively, like Silent Breath, I can tell you everything it does, True DR, neutralize, reverse buffs, things like that. But you try telling somebody, can you name all the effects that Regent Leaf does? That are fine for Duo Ephraim? Could you tell me, honestly, could you even tell me what Mark does? Like, what are all of Mark's effects?
Well, I think
He's a
let me see
hentai
if I can
protagonist,
remember
and
regularly.
he'll be there soon. Though he debuffs.
Well, I think regularly
Wow.
8 wall stats, Omni Breaker, ignores terrain,
Yep.
even Tempest, armor and cav effective, attack +3, and let's see. I'm trying to think if I remembered anything.
You're trying to see if you remember anything. Your wording today is
If I
so
remembered
shit.
anything else. Is that it, or did I miss something?
You are, I believe that, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Do you know the conditions?
The conditions. Well, I know that there's a bonus. You have to have a bonus active to get the anti-double, right?
Yep.
And you have to have, what is it? The even tempest is just as is. The $4 stats is what are the conditions? Is that 25% HP?
On refine. What's the base?
On base, it's you have to have a movement effect, right? Like
Nope.
a movement buff.
Nope, that was pre-refine.
You're saying. I see. You're saying the
I see.
refine effect. Okay.
Yeah, the base
see.
weapon. Because the refine effect, yes, base weapon.
Base weapon.
The base weapon is activated by either a in-combat attack check, out of combat attack check,
that's right.
or if bonus is active.
Or if
Also,
bonus.
the canto doesn't work without a bonus. So,
Okay. That's the one thing I didn't mention. Of course,
Yes.
Kanto. Yeah.
Yeah, the canto. First of all, canto remainder +1, but also canto only works if you have bonus. Good on you for remembering most of the effects. But ask that to a regular player, or again, somebody like Mark.
That's only because I've been playing since like the first week of the game launched, and I'm so used to everything. by now,
Exactly.
so.
But then you're like, even with someone like me, I'm pretty good with effects usually. But then it's like, I try to remember Mark. Yeah, he inflicts all stats of 5 minus sabotage stall, but he also has guaranteed follow-up, and only if there's a penalty, he gets both offensive tempo. Which, by the way, I thought there was something else there. No, there isn't. But it's like, you try taking a Mark thinking, I got guard. But nope, you're penalized, so actually you don't have guard. Not everybody's going to remember that. I think a lot of people are going to forget that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to think, well, how am I supposed to keep all the stat overhead? Because what now? Like, you get +6 all stats from Grand Strategy, you're getting 12 from Bonus Doubler. Oh, wait, no, you're not, because I actually neutralize buffs, because that's somewhere in the weapon. Or maybe I reverse those, so actually now I have to take that 12 and then minus 12 again. So it's back to 0, I guess.
That's 0.
Like, and then, or like, oh, I'm nearby too many allies, I guess I get -$5 stats from Discord. Like, the stat overhead, the effect overhead, of course, trying to remember what pierces DR, what doesn't, what DR you're gonna get when, deflects, armor beacon, things like that. There's a lot of prediction to the point where, realistically, you could take a full minute as an experienced player and still probably forget something. Even
That's
if
why
it's as
Summoner
simple as a
Duels
movement buff.
is so fundamentally flawed. How are you gonna remember all this shit?
I was about
Literally.
to say, before the stream, I was playing Summer Duels, and I was reading an effect, and I forgot an effect, had to look back at it, and actually ran out of time, put me in an auto battle, and I was like, wow, okay, yeah, that's how it is. Nice.
Exactly. Like, I, for example, consider myself pretty quick on my feet, but I still sometimes almost run out the whole timer, because I just have to keep thinking about all these extra effects, or like, movement in
That's happened to
particular.
me every once in a while.
Because I have to, with mobility, I have to think like, oh, does this orders buff have 1 or 2 spaces of warp? Do they have terrain penalty immunity? Because only a couple units do, but it's still worth mentioning. Do they have an orders buff? Do they have charge from Flying Hinoka, Bodo Hinoka, Legendary?
That
Which also,
one is
by the way,
particularly
trying to
annoying.
remember all these different alts sometimes gets arduous. But, like, all these little things, especially mobility, that are like, you forget one
Mobility
little
is the
aspect.
annoying one.
Yeah.
Especially
Or-
if you forget a unit sometimes runs a mobility.
The way to remember all
Sacred
this
Seal
is
or
to
Slot
constantly
C,
see it
you
over
just don't
and over
remember
again
well
for
with this
several
unit.
dozen
Run
times
X
in
and
a
Y, you
short
don't check
period.
carefully enough, and then they
Basically,
have to
the heck?
do it.
spending
And
way
then
too
Def
much
Rescue
time
comes
on
in
the
and
move.
whoops. Wait.
What?
Period.
Constantly see it over and over for dozens
So yeah,
times.
just
and
study the fucking game is your great, fantastic idea.
Wow.
Great.
Wow. Why didn't
No,
I
you
think
literally,
of that?
if you want to be able to go into, for example, a Summoner Duels match and be able to, on the fly, make decisions without having to think too much about it, you basically need to know this game like a book. Like, you need to know basically everything that's going on. Because, like, for example, you could make some general associations, like Legendary Myr has Warp Bubble. Alm takes a 4th of your defense and turns it into true damage. Risen King Crom and Brave Crom, they have a reposition that refreshes. But the nuance to that, and the fact that there's so many units, sometimes you might forget a certain unit exists, despite being good, because they're just not used at the moment. Or sometimes you might forget a small effect that actually is a win or loss.
Yes,
is
minor
really- that's to me
spelling
most of
error,
all.
and then you explode. That's basically how it works.
Yeah, that,
Oh, no, that literally can happen.
the thing for me is never forgetting like any one specific unit. It's usually just I'll forget there's one special or small effect with a condition, and I'll forget that it exists and that it'll bite me back, and I'll just be like, "Oh my god, I just
I
didn't
mean-
remember."
No, and you know
It
what's
could be
funny
Yeah.
about my match? I forgot. I forgot to check the actual skills. You know, the C slot, guidance
Yeah.
4. No, my
Or
opponent
C-
had 2 of those.
Yeah,
I was like,
Guidance
oh.
4, which, by the way, screw that skill. Yeah, Guidance 4, for example, or Ground Orders. Sacred Seals could get really annoying. Deflects, or Hardy Bearing. If you don't check for Hardy Bearing and you're running a unit that actually makes that matter, not just
Oh,
Vantage,
God,
Desperation,
I have to check that.
that could be a big problem.
And that will
Like-
matter.
You can make rules for yourself to check for certain things, but if you forget it, and it just happens to creep up on you, like I run Hardy Bearing Mark, your Ninja Camilla is worthless. That could be a real problem. Or even something as simple. Fallen Maria, she doesn't get attack speed 6, she gets all stats of 5 from her weapon. If you don't remember that, you might actually try to attack her and not kill because she just has a little extra bulk that you didn't even account for. Because who gives a healer defense? But they did. It's something as simple as that, which, keep in mind that Sacrifice Staff is so long you're gonna forget it's in there. Yeah, no, good luck with that. Of course, sometimes it can even work against you, because I can guarantee you this, there's gonna be at least one person who thought that Maria gave herself Miracle.
yeah. That's the easy one I'm mistaken.
Yeah, she doesn't.
But
Like,
if you thought she didn't, you could also just put Miracle on her, and she's slaying with tempo. So everyone's
yeah, it's still 4 cooldown. Have fun getting into that.
go ask her.
Yay! One step closer. And also bearing in mind that a lot of these cool tech options, they are still 5-star locked. Like, there's a lot of tech in Summoner Duels. And take Kadei and Lind, for example, providing terrain penalty and no follow-up. That's a lot of support. Great tech. She's a harmonic, seasonal unit. If you didn't pull her a couple of months ago, you probably don't have her. And just speaking from experience using her, these past couple of seasons I've made it very clear that just having to deal with that for the average player is CBT, because there is so much less of the map you actually can work with, just because of that amount of control. Which, by the way, mobility meta king, but it's like, you have to deal, even if you know them, you have to actually be able to deal with these effects, which you probably yourself don't even have access to. Well, in many cases.
Yes, because nobody
whales,
can afford. When you're in like these high level battles, a lot of them are whales, so they can afford to have all these heroes, and then they'll learn from experience. You actually have to just watch a trailer and remember this shit, which is stupid.
Yep. And in some cases, you have to. Oh, so like for example, Ascended Lilincia. Yeah, I remember that unit came out. She's like a super offensive healer with what now? Like cooldown reduction penalty thing. What does she do again? Let me just go check. What book was she? Oh, most recent one. All right.
CBT.
Chapter. I don't know why I'm saying that.
that.
Chapter.
Cock
chapter
ball
4.
torture? Oh my god.
What?
It feels like it sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, maybe people are into it.
You would
I
know.
mean,
Well,
I
people
would
play-
know, yeah. I
I
would.
literally just people have. Maybe that's why people play Fae, because they're romantic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or like, lesser example, I guess. Ascended Ishtar. What does she do again? Let me just go find her.
Well,
Or
that one
a
is-
unit with a
Tempo
refine.
and brave.
Refines
Yeah.
are
10
a
plus
bit annoying. I think
Yeah,
just
or like a
looking at
refined
the
unit.
Ascended Ishtar isn't too bad. You just know
Yeah,
she's
Ascended Ishtar is not too bad. But like,
playing brave tempo.
like, what does Thrasier do post remix? I don't have her. I can't look at the leaderboards for her. My friends don't have her deployed at the moment. I just gotta go look that up and read all that so I can remember one unit that I might fight in a Summer Duels match at some random point. Well, that's great. Like, I'm gonna have to learn all that now, off the cuff. Like, having the resources to not only get units, but know units, it's not exactly for everybody. Especially people that aren't as experienced and have a lot of time to summon more units.
That
As a
need
collector,
to
yeah.
essentially treat this like a study is stupid.
Mm-hmm. And then you have to
I'm glad
consider
I don't.
you can study all you want, but while I did cert that merges don't matter as much, and thus you could deal with whales with +10s, skills, on the other hand, are a different matter. you could be no merged, but still have mediocre or sometimes just inopportune skills. A lot of whales you'll see these days run really unusual skill sets, or not unusual, but not standard skill sets on units that generally look like they have amazing skills.
Yeah.
Like putting Guidance 4 on every flyer, or Special Spiral 4 / now these new no follow-up skills for damage reduction piercing, which, by the way, basically everybody does now because it's the coolest way to absolutely turbo nuke somebody. Or the finish skills, just encounter on units like Lucio, who doesn't have it by default. These skills, which are very hard to get, in many cases are seasonal locked, or even tech skills like Snag 4, like these skills that whales have the option to fodder whenever they want, basically, because they're whales. In relative terms, obviously, with whatever they want, but
That's right,
they can give, basically, if I want to build this unit, I can just do it, and I can give them whatever I want, and that skill set is going to be so different, but so optimized for what I need them for, that people running
that
base
matchup
sets
is basically different. Yeah.
Yeah, the unit's completely different. Like I asserted with Guinevere here, right? An LC Disrupt 4 isn't terrible, but a magical no follow-up or special spiral 4 Guinevere is so much scarier because you don't have damage reduction into a unit who is based around nuking and being able to survive hits with true DR. You lose a little bit of DR, and you can't counter a lease, I guess, but in exchange, you're infinitely more threatening. And then you throw in like attack speed finish instead of speed res, marginal difference in terms of what it does, but that has 7 extra attack alone can already be the difference between you surviving or not.
Yeah, I like that argument because back in the day it wasn't like that. Like it's a minute difference. We're like talking about back in the day, like, hey, let's switch to close call to like repel or something, right? Like it's not a big difference.
No.
I mean it feels like it should be a big difference, but it wasn't really. But yeah, it's now so significant that you basically have a hero that you got to remember or think about all these extra things about. Otherwise, you're gonna lose.
Yep. And of course, you know, you have all these typical builds these days, like the Distant Deus Solo, Close Call 4, Time Spells 4, Vital Astra, Godlike Reflexes, Arcane Devourer. Like, that's a lot of units that takes. But when you combine that all together, you can take even, like, somewhat mediocre units, or units that are demoted, like Lumera, and turn them into such ridiculous god swords. And some people just can't deal with that because of the amount of investment, plus the fact that they can be free, the amount of merges, even though it's a unit that you have access to, and even though you might have a couple of those skills. First of all, you might not want to fodder those units, but second of all, you're not gonna have all that fodder ready to build that unit up to that level of investment, and so you still end up losing, even though you might have, like, for example, I was a victim of that. Had to deal with a bunch of, like, Cynthia, but they were like super high investment. My Crom Zelif, both unmerged, screwed. I could not beat them, even though they were demotes. They just had such good skills like Guard Bearing 4, Arcanes with clashes. I just lose because I was not invested. I didn't have enough to invest in that stuff. So even just that, when you consider the amount of skill flexibility, it's great. But it also means there's such a good skill gap, large skill gap. Not in terms of, like, tactical, like, literally the skills you use could be so dramatically apart that sometimes there's just no bridging it, and you're going to lose because you didn't whale for skills, not even just merges. To say nothing of what merges can still do for some stupid stat checks, but that's all the more reason why it can be very difficult for players to get over that hump. Because you'll just run into people who concentrate their resources, or don't, and just have a lot of them. And put you in a position where you just can't win. But it doesn't matter if you get amazing units. Like, you could pull a Guinevere, you could pull a Legendary Hinoka. These are great units. But if you can't do much with them in terms of skill inheritance, or get a good composition for them, because you just don't have the whole components, you're still probably not going to do that much better. Even though that one unit could fundamentally change things in some aspects. This is, of course, mostly prominent in Summoner Duels. But even, like, Ether Raids, you could still find yourself just getting swamped because you just don't have the resources.
I really like that argument because Guidance 4 is that skill that really irks me.
Guidance 4 is the big offender right now, and I think that's the one that I think has real... Guidance 4 and Special Spiral 4. I think those two skills in particular are like super whale favored and absolutely drive the meta in a different direction than where it was before. And of course, they've been released in like the past 12 months, so they're very recent. Of course, Spiral 4 has been on a couple banners, but there was only one banner for Guidance 4, and while it's on a rearmed unit, some whales are pulling like 2-3 Tanas and then just slapping it on everybody. Or giving it to units who really only need Guidance 4, but can't use like Arcane Nostrund very well, or at all. Like Bride Catria, who, of course, was already ridiculous as it was. But you add that extra bit of mobility, you add that offensive no follow-up, suddenly, for example, a Legendary Alm, who doesn't have inherent no follow-up, now has extra mobility, can still brave attack, and has the offensive no follow-up he needs to be able to kill things more efficiently, without having to use an extra skill slot. That alone is a huge difference maker. But it's not something that everybody's going to have access to, and it's not going to be an inherit everybody wants to do. Because if you have like an archer you want to build, tough.
That's why they really messed this up, because the summer duels came way too late, and now we're in a completely nonsensical meta, essentially.
Yeah, and granted, a lot of these newer problems, they're pretty recent. But even when Summoner Duels came out, there was still a pretty substantial disparity between free units, especially at the time for free units versus paid units, but also just merge gaps. Skill gaps were still becoming more important with things like Ideal Fours and whatnot. Like, all these factors that kind of just added up, even back then, caused there to be a huge gap where the average free-to-play player stood a ghost of a chance, and the average regular player who'd just been there for a while but didn't have necessarily the most optimized builds because they were either playing to make cool units that they want to, not necessarily meta units, or playing for other modes like Ether Raids and Arena. Like, they just don't have the resources to keep up. And as time has gone on, especially in 2023, the gap gets larger and larger until there's just a point where between skills, units, just the fact that you don't have enough skill comprehension, game comprehension, like, the gap is so insurmountable that most people just can't. And thus, most people don't.
Yeah, people just don't play the modes anymore.
Duels. Yeah, I like playing Summoner Duels, to a degree. It gets a little infuriating when I'm dealing with these 7,300 whales that just are not, they shouldn't be playing, but whatever.
Yeah, some of the setups I saw, I would just lose, period, because there's no way to beat it.
Yep, but sometimes it's not even the strategy. I just literally have lost from the deployment because they
that's
are
the
better.
thing. There's no play. You just lose.
Yeah, they literally can't lose. So that's cool
units
when
like
I fight those.
Hinoka,
Well,
turn
Hinoka, at
one,
least
you're
if you
getting
screw up. But
Yeah, the Hinoka one was really egregious because it was a Hinoka Altina combo, and she just got smited in with all the buffings.
Cool Altina is great now, but my god, it's because of all the components that not everybody has. Like, that's the kind of unit where you just lose if you can't check it. Period. And of course, you have to consider, especially from SDS.
Oh, also, people are dumb. They're like, just use Hardy Bearing, as if that's enough to stop her. Jesus.
No, in fact, if anything, especially with in the case of Altina, and honestly to a degree, even Byleth, it's not about the fact that they have advantage. It's the fact that they're hard to kill. Yeah. Altina still has pretty great bulk, Dragon Wall, and also the second she gets a hit in, it's hitting twice, probably piercing your DR, and it's hitting hard because of the amount of stacking.
Like, if she runs Guard Bearing 4, you're gonna
if it's Guard Bearing 4, you're screwed.
Yeah, I've seen Guard Bearing 4 on her as well, and that one you can't. Even if you argue Hardy Bearing, it doesn't even matter anymore. She's just you can't kill her.
Yep.
Just run instant lethality to Legendary Yuri. Bingo. Now, how many components does that take? And
why would why would they not just ban? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Why would they just not ban that option? Jeez.
Yeah. I just have 4 different options that can pierce through enough DR to kill a super tank. And run them on all teams, even though that means that more mobility-focused comps, or just more generalist comps where you don't need that much firepower, they're just going to win because they're more well-rounded. Like,
and
that's another thing altogether.
You can only have 1 Hardy Bearing per team. So
per brigade, yeah. 1 Hardy Bearing. And then you have, like, maybe a sweep with, like, Elise or something. But even then, if you have that Hardy Bearing, cool, you still don't kill, so it's over. It's just already over. Like, You can have all the you can have all the counters in the world to a unit, but if you just don't have enough skills to specifically catch up with them in investment, you're still probably gonna lose. Like, guilty as charged. I have used Super Tank Altina a couple times, and even though she's +1, because of things like Legendary Elliewood, Legendary Male Robin, Saros, don't ask. Yeah, no, she still has too much going on, and people just lose.
Yep.
The only reason why I ever lost is because I screwed up and didn't give her res buffs, and she died to a mage. But that's besides the point. They just lose unless the other person plays tremendously badly, which even then, whales actually have a level of flexibility in that regard.
Out of curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, that's also
Legendary
really
Male Robin. Bad day.
Really shitty assumption nowadays, or ever, that whales would automatically be bad because they have money.
Yeah, whales. Some whales are actually really good at the game themselves.
Yep.
They just have the skills on units, and they have the units to abuse that knowledge to the point where you really just kind of already lost at any angle. Even if you think you have a chance. Especially with stuff these days like Canto Control, which is still pretty premium, but it completely shuts down certain strategies, especially the more recent, like, problem solve stuff, for example. Granted, not a bad thing inherently, but it's bad when you consider I don't have Canto Control, but they do. So I can't go and poke them and get out of there, but they can do whatever they want. And in some cases, like Thief Nina, or Legendary Yuri, they hit me, they might have killed me, and they're gone. Like, it's over.
There's nothing you can do about it, yeah.
I can't do anything about that. Let me pull up myself, who has Canto 2 and 4 movement, to go and kill, like, one of the squishies. Cool. Nope, they have Canto 1 now. And he's stuck on behind enemy lines, so next turn he's not going to have his movement +1, and it's over. Great. Cool. I definitely had the skills to deal with that. Like, those kinds of things, it doesn't even have to come down to skill. It could literally just come down to certain things you can't account for, because the strategies you have are inflexible due to the lack of skill availability. They're inflexible to the degree where if you fight certain people, you might as well already consider it a loss.
That's why I also wanted to, for me, guys, how many, like, serious competitive players do you think there are in this game?
Considering that I am in tier, the first bronze tier of Summoner Duels, I forget, I think there's like 28 tiers there. Summoner Duels S. And I am in top 500. Actually, I think top 400 now.
I mean, I can go low.
I mean, yeah, you can, but like the fact that that's top 1K to be in bronze tier Summoner Duels, which, for the record, you don't even it doesn't even take long to get to the point, like, to at least top 5K. You're still actually, by top 5K, you might even be around the point where taking losses puts you against AI, so you auto win. There's enough people that don't play this mode where you could do the stuff where you will eventually, inevitably, get to a certain point of glory. And, like, no skill at all, but nobody's doing it, so you rank well. Like,
really?
Yeah, it's actually pretty, it was pretty ridiculous. I think it's a little bigger now, but back when I was doing pretty bad in Summoner Duels, I was still at the point, I was in top 5K. I think even top 3K.
Right, I don't think there's 3,000 players. That's what I was getting towards.
It's probably
I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely
probably
like, I can't look at the check rewards tab right now, but it's definitely, like, as far as people who actually participate in that mode, it's probably in the range of 20,000 people or less. Modes that are a little less ridiculous, like Arena, probably closer to the 20,000 mark, if not more. But that's just because you can play it to get rewards for doing a few matches. Don't even have to win.
No, I
well, you have to
mean
win,
serious throughout. Like, not. If you keep falling out, I'm not sure if you're serious, because you're just accepting that you're gonna fall out. I don't know how serious you can be if you're just accepting of that, you know?
No, serious competitive players, you're probably looking at 5,000 maybe.
Okay, yeah. I would say it's a bit less, but yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I haven't checked where the lower thresholds are recently, but to be fair, there's a lot of competitive players who just can't get anywhere, so they're just kind of struggling where they are. So they're kind of just staying in that low tier. But 5,000 is probably my, like, not conservative, very generous guess for especially similar duels, people who are competitive.
Mm-hmm.
It's different for things like ether raids because, I mean, sometimes you barely fall out of top 5k in Vault if you're doing badly. And outside of Vault 0.5 is still like 13,000 plus players. So at least there's something. But even still, it's like the numbers aren't too dramatic, and for modes like that, at a certain point, it's almost more so participation than it is having to be super competitive to kind of juggle. Mm-hmm. So it's like, yes, technically speaking, arena, ether raids, and all those are more competitive, but by how much of a degree when it's more participation than it is being competitive? Not much.
Yeah, that's actually a good pointer because I don't even think people compete in them.
Yeah. Like, especially for whales, or people who have good mythic merges, you could fall on your face and still probably make it decently in there.
I've seen them. They just don't give a shit.
Yeah. A lot of people take bad losses, but they still make vault.
Take a sack play.
Yeah, they do. That's always weirds me out. It's just like, oh, it's the first match of the season, and he's lost a hero, and he's taking it. Okay, great.
Yep. Because 20.5, I think that happened to me. That didn't happen to me first day, but it happened to me second day. Yes, it did.
I'm in the Vault of Heaven, and it still happens.
Oh, easily. Because again, Vault 0.5, not that bad. Like, you lose maybe 15 grails every other week. For a player who doesn't want to think too much about ether raids and just wants
it's not worth the energy.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a reward stream. You might as well just throw whatever you can.
That's what I did for, I think, about a year. I like just auto-dispatched.
Yeah.
Like, break from ether
Wait,
raids.
you auto-dispatch for a year? What, you're spending money on a game that you were so casual about that you auto-dispatched?
Well, I
actually never used auto dispatch.
I've never used auto dispatch.
I don't think I ever will.
For a long
I'm not the
time.
kind of person to do that.
Ever since it came out. And then for about a year, like, I was like on and off with it. And then I came back to it.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But, I mean,
For a whole year.
we say it's weird, but
I don't know.
that time is weird.
Yeah.
We say this is odd, but, or the thing's unusual. It's probably not. I can guarantee you there's plenty of whales that are just kind of the same mindset. They whale, not speaking for everybody, but a lot of people. Yeah. they pay to just
This is
have the
our right.
experience. Yeah. We have the right to be as casual or as
It's our
serious
wallet
as we
right.
want. Yeah. It is our birthright by the amount of money we have.
Welcome
in
to
our bank
Fire
account
of the
right now.
Wallet right.
Monetary conquest to arrive at this revelation.
Fire of the wallet right.
That's
Wallet
right.
rights.
You're
Everybody
fighting the evil kingdom of.
That's why Anna is so bad in Fae. It doesn't matter. She has money. She can be as good or bad as she wants. That's exactly it, though.
That's camp.
Good players and bad players, competitive and disinterested, they exist across the spectrum. Of course, the ones that pay more are naturally predisposed to have higher competitive tiering, but it's not necessarily because they care to, or that they have the skill to. It's just because they will end up at that point. That's just kind of how it is. It's always been that way, but it definitely seems more egregious nowadays with just how much more they can do to just fall face first into the upper tiers.
Yeah, there were some instances where I was just like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I've just lost. Like, every team can't touch it.
I know. In summer duels right now, it feels like if you don't have a good opener, you're screwed.
Oh yeah.
It's kinda always
Aside from
been like that,
how,
but especially so now.
yeah,
To
that is
an
one thing I would
extent.
say, as far as how summer duels should be played. Practice openers, because the way you get onto the field turn one, what you set up for as far as pressure, how much is in the rectangle, all that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's probably the only thing that is really in your control is that turn one pressure. So that's something I just recommend people to learn if they actually care to. But beyond that, no, there's just so much you can't win against. I'm not just to be clear, I'm not really disparaging the whales here. As much as I hate fighting them, and some of them, the ones like that are already at max favor, or glory, but just continue to play the ranked modes, it's a little annoying. But
that part is annoying.
That's just stupid. Like, come on, you don't have to.
Gatekeepers need to just stop.
They just want to make sure no one has fun. That's all.
Literally, they just want to keep playing so that they can stop people out of their ranks.
Yep.
And keep them out, even though they're rank 1. Like, what's the point?
Show them their place.
So often too.
Literally, it happened. Wait, I literally had that happen 3 times last season. It was so annoying. And wouldn't you know it, I lost 2 of those, and one of them I only won because they surrendered. Some whales are cool like that. Not all of them, but
not many.
Yeah, no. I cannot.
They bother me. It's just like you definitely can find something better to do with your time. Definitely.
You can just do the regular summoner duels. It's not competitive.
Oh man.
There's rewards. It's not competitive. Come on. Like, again though, beyond some whales that are super toxic like that, there are toxic players in every game. I cannot disparage the fundamental of being a whale, because at the end of the day, you're making it's the money you want to spend. You can get into the whole mentality of gotcha stuff and whatever. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to say like a whale doesn't have the right to do that kind of stuff. They're making the most of what they have for tools. What IS puts out there, making the units they want to at the amount of investment they want to. That's fine with me. At the end of the day, it's just the fact that they have so many resources comparatively that becomes a problem. Like, it's not hating the player, it's hating the game at the end of the day. That's the way I look at it.
Oh my god. Speaking of which, I've realized I hate everybody and everything.
Why? No. Did you forget to do Mech Arena?
What? No, I got first.
Oh.
Well, he hates all the people below him then. Because
when I'm a hockey fan, I hate every other. I'm a Toronto Maple Leafs fan. I hate every other fan base because they make fun of my make fun of my team because they're like, "Oh, you haven't won a cup since 1967." I wasn't even born then. I don't give a shit about that. I'm not.
That's double your age.
That's what they haven't won in the past 5 years.
Yeah, like okay, great. And every single time I'm like, this team is doing so great. I'm like cheering for them. I'm happy, and they're like, well, you haven't won since blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, great. You know, like they're trying to take away your fear. And then I hate my own team, the fans of my own team, because they're like so ignorant. Like, oh, I hate this player even though he's doing everything for this team. Oh, I hate this player even though he's way overperforming his contract. So I hate everybody in the hockey community. The firing community, oh my god. Outside PM1, I think I hate everybody too.
Yeah, I again, fundamentally, what I say stands, but just so I'm clear, the Fire Emblem community is one of the most toxic communities I think I've ever been in.
There's so much double standard in this stupid community as well that I can't stand it. And everything, from liking characters to people to gameplay to story, like to music, like they do not see how unfair, unjust they're being, but cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
The music's the one thing that, fortunately, I don't think a lot of people tend to disparage, but everything else...
I've seen it before, but yes, absolutely. Yes. Everything else, absolutely much more.
Absolutely.
I think like, most everything else is the...
Yeah, like...
They could describe a character, and they're like, this is my favorite character, and then I can tell them all the qualities of another character, and like, I hate that character. It's the same qualities.
Or, you literally... Hey, I like this character. This character's cool.
Yeah.
I like Bernadetta. Like, she's got a cute personality. Her design's pretty neat. Like, I can relate in certain aspects. I'm just speaking third person. And then of course, you have a bandwagon that comes in and just says, Bernadetta's the worst character in the game. Push her down the stairs in the box. Like,
yeah, it's stupid.
This is absolute trash. Come on.
Well, the stairs in the box thing is funny, but everything.
Oh yeah, yes, of course. But then it's like that's all the discourse. Like, they say they like somebody, and then the whole thing just goes immediately into shitting on that character or other characters like them. And then somebody will come in with a different character, probably somebody completely out of the blue. They stand them, and the entire conversation is more or less centralized on them talking about that particular character and how much they like them. And there's no room for discourse against that character because they're not here to listen to any of that. it's not as common as the inverse, but it's still like the double standard is absolutely ridiculous.
Mhm.
And then of course you go into like certain games, like especially Fates. People will sometimes unironically say they like Fates. It's not as common anymore, but this even happens with Three Houses, and obviously happens with Engage. They could say they like it, and then people are just going to talk about how terrible it is in one aspect or another, like the writing is super weak, or the gameplay is just uneven. Everything just turns negative. Like,
Yes.
it doesn't even always have to be, like, malicious against the person. It just turns into a negative conversation every time. And
Yeah, I hear
obviously,
people say, like, I like Engage, and people just completely shitting on them.
like,
for
the story is so
that,
generic and pedestrian. By the way,
Okay,
I
you
know
can't.
your
You
opinion.
cannot
Like,
disagree on that. Come on,
Yeah,
this is
I
not the
know.
best
It's
writing they
pretty
have.
bad.
I know.
I'm not talking about that, but just saying I like Engage, and then people being like, "Well, you know, did you know that the story is bad?" No, I had no idea, bro. I had no idea the story.
But that is
Some people
okay. On
are going to
Engage,
say they like the story to some degree. I'm not going to judge them for that, and I know that the story isn't the best.
it's the
I'm
problem.
just saying that.
Right. Okay. I'm just saying that for that one, I can be more accepting of it because the problem is they just had Three Houses prior to Engage, so they
Yes.
set the bar really highly. They definitely showed they can not just write one good story, you can write 3 and a DLC's worth of story. Like,
Yeah.
there was no bad story in Three Houses. I would say some people might disagree, but
Yeah, somebody's going to bring up how you didn't finish them, but...
okay, fine. Let me put it this way:
Different
I
routes.
don't think Engage touched any of the routes in Three Houses. I don't think so.
No, I would say they were all better, of course.
Yes. Then how could you? It would be fair to expect them to be able to write at least one. Like, you could match one of the qualities of a route, right? That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
it's more fair for them to say that about Engage, because
It is-
fundamentally
it-
they should have been able to.
Well, I
It
think it's
is, like-
specifically when people say they liked Engage overall, or they liked this and this about Engage. Some people will even say Engage's gameplay is like, oh, you know, so overrated, guys. What I didn't like the game.
Oh yeah, of course.
Therefore,
Anything
you know.
praised is going to have a dissenter, and they're going to be the vocal minority that tries to push it that direction. And just so I'm clear with the engage, like the story stuff, I haven't seen a lot of people say this kind of stuff before. But if somebody says they like the story, I don't think it's a bad thing to have an dispute, talk about like they like this. Okay, well here's my counterpoint to that. Like civil discussion.
Civil.
If you civil. Where you're kind of going back and forth, like
This community
and
is
maybe
civil.
even-
Impossible.
Yeah, but that's just the thing. That doesn't happen. You just go immediately into shitting on the other person's opinion, or just disregarding it altogether, and then bringing up the stuff that you dislike, and just kind of using that as your platform for talking about it. Or you could just ignore them altogether and just start talking about a different subject, maybe within the same game, maybe not. That stuff is just...
The discourse evolved.
It gets very... It's very easy for that stuff to get derailed or just go completely...
It's so
Not
tiresome.
not-
Worse have- it's got the
it is
worst
exhausting.
have-
And
Houses
as a
make it worse.
as a Fire Emblem Heroes player especially, this stuff happens a lot. Like, this whole thing, for example, right now, we're having, obviously it's, I mean, I know I'm talking the most right now, but we're having a discussion, you know, about, like, fundamentals with Fae and how things are wrong, and, like,
Yeah.
of course, every once in a while, you bring up this stuff. Some people I know get tired about the negativity, but it's like, every once in a while, these kinds of talks, they're good to have.
They need
It's
to
good have.
happen.
Yes,
they need to
they do.
happen.
Yo.
They do.
There needs to be adjustments, and it's been so many years. You could definitely do it. At what point are we allowed to talk? I hate when people are like, "Oh, you're just being so negative." Dude, I put up for it for how many years? When do we have the right to say anything? Like, come on.
Absolutely. Like, it becomes more problematic when it's like a day-to-day basis, constantly just tiring out the same bullet points over and over again. I get that. I do. And some people in our chat may eventually sometimes get a little bit like that, where it's like it's just the apathy, the general like, I don't care. You're talking about this, I don't care about that. It sucks. Blah blah blah. All that kind of stuff, where it's like genuinely valid points that go against the game. Totally agreeable. But it's like you constantly hear that stuff. Don't get me wrong. It's good to have talks about that. It's also good to not always have the talk just get, you know, like more depressed or just negative every time.
I'm not trying to be negative, and I'm thinking
Oh, no,
most people aren't
absolutely.
trying to be negative. It's just
Absolutely.
it's valid criticism at the end of the day. Like
It is.
it's not valid criticism if you just say it's bad and you just end it off there. But like we can
No.
name why it's not good, and it could get better. Well, how it could get better. So
Absolutely.
And it could be
Absolutely.
so much better. It has
There's so much that
potential.
can be better. I will say, as somebody who has to do with Pokemon Go, I have less apathy for Faye these days, ironically. But that doesn't change the
But the
fact
bar
that
is that low.
the bar is
I
really
guess.
low over there. I'll just say that right now. But
no one hates
comparative-
Fire Emblem more than a Fire Emblem fan. Thank
Exactly.
you. That's
Yep.
accurate.
Exactly.
That's the classic
Exactly.
This entire community is just filled with haters. You hate it,
It
and you
is.
just keep coming back to it because you have problems.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
That's what I
filled. Obviously, it's a logical fallacy to be generalizing, blah blah blah. But genuinely, there's a lot of hatred, not necessarily at players, but just at a lot of different aspects. And obviously, some people are just gonna like, sometimes even personally attack people for having certain opinions. Yeah, but
I only attack someone when their opinion makes 0 sense or what they're trying to set up makes 0 sense. Right?
if I'm gonna criticize something, it's an opinion. I'm gonna put my opinion on it. I'm not going to. They could be wrong, but it's an opinion. I'm not gonna attack them for it. What do you say?
Well, it depends because there are some fundamentals that make no sense. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Well, they set it up so either option A and option B have the same results, which makes no sense.
Yeah, opinions that are just kind of like.
So whatever you say is incorrect to them, which is not how it should ever work.
No, that's just a refusal to even like listen at that point. Like a conversation goes both ways. You have an
Yes.
opinion, you say, the other person has something to say about it, and you should at least be able to acknowledge it, like, critically. And if you continue to live in the opinion that very well might be wrong, this mostly applies to, you know, things that are just objectively wrong. Like, certain, like, unit performances and whatnot in certain matchups. You know, stuff that literally you can't be right. But even stuff where you're just generally going to be disagreeable with that kind of opinion, you can continue to be that, but at least acknowledge and try to discuss your viewpoint more thoroughly.
Yeah,
if
there's so
you're
many
going
one-sided
to-
people in this
yeah,
stupid community. It's just ridiculous.
absolutely. Like, that level of utter obstinance to opinions. Don't get me wrong, it's good to have a strong opinion and not to constantly.
If you can stand by
change.
it through logic and reason, then I'm never going to disagree with that. If you value certain things more, absolutely. But we both know that's not what this is about. People just... They can take something that's purely emotional and just try and tell you it's fact, which is insane.
Absolutely.
Facts and logic.
Yeah, exactly. And then they claim it's under fact too. Like, obviously, in some cases, it's more like rhetorical, flippant, whatever. Like, example KPB, and
Exactly.
That's like the not egregious situation where it's like,
At the end of the
okay,
day, he
I-
at least is a respectable player because he's not shit at the game.
yes.
At the very
and-
least, he can back his talk. So
Exactly.
I'm alright with him to a bigger degree than most people.
Exactly, and even if it's a point that's just like silly or like this character's like bad or this character's good, it's whatever. It's like that's just kind of how they are, and those opinions at the end of the day, they're not gonna be something that tries to disparage somebody else for liking certain characters, and they're not going to constantly try to
Right. He's not
assert
like
things
that.
that are wrong. Yeah, like and it's just an example, positive one. I'm not gonna bring up negative examples because I'm not like that. But some people, they'll do the same thing, but then they will actively like try to combat people.
If I won't mention his name, but if I mention Laszlo being S tier on a tier list, for example, then you would instantly know that should have been biased and everyone should have shot it down, but it didn't happen. Because
What could that be?
Of
like-
course, it's
Talking
yeah.
about.
I mean, I don't have to mention a name because that was so and
No, it was so big.
100 there should have been enough people there to pick point out. But that's I would think one of the best examples because how? It's just
Yeah,
how?
like just how.
How?
And it's like the logic that's used to back it up doesn't have enough nuance to it, or
It's way
and
too
it's-
specific and it
it's
just makes
just-
too many assumptions.
Yes, like Okay, in that particular case, for example, what they're illustrating, it could work in some cases.
Yep.
But
Exactly.
the overall spectrum is just, it doesn't work that way, like in the meta. And while at the end of the day, if they want to, in this case, say that they're one of the best, but this is not an opinion thing that's like just an individual. This is you actively making an infographic for players across all levels of experience to show them this is what things relatively are, and this should be the agreed standard. And it's not.
And the reason why it was not reasonable is because he really valued and saw the potential, but would not do it for other heroes. That does not make sense.
Exactly, especially in those cases, is because Faye has a large spectrum of units that kind of fulfill similar roles. Even though there's not a lot of true Braves, for example, there's still units that can do most of it, if not all of it better.
And at the time of that tier list, Emelshez was around.
Yeah, which is the weirdest thing.
Or was he lower at the time? I forget.
I think
he was lower. He was. That's why people were really upset about it.
Yeah, that is absolute nonsense. I'm sorry. That just
the entirety of this character was to do this but better, but they could not even recognize it. But that's the reason why this. Anyways, I'm not trying to make it super negative. It's just stupid. Like, why are we like this? Just be fair.
Yeah. Like that. And I know. Yeah.
The thing I do allow people to do is be hesitant. All right, that's fine. If you're hesitating about something, that's probably the best. Don't buy the hype.
No, absolutely. Don't ride the hype. Like,
but we both know people shit on you for not buying into the hype as well, which makes no fucking sense.
I know you can't win.
Like, you literally can't win. There are gonna be people.
Like, how dare you not get excited about this? Like, what? That's how you get say stupid shit.
How dare you not get excited about my favorite character?
I mean, like, look at Guinevere, for example. There's obviously a large contingency of people who just think she's terrible and will have no meta presence whatsoever. And
she's not even in the game yet. And it's so obvious that once she's in the game, a lot of opinions are going to change. But no, we got to say something now.
I hate when people just literally 5 minutes after the trailer drops, like, oh, this unit sucks.
5 minutes? You'd be lucky to last 30 seconds.
It's true. It's like I see it more often like 2 minutes than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's just embarrassing how confidently people will say, oh yeah, X and Y unit is totally this. Like, it's been out for 1 minute. You haven't seen all the skills. You haven't even seen the full trailer.
Or do any, like, nuance thinking about what their place would actually be in the meta. Because, like, for example, with Guinevere, there might be other I love this.
What other options? There's, like, nobody.
No. For this particular role, no. Like, yeah, there are other offensive options, there are other tank options, but this hybrid is not, like, common at all. So there is genuine discourse to be had with this. Where Guinevere falls doesn't have to be super meta at the end of the day. So you shouldn't, again, don't buy into the hype, like, oh my god, Legendary Guinevere, she's effective against all mages, she's got really good damage reduction, and great stats, 10 to all stats with a C slot that provides 5 to all stats, which, by the way, her C slot is basically Saline's weapon. Like, wow, that's sick. Yeah, this unit's actually, and she's colorless? Like, sign me up. This unit must be awesome. I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, how does she have so many positive attributes and people just ignore it all? Like, what the shit?
I think that's the thing that annoys me most with these new banners and new units and stuff like that, is just that you'll see a good variety of skills, you'll see a good unit, and then some people will just say, because it's not amazing, they'll say, okay, well, automatically bad. Doesn't do X and Y as well as one other unit. It's like
the people who are trying to rush to say mid, I fuck those guys.
Oh, literally,
like, even worse.
And you know they're gonna do it
0 out of 10, like those, and they say it. They actually mean it. Like,
they don't even understand what mid means. At minimum, mid would still mean
mid is acceptable.
It should at least be acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah, like
that is
what I meant to build up was, don't say, like, you don't have to super hype Guinevere, because obviously there's a level of expectation you can have to don't, like, say that she's gonna literally be the best mage killer, period, blah, 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 blah. But, like, you should also accept there are good qualities there. Like, and this happens with banners, sometimes with even amazing units. Like, I can't say I remember, but I know there were definitely people when Valentine Crom debuted that would say, he's not amazing. He's just legendary Crom, but like he provides a little extra support.
Some
Like,
people weren't all that high on Tiki on the most recent Duo Tiki when she came.
Duo Tiki, because
Well,
it's like
that did make sense to me.
I was a little I was hesitating on Tiki a little bit because it's like
I was hesitating a little bit, but I
It's
was
just
not
The
nearly
worst
as-
person here is in the chat, by the way. When it
I don't know
comes
who
to
you're talking
Tiki,
about.
said
I don't know who you're talking about.
said he was not
I don't
know who
interested in
you're
going for
talking about.
Tiki. Said it was just like an average unit. Said it didn't matter to him, and then
I
goes.
never said she was an
goes-
average
I'm sorry,
unit.
is he
What
in
did you
chat
say
though?
then?
Is he in chat?
Yeah,
though?
exactly.
All I
Yeah.
said
Uh-huh.
is that I didn't like little gremlin Tiki's art.
We made a very big deal out of that.
Fair
as I
point. Fair
recall.
point.
Exactly. His little face bugged me. But you know, I got over it.
yeah, I
And I don't
Yeah, I guess you got over it enough to plus 10 or okay.
No,
You were
it was
not excited
after-
about it, by the way, which is you were pretty definitive on not pulling.
well,
The irony.
It was
whatever.
after I said Duma sucks and Tiki's here to replace
Yeah,
him.
you know what?
and
I
he
really
was
just wanted to have like
"Oh,
a
shit."
I wanted to have like a better plus 10 than M had. So that was the whole thing.
Oh, okay. It was all
it
so,
wasn't
so it
actually-
was because of the.
Boiled-
Okay, sorry, it was a
No,
lover
viable.
spat. Sorry, I didn't understand it prior to this.
boiled just for M. That's pretty impressive.
You
Oh,
did for
that
M,
is
I
not-
understand.
I like adult in
That's-
young Tiki's
that's-
fine, I guess.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but you didn't express any of that when we were talking about.
Okay, well, because
Any minutes.
freaking young Tiki was there with her gremlin face that looked like a YouTube video thumbnail.
Okay, whatever.
Gremlin mouth more like, but yeah.
Anyways, rant aside, this is only a problem for us because we are, we've been around this community and
literally
as a content creator,
since the start.
yeah, deal with this shit all the time. It's so stupid.
And
You're wrong
it's
no matter
generational.
what you do.
Yeah.
It's the stupidest thing.
Literally. And this has been a thing since the start. And as somebody who has literally seen generations, I feel weird saying that, of people through our Discord, you always have those kinds of people. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, not everybody's going to be like this. There's a lot of people that are just
You
like
wanna know
normal.
the
They
sad
kind of want to
part?
enjoy things. Yeah?
It's prevalent through their lives. It's not just Fire Emblem Heroes, by the way.
Oh, no,
They do this
absolutely.
in
Oh.
everything.
100%.
Absolutely.
So this
A
is
lot
why it's a
of-
problem. It's not.
Yeah.
If you look at just the game, then fine, whatever. It's just the game. But we all should know that they're not like that. Did you just do this for everything?
Absolutely.
How
A
do we
lot
end
of
up here?
people- Yeah.
Society.
Don't it's silly to say that how you treat a gotcha mobile video game is how you kind of just treat your everyday life occurrences, but in many cases it's kind of genuinely how things are. Maybe
It
it's
is
not
a
as
representative
prevalent.
of kind of what you even if it's only one small aspect of your life, it can still represent
Yeah,
the
because
kind of
it's
person you are.
because it's like it's a fundamental characteristic of you. It's very
Exactly.
rare when it's not. Like you can't.
Exactly.
You're not gonna be like reasonable in everything in your life and then just be unreasonable here. Like
Yeah.
that
No,
wouldn't make
absolutely.
sense.
Like, you could be contentious here and be
Sure,
wanting
yeah.
to argue about things, but at least argue back and forth. That might be like, it's not a serious problem or anything. In fact, it might not be a problem at all.
Yeah.
It's when you have an utter refusal, for example, like, one of the most egregious things is when you have an utter refusal to accept arguments or at least try to defend your point more thoroughly. That, in many cases, is just a fundamental character trait that's problematic.
Funny enough, that's
Like,
why most people
yeah.
don't read comments on YouTube as a content creator, because most times they just say it's bad and that's it. Like there's
Literally.
no explanation. You're
You
wrong.
offer nothing to the discourse. Like,
Yeah.
it's good to have your opinion out there, but it's also much more important that you at least kind of
You
try
might
to
as well
try.
yeah, at least
Yeah, you might as
try.
well just not comment at all if you're not going to say anything important. Like,
Yeah. People
Yeah,
can't
Like, I
understand
picked
that.
the upload for saying this character bad. I'm so proud of myself, but what did
Yeah.
you really
How are you supposed to
accomplish?
understand that? That's so dumb. Ugh.
like
Uh,
the only thing I will concede is not everybody wants to put effort in to discuss back like units that they disapprove of when they in a game where they're not even really engaged with it in the first place. But again, it just don't really need to comment at that point. You're just adding
You
nothing
might as
to
well
it, and
just
you're
not put any effort in at all. At that
yeah,
point.
just you're bloating the comment section with uninteresting content. Like I personally just cannot get behind that mentality whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Very
I'm not saying paragraphs. I'm just saying anything to state your position.
something above 0 would be
Yeah.
nice.
That'd be great. Yeah.
All right, so this all came about because I was talking about how I hate everything, and I really feel like that at this point. Oh my god, it's so hard. It's so hard. Like trying to be fair is such a dumb thing at this point. Is what it feels like.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's like I have to give my props to other content creators who can maintain that air positivity and generally just keep that stuff at bay, because it's like that's just a lot of negativity people bring into other people's lives with oftentimes no real reason and with no like recourse for them or like even just like anywhere you can go forward with that. Yeah, like some people just want to be negative. Like legit. Some people just for one reason or another.
You're dealing with plenty of unreasonable negative people, and to maintain some degree of composure through that in and of itself.
And to just continue to make the content the way you want to make it, to put out what you want, to help people out, or to like voice your opinion without having to feel like you're constantly being dragged down by other people either getting at like constantly like shit talking the content you're covering, or you in some cases, which is unfortunate. See you go. Like it's just so unfortunate, but also I have to full respect to them because they are above that. Like, and even
What
here,
do you mean
like,
them? I think it's just one person.
I'm so glad Go was gone.
There's one big example of it.
I know.
Who are we talking about?
I think PM1's the
Oct,
closest
are you
thing.
kidding
Yeah.
You're just
Yeah,
like, what are you
Oct,
talking about?
why are you even here if you're not even gonna listen, man? Like that's so
No,
stupid.
I zoned out for like 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
It's not.
Because-
that was about a
2
minute of
seconds.
discussion, but all right.
What? You know,
Well, if you zoned
somebody-
out, you probably don't have a perception of
I
time.
was gonna say, could somebody tell Ember Paw what PC emulator they could use to play Fire Emblem Heroes, because they were wondering.
Why would
don't
you
do
play
that.
it on PC? I
don't know.
I don't.
Because people want to.
Is it still
It takes-
BlueStacks?
It,
BlueStacks
think
didn't work
BlueStacks-
it
last
takes
time.
extra setup to do it. I would just play it on a phone because the game's meant to be played. I could set it up. If you guys watched one of my first videos, I used it on an emulator. I stopped doing that like almost immediately because there was so much extra setup that kept booting out of the game. But even when it didn't do that, I hated using a mouse. It was horrible.
It's a pain.
Yeah, mobile games are generally made to be used with fingers. I personally could never get behind.
You can
using
run
a
this
mouse.
on almost any phone, or tablet. So I would highly recommend just doing that.
Yeah.
Except for the really old ones.
Almost.
It still works on my Android S4, so if that's any indication, it.
Yeah, there's still some old ones it'll work with, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
If I guess the only argument is like, oh, I could like auto battle on the side while browsing internet. Okay, but you have to get the pass at least, so.
You do you. Some people are gonna want to do it on PC for whatever reason. I'm not.
But if you want to do it,
that, but...
just understand they don't actually want you to play this on emulator. They actually boot you out of the game if you play on emulator without masking that you're on an emulator. So what you're doing, if you can, but you're literally going against what Nintendo wants of you. So
it's a little risky, and
they'll never ban you.
Work.
They'll never ban you, but like it's I'm not sure if it's worth the effort
It's a
personally.
slippery slope.
Yeah, anything that goes beyond what the TOS accepts just gets a little risky. Even things like auto clickers. Like you'll probably never have problems with that stuff, but you're treading into less safe waters. So bear that in mind with anything, whether that's emulation or anything like that. And of course, it's made for that. So it's made for mobile. So yeah.
Yeah, it's easiest to use.
I personally already think the community is pretty much crumbled. Like, there's no new blood. I hope people understand if a community without
every
anyone
once
new
in a
to
while, like you'll get a couple new people. And just to be clear, there's also we're also like a very small portion, probably not as small as it used to be, relatively speaking. But the vocal community, the people that actually congregate, that are on like the Discord or in YouTube comments, it's not a large portion of the players, because most players don't really care at all to be involved in the community. They just play it to play it.
Okay, that's not a good argument because at least back in the day there was a lot more
Well, yeah, across the spectrum, yeah. And proportionally, I guess you could say back then, we would be a smaller proportion then. But even now, it's like neither community is growing.
Yeah,
Both
well, that's
are stagnating.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a fundamental issue with this. So.
Yes, absolutely.
And
What'd you say?
what the heck?
I don't know. I thought you said Oct before you went on like a rant.
Oct, why have you been so
Oct,
delusional today?
What is with
I don't.
you
Maybe I'm going through
today?
I think. I don't know. Maybe I need pills or something.
Meds?
Yeah, what the? I didn't mention you whatsoever. How can
Maybe
you
I
like
heard-
You were
hear?
mentioned.
Maybe I heard
Well,
instead
I
of
was-
Oct.
You
Oh,
didn't
this
hear
sounds
the
so
end of my
weird.
sentence last time. Then you couldn't remember anything we were talking about.
Oh,
Problem with
Listen.
emulators is because you can use macros, and fundamentally that would defeat the purpose of things like auto battle, which is one of their selling points to Fey Pass, for example.
Yep. It's probably not as bad explicitly with Fae. Some games where you can spoof like your location and things like that. Like there's games that are more critical. Yes, more so just saying that. But it's still, they don't want you using external tools to assist gameplay. It kind of just goes against the whole design of the game. Again, it's not the most egregious thing, but it's definitely something to keep in mind, and it's probably best to stick to the intentional devices, if possible. Again, I can't speak to everybody's circumstances. I can't. But, yeah.
For some people, it's impossible to play Fae without hacking.
I definitely don't use macros. Nope. Hero merit farming? What's that?
wow.
Well, then again, you insist on not spoofing Pokemon Go ever, so
Oh,
that's
yeah.
impressive in and of itself.
People
First of all-
draw lines at weird places.
First of all, you don't... Macros don't really get touched much in Fae. You literally get banned for spoofing and Go if you're caught. Like...
I did it on and off, and it was never an issue, so...
Yeah, well, you did it not enough.
Wow, you didn't get caught. Just like most people don't get caught for tax fraud. You should totally be committing it.
That's why
Yeah,
everybody
that's
uses
right.
Yoshi as the scapegoat. Yoshi's committing tax fraud, so I'll be fine, because everybody's going after Yoshi.
And nobody's catching him. But thankfully, yeah, I was committing Pokemon Go fraud and not tax fraud, so...
No, the point was you could get away with things, but it doesn't mean anything.
No. Just because
no,
you
it
get...
doesn't. But from what I've
Murder.
heard about Pokemon Go specifically, the chances of one getting...
They're not super great, but they do happen. And they say they want to crack down more on it, but there's a lot of things they say, and they just don't hold up to that.
Yeah, that's Niantic in general.
I don't want to even get into that. If this game gets me frustrated every once in a while, that game is borderline Stockholm syndrome at this point. It's terrible, but
That's sad.
that's neither here nor there. But yeah, no. So I definitely understand the somewhat sarcastic, maybe omni hatred. There's a lot, especially in Fae, that is exhausting on both sides of the spectrum. It definitely is hard sometimes to keep a level head. And
I don't think people want a level head.
no,
Honestly.
no. I think some people use it as a vent.
I think people like the people don't want you to be rational, logical. That's not what gets you views, man.
Logic, what's that?
No, it's with some content. I'm not going to try to say anything to like specific people or anything like that. Again,
Oh, boy.
like some people, it's all about being sensational, putting out your opinion, sometimes as quickly as possible, but sometimes just making sure that opinion is well defined. Things that may not even comply with what people generally agree with, but that you're a hot take, so you're going to probably be more interesting to view.
There are
even
some
though it may
incredibly
be
hot
wrong.
Fae takes out there that just pump out on a regular basis.
You call me
Certain
already?
content creators, and I just go, "Wow, that is unique." I'm glad that you have that take, but I really get annoyed that your takes are so bad, despite you trying this for so long.
Yeah, and it's just like it's to the point where just isn't really helpful content. It's just, again, it's all sensationalism. It's just stuff to try to
Content for the sake of
bring
being
people in.
content.
Yeah, exactly. You're just trying to bring people in with possibly not even like you're explicitly egging people on to be contentious and argue and all that stuff and have stupid opinions. But it's like it's the kind of stuff where naturally discussion is going to lead in that direction. It may be more discussion, but it's not going to always be productive or even positive at all.
Right.
Like, it's just discussion.
I do think it's fair sometimes, but that's only when it's
absolutely
exceptionally egregious. So,
absolutely.
But we haven't been there in a while.
No, there's definitely these days I haven't really had a lot of like content creator problems or anything like that. Like personally,
I feel like the most egregious thing these days is just fake content creators like having some really bad takes, but not like drama-esque stuff. At least not recently.
There's not enough people to have drama, bud.
Exactly. I feel like the drama that happened in the Fire Emblem community basically tore it to shreds.
Yeah,
and it wasn't even the strongest community as it was.
Yeah, it also happened to the Smash community. Like, people.
It happened at about the same time, actually.
Well, yeah.
It was that.
Yeah,
big...
that was a bad year.
It was the same trigger for all of it. Jeez.
Yeah,
It's a really bad year.
Yeah, I mean, it was similar trigger, but everything just kind of with Smash.
Every online game has this problem.
Some to a greater degree than others.
It's all relative.
You got to remember there are reasons, like we listed reasons. These same reasons don't exist for all games. There are some communities that are genuinely like much bigger and much less toxic.
Yeah, much less toxic. Like every community is gonna have its toxicity, and sometimes it's pretty obvious, even for big communities in bigger circles, that it's toxic.
You know, example I think that I would be willing to even mention is like the Dark Souls community, for example. That one, it's a lot more welcoming because people understand it's a skill-based game, and there are so many different games, and there are remakes too, and it's been around. People are just really helpful in that community because they understand this is going to take a lot of work for anyone new to get good at the game. They wouldn't be just shit on you for being a new player, for example. But like, you know, there are communities out there genuinely that they just care about you having good time in whatever they're doing, but that's not necessarily the case for everything.
No,
they probably also know the reputation Dark Souls gets, and I've heard a lot of Dark Souls fans kind of joke about like everyone thinks it's like the hardest game ever, and they're just like, no, we like having a good time with Dark Souls.
Yeah, exactly. Which is funny. Some games seem like they should have somewhat toxic, if not gatekeeping communities, but they don't.
Right, but they
just don't. And that's, I think, a problem that Fire Emblem sometimes has. The community isn't the biggest.
Gatekeeping, but it is.
Yeah, nothing to report
if you're a
here.
new player and you come to Fire Emblem and you're trying to figure out which games to start at, it could become a mess immediately.
Oh yeah.
Especially because most of them aren't in English, but yeah.
Well,
not even English. Like nowadays, if you came into it, you'll probably hear a bunch of people say play Engage, or some people say don't play Engage. Some people say play Three Houses, and people are saying Three Houses overrated. Like you'll hear the entire spectrum. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a lot of people get it take a very analytical and by extension very toxic approach, as opposed to just like this is a fun game, you'll have a good time with it. No, you got to look at every aspect of it, criticize, and only highlight the negatives, even if they're not always actually negatives. They're just what you believe.
Yeah.
Like
I love Three Houses.
No one.
Yeah, and now who's going to attack you for it? Incoming.
Three Houses got funny because of it really feels like for something to be good, you have to shit on something else. So prior to Engage's release, it was much more widely accepted, and now people have to shit on it. So fantastic.
It was the weird thing about Three Houses was that I heard for the few years after Three Houses, there was a lot of criticism that went around, and then after Engage came out, everyone started being like, "Wow, we love Three Houses here." But a lot of those same people, I'm not saying you.
Oh my god, that reminds me of Star Wars. People shitted on George Lucas's prequel series, and then Disney released their trilogy, and everyone's like, when prior to Disney releasing it, they're like, oh, this is gonna be so great. We got this big corporate mastermind with all the money, and they're gonna get all the right people in place, and then they made 3 shitty movies, and then everyone's now praising
it's like,
George
come
Lucas.
back!
Oh, the prequels were so great, weren't they, guys? It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I actually had a good time watching the prequels, but I know that they're fundamentally flawed in many aspects.
No, it's because they were so different. They were so different from the first three
not
films
even-
George Lucas
the
made,
thing
so they
that
didn't.
annoys me-
And the writing kind of sucks in a couple places, but yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
dialogue.
the writing was
It
always
annoys
weak
me,
in
but-
was.
Star Wars.
It was.
It's just the thing I can't stand is when people retroactively change their opinions.
Yes,
and
change their
pretend that they
opinion.
always had
Even
them.
though
Yeah,
nothing changed with the content itself.
Oh,
Does that make
Exactly.
sense?
They do- because they're
It's all.
better.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
good
I get
out.
to a certain degree. Like, wow, this is how bad things can really be. Maybe I should reevaluate my opinion.
That's fair.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, but
It shouldn't be
often
just-
isn't that way.
Ha, this is the new thing that sucks. The other thing was obviously the best, and I've been on that team the whole time. But
Yes.
this thing sucks.
Yeah.
The need
That'll
to
be
appear
nothing
right.
worse.
Ugh.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to be the right person in any argument,
And I
and
see it
say you
with-
were always right.
I see it with every Fire Emblem thing. I heard back when Three Houses was new, people were like, "Oh my god, I love the Echoes
You
presentation
don't
so
acknowledge
much
what
more
you
than
have
this.
until
How
you
did they fuck
lose
this
it,
up
or it
so
gets
badly?"
replaced by
And then
a
when
worse
Echoes was
version
around,
of it
people were like,
inside.
"Come on, Fate's gameplay is so much better than this. Why?
Fate's
why should
gameplay
we
is
settle for
better,
this?"
and what is this game again? Who's playing Echoes again?
Yeah,
Even though
That's
it did
right.
sell pretty badly.
Echoes was a funny example, and I mean, I didn't hate it. It was just such a fresh concept what they did with the game.
It also
they
shouldn't.
really
The fact that it was on the 3DS is still weird. Just saying.
It is true. It was really at the end of the 3DS's lifespan.
I think
and
it was
that
after.
didn't help.
I think the Switch was out.
Yeah, no, the Switch
No,
was
Switch was out.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
So
2017.
that made no sense. But yeah, that's what happens when you have a post-console release. But yeah, it's like that kind of stuff. People will attack whatever they can to make sure they're attacking the hot stuff, and then they'll look back on the other stuff. Either they just shit on everything, or they're just gonna look back on older games and be like, ah, this is where it was good. See, I like this one, so this is where it was best. And of
Yeah,
course,
it
this
was-
happens even with the old games, because I know there are going to be people that say, yeah, genealogy, that's where it was at. Granted, genealogy has some cool stuff. First of all,
It has
some
some
people
cool
just say
stuff.
that
It has
false.
a lot of flaws as well.
But yes, it also has a lot of flaws and should not be taken as just the gold standard, especially when literally nobody played it in your language.
That's the funny thing. Most people
yeah.
who hold that opinion, I don't even think they played it.
No.
There are plenty of people
So-
who just see people who like it and go, I should like it too.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are there so many fake people? That's just. Ugh.
There's a lot of
It's easy,
bandwagoning.
it's easy to be fake. It's easy to just prop yourself
Too
up. to something.
many people try to fit in when they can't.
It's
You can't. Wow.
Oh my god, are you describing
Yes.
yourself? What is
No.
going on here?
Hypnosis.
Are you going through something?
No,
Are you going? Yeah.
Are you like
No,
self-venting right now? It's okay. We're here
No.
for you.
No.
You know, we've gone through rants. Now it's time for vents. What's going on in life?
No.
Wow, sus Among Us.
I'll go get a water.
Oh my
he's
god.
ready.
Yeah, you go do that.
You go
Seems they
enjoy
really
your
need an
water,
event.
man.
Well, it's just, man, it really bothers me. And the fundamental thing is, it's not gonna get better. This is just how they
No.
are.
It is genuinely frustrating because with how small the community is, relatively speaking, outside of that like brief Three Houses launch where it actually got pretty big and was a pretty big Nintendo title for a while, the community is generally like a smaller but very like vicious community just throughout for one reason or another. Sometimes personal, oftentimes not. But it's just a very negative community at large. And it's not to say that there aren't things to be negative about, obviously. But it's just that some people just can't seem to enjoy it for what it is and try to welcome more people in. And as a result, between that and the fact that, you know, the kind of gameplay format Fire Emblem isn't for everybody, the community just doesn't grow. Because who wants... I always appreciate people that join because I try to welcome them because it's like I'm glad to see new people join, but who wants to?
I
just
find
doesn't
the most
seem welcoming.
Success talking to people. The most positive Fire Emblem fans are the Fire Emblem fans who just view it
Who aren't
as
tainted.
who just view it as one of the games they play and they don't engage that much in the community. Like they just are like, I like Fire Emblem and I like X game and I like Y game and I like Z game.
Exactly. You got a whole list of. I won't say that I'm not one of those people who is particularly a Fire Emblem fan. It's just Fire Emblem and Pokemon for the most part. But
Sure.
I will say that at large, I agree. A lot of the people who are really nice to talk with in the Fire Emblem community are ones that are like kind of more well-rounded people. Like, it's not even just to say that they're specifically Fire Emblem super fans, although obviously those people can be sometimes difficult to work with. I'm saying like people that are just like specifically
Cool.
gamer in specific like hardcore, super competitive, or like very like calculated formats where it's like, yeah, I can kind of see why you would be harder to talk to because it's the games you play and the way you play them.
You don't even go on Reddit anymore. Reddit is a good example.
Reddit is a shithole right now, but yeah.
I don't read the comments on Reddit because I know where it's gonna go.
Yeah, the content I can appreciate, but the comments oftentimes, not oftentimes, as bad. It's kind of weird actually. Reddit isn't as bad.
That's weird. I've noticed the one good thing I can say about Reddit is that for some reason the comments seem to be as long as you don't open like the hidden ones or the really.
If you're looking at
that's how Reddit is built. It's meant to bury the shit.
Yes.
Yeah, and it does a good
which
job
I
of that.
appreciate, but holy crap, there's a lot of it. And just saying, there's a reason why we have the hype and hate mega threads on every banner release, because if it weren't for that, oh my god, the negativity would rise to the top, even though it's supposed to not.
The salt threads, I think.
Yeah, the hype and salt threads. Like, there's a reason why we have those. And even then, like, on banner debuts, like, the skill, like, the ones that show, like, the skill graphics, or, like, the first trailer reaction, they get pretty negative pretty quickly, even still. And there's a lot more positivity in that Reddit community, especially around the art. I don't think I've ever seen anything negative about art, for the most part.
Whoa. There was some really bad art.
There is bad... Okay. There is bad art.
Perhaps.
I don't see people getting super negative about it.
I still remember when Sheeta got released and the people were like, what the shit did we just get?
Okay.
In those rare occasions, yeah.
Okay.
And people complaining about like
Sheeta? What happened to Sheeta?
Summer Sheeta.
Summer Sheeta.
Oh, yeah. No, I was
yeah.
thinking of Lucina for a second there, and I'm like, because that one was particularly...
You also
I don't know why.
Oh yeah, Lucina, people shat on her as well, but that one's fair. You redesigned the character. That was doesn't play Lucina anymore.
I was more so saying from the fan art perspective, because art, everybody's gonna have opinions, but fan art, I genuinely don't see people getting negative about that for the most part. Which
fan art is one thing,
because even if it's not like amazing, it's still them putting out artwork for a game they appreciate, and people aren't getting super negative about that. I can appreciate that for what it's worth, because at least people aren't being personal about it. But yeah, even at the most positive community of Fire Emblem Heroes Reddit, it still can get pretty negative sometimes, just on a fundamental level, unfortunately.
Chat, how do you stop hating people?
I find that Twitter is the worst of it, as usual.
Twitter is
absolutely the worst.
Yeah.
It's only gotten worse.
It makes Reddit look, downright civil. So.
Yeah. See, the problem with Reddit is not necessarily the Redditors, even though there's a stigma. It's just the fact that Reddit's an absolute heaping pile of controversy and problems right now.
Yes.
Gross mismanagement, I'll just say that much.
Just doing it. Bada bing.
Yeah,
well,
just wait
Reddit
for...
doesn't make money, by the way, so I can understand. Just like Twitter doesn't make money, which is why I can understand what they're trying to do.
I can understand the concept, but the application of it seems to be just very anti-consumer in both cases.
It is, but like at what point can you stop? Like, it's not a charity.
I think you can juice the content in ways where you don't have to actively turn off as much of, like, it feels like they're engineering it in such a way it's like, let's turn off as much of our base as possible. It just seems very, very odd to me.
Yeah, and a lot of these
there should be a cost benefit to it, but yeah, it feels like it's missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these between Twitter, Reddit, Pokemon Go, a lot of these like recent changes haven't had a lot of time to flourish yet. But even still, at least in the short term, it is very clear it has not had good impacts. I'm just curious to see how those are going to go in the long term. But
I think it's the digital media space sort of running up against the inevitable. They haven't been making as much money as they want to. They want to monetize their stuff more.
Growth.
And they're saying, okay,
Where's
yeah, we need to grow because capitalism. And how much can we grow? What's the limit that we can grow while not alienating too much of our consumer base to where we would actually lose money?
Well, that part, I don't think that part isn't really as high in consideration. We'll just say that.
No, I'm not, obviously that's not high, but it's the companies are in a constant battle of how much can we get away with, and I think that they're pushing the limits of that right
I mean, again, it's understandable if they've been pushed into that corner, because at the end of the day, a lot of these companies don't see a way out, so they're trying extreme things because they know if they go down the same path, eventually it's going to happen anyway. So you might as well try something to adjust yourself out of it.
Yeah, it's just that the way it happens is so utterly haphazard and anti-consumer in some cases that it's just like, I can understand what they're going for, I can, but the way they do it is in some ways honestly making it worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because at the end of the day, the consumer base doesn't, inevitably, did you not learn Bond 4? On that peony?
That's my second peony. That's why.
Oh,
She doesn't have enough SP yet.
I still have enough SP on my whatever.
Damn.
Yeah, no, yeah, the consumer base in general, especially for long-standing platforms that don't really have a lot of change, they're gonna be averse to all change.
Platforms. Yeah.
Inevitably, change is bad when it is anything that can be seen as a
hate
negative.
change. Yes, people hate change. Which
Absolutely.
doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely.
That's what this world is ran on.
Yeah, like there has to be a certain point to accept this is gonna kind of suck. Like, obviously some people are just gonna leave, inevitably, but it's like, to a certain degree, it's like, really, do you have to make this big of a deal because a company has to do something to kind of help themselves survive? Like, it doesn't really, it's not reasonable. I do understand, though, that a lot of these recent issues, they've been so egregious that
I think the company structure was just like, actually, if companies were actually semi-responsible in their structure, we would avoid a lot of this gross mismanagement. But there's no incentive under our system
They
to
can't.
manage companies properly.
the internet rapidly is developing. Like,
Right.
even still, like,
You can't.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah.
the thing. It's still, with the internet, you have to, the whole process of monetization is a bit different than your traditional.
exactly, and that
company.
stuff's still being learned. So it's like,
Yeah.
there's going to be inevitable struggle and companies having to make changes to not everybody's pleasure in order to kind of like adapt to the new world, to the ever developing world. I get it. The problem just lies in execution for the most part. Just the way that it's
It's not just execution. There's sometimes just no way out.
Yeah, and that, inevitable decay. I mean, let's be honest here. The fact that Twitter is like the social media platform, that doesn't really bode too well for the longest term. Especially if a competitor were ever to rise. That doesn't really go
There
too
won't
well.
be a competitor because Twitter doesn't
The
make money.
monopolization of it.
If Twitter doesn't make money after how many years, why would a competitor come up?
Well, they'd have to
It's
have
not a
Well,
charity.
They will. It's just
No,
that
they
will never approach
exist.
the same level. Yeah.
They exist, but no actual person is going to commit enough resources and time and everything to actually make a successful platform, because thus far it doesn't even appear possible.
Yeah. There's just a certain level of sustainability.
That I think people are pessimistic about there being any future for any other platform like it. Although apparently the
If
Reddit
you
CEO
have
is
only-
taking notes from Twitter. So
If you only have one if you only have one revenue source and it's ad revenue, like what are you supposed to do? There's nothing you can do.
There's only so much growth you're going to get off that before it not only begins to plateau, but also eventually becomes unsustainable.
Ad rates have been dropping for a long time now, and it only came up because of COVID, because everybody put their marketing budgets into ad revenue, into ads, so ad revenue went up. But that's not normal, and now that we're going back out of that, If you only have one way of making money, it doesn't work. And thus far, continuously shown, these platforms only have one way of making money. So
Yeah.
what are they supposed to do about it?
Yeah, ooh, Lord Kane. Yeah, no, it's definitely not working out anywhere near the way they want it to. I'll just say that. Like,
They're resorting. It, especially, the problem is that it looks so desperate. It just
absolutely, and
Where the fuck
looks
is he going?
so
He's
anti-consumer.
falling.
Oh god, he's falling.
What?
What?
I just thought
Are
it
you
was
guys
funny
playing
because Dex
games
moved away
together?
from the mic while he was speaking.
Oh,
What?
Huh?
What? Did you not hear? What do you mean, what?
What?
I guess I didn't.
Confusion.
What are you saying?
Oh. Are you guys sure you heard me?
I hope
It
you
was-
guys like these comedy breaks.
It's just
by the way.
that he, you know.
Wait,
back
Em,
away.
did you hear it too? Because you
Yeah,
went.
he backed away. That's
yeah,
all.
exactly. Like, Em,
That's
Dex, you
all.
did it. Dex, you did not. Not Dex. Oh yeah, Dex. You didn't move away from your mic.
He did something like this. You know?
Yeah, exactly. You did that.
What's the big deal? What
I don't know. I just thought it was funny, and then you guys turned it into this a big thing.
Well, it's just confusing because
Well,
I guess
it's
was so
not
confusing, like-
in like the past
Yeah.
5 minutes or so. Like,
I just
of
made a
course you're gonna
simple
make a deal
joke.
out of it. Well, you literally don't say anything, and then
Oh
How about you
my
say
God.
more
then-
things?
You know, okay. Why don't I say more things? Hey, you know,
Oh,
after the
shit.
hour I spent glancing at Guinevere for the popping up for the past hour, I've noticed that she has the same hair similar to her mother, which is kind of funny
Relatively,
considering
yeah.
she hates her.
Yeah.
That's about it.
also
I don't know
that
if
they're both
Bloodline.
terrible people. But does she?
Well,
hate
it's not even
her mother?
bloodline, though.
she doesn't.
Well, no, she doesn't hate her mother, but her mother hates her.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with your? What does
Yes.
that? Whatever. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I don't know why you would do up your hair like you're as the mother who
I
hates
mean,
you, but you know what?
it's
Just
Whatever.
because somebody
Fancy
hates you doesn't
style.
mean you have to hate them. What the hell?
Well, I don't know. Are you saying that if your mother hated you, it's to like her?
I mean, that happens all the
It's more than
time.
one-
You
What?
can like
It
sex and-
literally was Zephiel until his father literally tried to kill him with poison.
Okay, well, you know what? That's Zephiel's problem.
No, that's literally how it happens. Like, have you ever
That
heard
whole
of
family
abusive
is just
relationships?
screwed up.
Holy
Okay, well,
shit,
that's not a
just-
good.
That's literally what happens.
I think
That's a
Octa's
real thing.
oblivious.
I know they
Well,
oblivious.
and you're not.
God damn it.
He's
very-
reflecting.
I know abusive relationships
Reflecting.
exist.
Okay.
You are in an abusive relationship with M right now, aren't you? That's why you know.
Oh,
Wait,
Yeah,
who's the abuser?
Those are. Oh, well, who do you think? By the way, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Are you
state
saying
your
it's
opinion.
me?
Hell no.
Oh, so you're the abuser, Em? Does that make it any better?
You
Em
two
could
like
not
each other
abuse
so
anything
much.
if you
The
try.
fact that you didn't realize is funny.
Realize what? That you're the abuser? What?
Alright,
I
I'm
swear,
gonna go get a
you-
water, guys.
You act so close. It's almost it makes me feel like you're not doing a good job of keeping up with the act. That you're supposed to be like enemies and we don't really like each other, guys.
Oh,
Oh
shit,
my!
we
It's
got-
literally
We got
Em's
beef.
fault.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, I have beef whenever I play games with him. Like, he sucks. God, he's always throwing. I just want to win, but no, he makes it impossible because he's running away from me
Em,
as the
you're so
healer.
hot, but I just don't like how you're playing this right now. God, Em.
Oh
Such
my
a sundering.
God.
Holy crap.
I'm not.
my
Stop
God.
calling me a tsundere.
What are you then?
A person.
No, are you calling series not people? That's rude.
Oh yeah, no.
So the categorization is either tsundere or person.
Exactly.
Tsundere.
I'm just a person. I don't need your labels. I am me.
Yandere?
Me, myself,
Well,
and
No.
You
I
are
don't
a
like
house
blood.
husband.
I could never murder anyone. That's too much work.
You're a house
said you had to
husband,
murder.
huh? Sorry
Just
for labeling
fatal-
you, but it's
Wasn't gonna kill you, just gonna what's the
More
what again?
like
Like mortally wound you?
put him into a coma or something.
Just morally wound him.
More like seriously injure.
I thought they had to kill. That was the whole thing. Like how they kill people.
not all Yonder is killed or
No, they
assuming-
don't.
whatever.
Okay, well, sorry, I
Why
don't
are
know the
you-
anime
Why are
tropes.
you wrong on so many things all the time? I'm like legitimately confused.
Oh my. Okay, sorry, I'm not like up to date in all your anime tropes.
Ugh.
My bad.
What are you up to date on?
Um.
You're 19 and you're not up to date on anything. That's
What the
embarrassing.
fuck? Sorry, are most 19-year-olds supposed to be up to date on yanderes? What the hell?
No,
Uh,
but
well,
you're so
right.
comfortable talking about things that you don't understand.
Yeah, you know that's how it works.
If you
I
were-
fake it till I make it.
If you were asking me
It
about like
doesn't work half the time, but I try.
1940s war weapons, then we wouldn't expect you to be up to date. But it's about a term. It's about a fucking anime term. Like,
Okay, I don't watch anime. There. Are you happy?
See, this is exactly what we're talking about. People talking about things and asserting opinions about content they just don't understand.
I wasn't asserting opinions. I just
You're
I said
asserting
it
that you
wasn't-
are a person and not a yandere when you do not know the full
First of all,
story.
it was Suda. Second of
And
all,
yandere.
second of all, I didn't phrase like a yandere doesn't or is just killing. I was like, doesn't a yandere just kill? It was a question because I wasn't sure.
but
But
before
you
that,
immediately assume that you're not
Sure,
one, even though you are explicitly unaware of the full conditions of being
Okay.
a yandere.
But I don't
Uh-huh.
think I'm violently possessive over love. I have not hit anyone,
no
wounded
one said
anyone,
yandere is
killed anyone.
Why
That's
do
what
you
they
have
all
to hit
say.
someone?
Why do you have to get physical? You could do it from a distance.
What?
Or abusively, verbally.
What, like verbally? I have
exactly.
not verbally abused someone for a love interest. I'm sorry.
I've never
Em,
blamed anybody.
you
confirm,
like
deny?
verbally abusing people every day, so I don't know about that.
M, confirm or deny?
Say what?
Yeah, Em, what do you have to say about this?
Say huh?
That's okay. Am is just
I know nothing.
Oh, well, I'm not surprised. You never know what's going on.
See?
See?
See
There
what?
it is, guys. There it is.
See what?
There you are. Putting
What
people
are
down.
Got him
we
in
seeing?
4K.
What are we seeing?
Got him in 4K.
does he know?
How do you not know? Why is it like every time we're tiny, you're not even there?
You don't take jabs at your friends?
That's not the thing in question here.
Question is whether or not you're a yandere. When
That-
the answer is so obviously yes.
That is not true.
Look it up. Look it up. Look it up.
I'm not gonna look it up.
Well, you look up everything else, so why don't you?
Oh, I'm seeing Yandere Simulator. Look at this.
Oh yeah, that's
Is the game
yeah.
ever releasing?
I don't even know. I haven't heard
He's a
about
guy,
it.
like a total meme, and he just
yes,
everyone
he
jokes about him.
spaghetti code. The cum
Isn't he a bigger
chalice.
streamer at this point than he is? I want to look that up, chat.
I don't
I
know if
don't-
he does he
Let me
do
double check.
anything?
Yeah,
Does he
he
still
does. He
stream?
streams.
Still?
Yandere Dev.
I always just see him with that weird ass picture and the
Of the chalice?
chalice.
The chalice.
Oh my
Why did he
God.
call himself Yandere Dev as literally his name? Like
I don't know. He had no
Because he
creativity.
really, because Yandere Sim was the only reason why he got big, so he had to keep
Oh,
that
that's true.
identity, and unfortunately got stuck with it.
Okay,
This was a VTuber.
so here you go. Last stream 5 days ago.
And plans to stream later today.
Damn,
Looks
he
like
has
it.
flopped.
The wild.
88.1k fall.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
because there's been so much controversy. He used to be a pretty big streamer.
Yeah, he was.
Wait,
I wonder how often he gets harassed.
411 views. 304. I even have more viewers than that.
Oh,
What the
yeah, that's
shit?
embarrassing.
Yeah, he has a lot more followers.
Yeah, he kind of fell off.
He has like
Really
4
fell
times
off.
more followers than I do. Or I'm at 15.9k. It's more than 4 times, like 5 times.
He fell off harder than Vander in Fire Emblem Engage.
Haha.
Wow,
Giga
funny
Nerd
Fire
Fire.
Emblem joke.
Call back to Fire Emblem.
Call back to Fire Emblem when we're talking about the dev of a game that will probably never release.
Okay, ignore this because it just came out. That was our disconnected stream. But yeah, I do have more in general. Even our just chatting stream had more.
Wow, look at you flexing on Yandere Dev.
Yeah,
Okay,
after that,
shut up.
It's not hard.
I'm just super confused because I remember him as somebody who was pretty big. I used to remember watching like highlight clips from him.
Yeah, he
I thought
used
you were
to be
going to
big.
say I used to look up to him.
What is there to? He's making
There's
a
not
game.
much to look up to.
His
I
chalice.
respect him for making it.
I
making it-
respect him for making what he put out.
I respect him for making a game, but he didn't make it, so I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, at this point, it's not happening.
And also, jeez, how? What the heck? Literally, his entire thing is just being Yandere Dev. There's no Yandere Dev teaches the chat. Yandere Dev reads Kane's. Yandere Dev plays rhythm. Like, but
that's his whole identity. Nobody knows his name.
but that's not. Yeah, but that's not. That tells me nothing about you. If I never like watched whatever, that's like reveling in being famous and using that as a way of like growing. But that's stupid.
Well, yeah. Do you like? But it makes sense. Like, do you even know his like real name?
Why would you
Like
use
his-
your real name?
I don't know
What's your
his
real
idea.
name?
His name is John Chalice.
John
Okay.
Chalice.
Okay.
Honestly,
Sure.
Oct is just like a shortened version of my name.
Yeah. Okay. Octavian.
Octavius?
Yeah, how'd you know? I'm like actually named after the octopus in Splatoon.
Octoling.
No, I mean,
Octavian?
No, your name is
Isn't
actually
Octavio.
Oct,
I
middle
don't know.
initial O, last name
Oct-
Ling.
Octavian is the Roman general.
Oh,
Octavian Gustus, former Roman general. That's where you get your name from.
DJ Octavio.
He was the
Wow.
emperor after Caesar died.
no,
Caesar.
salad.
Titor.
Yeah.
This is what you're
I wanna
actually
say
named
salad.
after.
Yeah.
Born Gaius Octavius,
Gaius.
also known as Octavian. Do you not know the origin? Man, this is why I hate people in the West. They have names, they don't even know what it's for or meant.
I knew what it was. What do you mean?
No, you don't.
I
Why
know my
did you
name.
not mention it then?
I did not know.
Maybe. Why would I tell you? Why would I tell you anything?
Because we were just talking about
About
it,
me.
and then you
Because you're
mentioned it
abusive
until
towards him.
now.
That's why. There you go.
Maybe he deserves it. You ever think about that?
Wow, that's what abusers are.
Some people, I'm not gonna finish this.
Yeah, you're only digging your grave further and further with that. Some people just deserve to be abused. Huh?
Okay, I said that. Clip it. That wasn't me.
I mean, you're gonna get a funny voice saying it, so I don't know how accurate that is, but
All right, whatever. We're almost at reset. Jeez.
What is these
Yeah, that
conversations? You know, I don't know. This is 1 a.m. conversations for you.
it's actually
1 a.m.
2:51.
It's almost 3 freaking a.m.
What
Welcome
time zones
to
exist?
3 a.m. conversation.
Time zones exist, and you happen to be in the wrong one. Sorry.
That is not how
Yeah,
that works.
Nah, I hate to break it to you. That is how it works.
Actually, it's 1:50 right now.
Actually, shut up. Don't talk to me.
And I have a dentist
Wow.
appointment at 11. This is gonna suck.
You should
Does
probably
suck a
bed.
little bit.
Yeah, I will at reset.
Oh,
I refuse to.
Hopefully, you will not get any teeth pulled.
I have no intention of it, nor any reason to believe that would happen.
well, are you gonna have any cavities?
No.
Damn, you were sure.
You know.
Yes.
If you brush your teeth every day, you shouldn't have cavities.
Yeah, bro.
Floss,
No.
cups.
I definitely had a couple, though, after not going to the dentist for 10 years, so that
Oh, 10.
10
What are you
years.
doing?
Oh,
10
dear
years.
Lord
wasn't
Jesus.
entirely me. That was more so because I was a minor and my father would not schedule dentist appointments for any of us, including himself. It was a weird time.
That is interesting.
Did you even have your wisdom teeth pulled out?
Nope. And
Oh.
they have not been problematic, though, so...
They still do schedule that. Ugh.
They'll eventually be problematic. That's why everyone gets taken out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why you have to get them removed when they're younger,
Well,
just
for
so
some
you can
people,
avoid
it's
them.
much more problematic than others.
Some people don't at all, and it never becomes a problem.
Yeah.
The lucky ones.
Sorry, I'm
Like,
Canadian. I don't understand this idea of paying for medical stuff.
We weren't even
Yeah,
talking about
but-
payment.
I mean, I have to pay my $170 for this bill, and that was just for cleaning, but yeah.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yee!
And that's a state that's... Well, I guess New Hampshire is probably... I don't know how good the
Semi-annual
healthcare
cleaning.
I see.
First
Do they
hour?
have a thing? I think Massachusetts...
Sucker, when
probably-
when have I done that? Whatever. Okay.
My healthcare is pretty easily covered here. We have it better than in southern states.
Is there anything at reset? By the way, the video, the trailer's up already. I did that all in the background earlier,
Nice.
hours ago.
Oh, shoot. Let me double check.
Not really sure if there's a point of releasing it right in the morning, but this is our second time doing it, so I'm just gonna see how it
Might
does.
as well.
I mean,
You know,
yeah.
Testing the
least-
waters.
It'll be some of the first things people see, besides if they follow Nintendo Mobile itself.
Hmm.
So that's something at least. And I mean, even PM1, I don't believe usually gets the content out that quickly.
Well, he actually did this
Not all
time.
the time. Oh, he did? Shit.
Yeah, he got it out a few hours ago. Or actually, no, I guess an hour and a half ago or something.
Still.
Wow, Dex is always just wrong.
Well, I corrected my...
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Shut up.
Yes. Okay.
Not sorry, actually.
Oh, Tiki and Ninian.
You
What?
correcting people is just the irony.
I
BHB,
wasn't
Tiki,
correcting
and
any.
Ninian. That's new. I don't think I've ever seen a bounty hero battle with different games.
Oh,
Caught a fly.
Probably has been, but...
I can't remember one of them. Because
I
that would
can't
mean that
remember one
they're
either.
only really... The only reason why they've been associated with each other is because of,
Being dragons and being
Halloween.
harmonic.
that Halloween banner, yeah. Which...
It's making its own meta.
Sort of like Mia.
Oh,
was,
right, when Fallen Ike and Fallen Juliet. That was probably the most random BHB. Even though it was a Fallen banner of 2 units of the same banner, that was so random.
Mhm.
I did forget about that one, though.
And I feel like maybe they did one for like an FE6 character and an FE7 one or something like
Could've.
that. Or FE9 and FE10. That would be pretty likely.
Yeah, if it was like a cross... It could have been, but...
Tomorrow's deadline, right?
Oh,
Yes.
someone lost.
Yeah. So tomorrow we have to do pull on the other banner with Seether because it's the last day, and then
Aether.
Heather, sorry, and then there's a sponsorship, and then
That
I
one will
wanna-
probably be at midnight. It'll be mostly for... at least Guinevere's stats are probably going to be somewhat interesting to look at. Because I guarantee they're not going to look normal.
Mm-hmm.
And this was 5 minutes after the trailer, people were saying, ew, there was one person in particular in Phalanx who was saying, ew, these mages have no variance in their stat spreads. Like, this is just so boring. It's like, well, do you want Odin 2.0? Do you want Henry?
There's only a certain amount of permutation. First of all, there's only 5 stats in this game. Second of all, there's only certain permutations that even work
Exactly.
before it becomes wasted. You can argue on how that is about Fire Emblem's stat system, but also, yeah, that's just kind of how things are. It is super valuable.
That crits into Fae.
Never.
yo, that's a hot take.
Exactly. That's my hot take of the day.
Our big special.
The one thing I will always appreciate about Fae combat in particular, there's no actual random number generator. It is all not solved, but like it's all formulaic. Technically speaking, it's all solved if you were to put the time in for that, but yeah.
I thought you said all solved for a second. I was just like, oh, okay. I guess
Yeah,
technically.
Where have you been, Dex? You can't even listen.
But
That
who's
is-
going?
Just hearing one word and
No, because
telling
y'all
me-
were trashing on me because I misheard something.
No, you misheard not one thing. If it was one, I'm pretty sure we let it go at
It was
1
like
and 2 and
Two
3.
things.
That's at least 3.
It was at
I
least
was
3,
also-
dude.
And Oct, I was also making a joke out of it. I wasn't saying, well, are
Okay,
you
well, your
used to
joke
solve
was-
these? Really? I had
Your
no
joke was
idea.
bad.
It wasn't intended to be like, like, come on. It's just like, oh,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
then we move on.
Whatever.
But okay.
So what if I zoned out for a little bit? I can't help it.
You know, a few times. Sleep apnea is a big thing, you know, you might have it.
Yeah, you're particularly bad today. What the heck's going on, dude?
I don't know.
You know,
Everyone
I
knows.
I for sure had less sleep than you. Just saying.
What do you mean, for sure?
Because I get like
Ooh,
1 and 2
sleep
hours
apnea.
on a lot of days recently.
Well, who's?
Sleep
Well, you're
apnea.
older. Like you're used to like no sleep.
No, being older does not help. It's worse.
Yeah,
No, well, I'm
what
pretty
to
sure that's how
say.
that works.
That's
Nah,
fucked up.
It only
no.
becomes the case when it's like when you're like in your senior years, like your 60s and 70s. It's
You know,
not.
that's basically where Nims is at. Let's be honest.
Okay, then
Technically,
where are you going with this
super senior,
argument? Did you already forget
200
where you're?
plus years old?
No, I
mean,
did not forget where my argument was going.
Okay, then you're
Okay,
what?
then where's it
No,
going?
thanks for backing me on this. Okay, great.
What? How did I back you?
You're saying I'm a super senior, therefore it makes sense to be more tired.
Well, no, I mean it makes
Technically, I did.
that you
but
need less
That's
sleep.
because
racist.
200 plus years
What?
old would be old to anybody. Human, anyways.
I think you would need more sleep as a result, not less sleep. The
No,
heck?
you absolutely do. I was much better functioning off less sleep in high school. I'll just say that. Even just high school, that was only a few years ago. Like, ugh.
All right, let's see how we did.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
977. I'm barely in, baby.
Yay!
Oh yeah.
Fun.
200. Yeah, I was not grinding up to 228k. I do have to respect people who go for that extra 2,000 feathers and hero merit for Tempest.
There's
Rose.
nothing else to do with the potions, so I just do it anyways.
I just like to stock them.
For what?
Yes.
With Asker's
Big number.
thingy now, with Asker's workout event.
Asker's workout basically removed any concerns for stamina, at least for me, and probably most.
Well, for pretty much anyone, unless they
Wait,
have,
then
like,
why are you doing this? What is the benefit?
Because Legion is a hoarder.
Legion, you have follows.
I
so
just- I-
wait.
Oh,
I-
were you about to say Legion is a whore?
I totally thought that's what he said for a
What is,
second.
what is wrong
I'm
with
like,
you?
damn, where did that go?
Man, we're really, our ears are cranked up today, I guess.
Oh
Fuck,
yeah.
your ears are so fucked
No,
up
I
today. I don't
know.
even know what to say.
I I heard hoarder, but for like a split second, I just heard whore, and I thought he was gonna leave it at that. Like, what the fuck?
Well,
Yeah. I am impressed, to say
I'm
the very
impressed.
least.
Yeah, how
Yeah,
else to
that's
say it? I'm
really-
impressed by how stupid you are. Okay, cool.
Well, I thought it would've been
Nothing's
funny.
happening at reset.
BHB is out, and looks like they gave young Tiki a funny moveset.
Okay,
Uh,
let's see
move
what's
set.
that.
Skill set.
What is this, Pokemon?
I was thinking about Pokemon.
Let's see. They Spectre
Sugma-
attack
Sugma.
and res.
Talk about nobody brought you in this. You always want to compete for being a stupid person. I understand that. No, actually, I don't understand that, but I don't. Whatever, you're doing it. Congratulations.
Hodor from Game of Thrones.
Oh, dude.
Hodor.
Yeah, this is a weird kit for a Tiki.
With no
She does
reinforcements.
not have enough res for that skull. What the fuck?
We're at the end of the
She's
map.
running a defense. It's a defense attack
She's-
defense weapon.
She's
Also,
trying.
At least the Ninian is looking kind of neat. Although it is kind of funny to see how bad her skills are compared to the other Tiki.
Yeah.
Like, Fortress defense res, really? You have
Sure.
39 attack on a
I guess
pistol.
she wants to live. Unlike Canadian when Eliwood holds up his giant sword.
Too
Or
soon.
any other alt of Ninian who's actually a glass cannon. Too soon!
Too soon.
Too soon. It's been like, what, 20 years now?
Oh my god,
I
I'm getting an
have
aneurysm from you all.
It's like when
I
people
have
make
six,
jokes about
Ninian's
JFK's
dead.
assassination. And JFK's assassination is turning 60 this year. So we'll be like,
you know what?
"Too
This is a little too soon to bring up.
Have you
the
ever
death of
read
my
a
favorite drink.
newspaper? I don't think you can handle a newspaper.
don't
It was a
think
day
he
ago.
knows what
Oh
it
my
is.
god,
No, newspapers are kind of boring.
dude!
That's fucking you,
I
baby.
I wouldn't expect you to read. All right, don't worry. About
I
it.
do read. I
I
read Discord every.
He's a millennial.
Oh my god.
I'm not a millennial. Shut up.
He is.
No,
a
he
millennial.
is not. I'm not even.
Oh wait, you're
Wait, what
Gen
is it?
Z?
What does it take
Yeah.
to be a millennial?
Millennials
It's like
are really
96, I believe, 96, 98.
Oh, so you have to actually witness the millennia?
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay.
you have to actually be alive for that. If you're born
Alive.
on the millennia, yeah.
Alive.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you're born on the millennial, what do you count as?
You
Z.
just
You get both.
But I
You
might.
don't.
No,
You get
don't.
both. I'm a Gen Z millennial. Congratulations! Yay! I can just say I'm a millennium baby. How about that?
Oh,
Yeah.
Millennium baby.
Oh lord.
That is a term.
sad as that is. I don't even have these terms.
And it's a cool birth year. It means I don't have to think about an age much.
I don't even identify as whatever the heck.
I mean,
Oh my!
what would it 268 years ago be in generation terms?
I'm a
He's a
multi-centurion.
What?
You know what? That's good enough.
I didn't know the crops and aether raids.
And here
withered.
people say that trans people are identified.
Your crops wither if you don't harvest them within the week that they are flourished.
I
So-
did not know this. What the fuck?
That's
Yep.
an L.
Oh my!
Yep,
poor
because you don't get
crops.
those mushrooms.
No, I actually did plant mushrooms. What the fuck?
You played mushrooms? What the
I have
heck?
planted mushrooms. Yes.
Oh,
What?
I said
Okay,
you
now look who
played
can't.
mushrooms.
Now look who can't hear.
I thought that
You can't look
Oh,
at
here
who
we
can't hear.
go.
What the?
two people
I
missed.
don't believe, I don't believe in karma, but if I did, that's an instant right there. That's my version of you.
Yo, what the fuck?
Excellent.
First, I
Spitting.
don't like.
I wouldn't say image, but spitting voice.
Thank you. I
Nah,
pride
you-
myself
nah,
on
you're
my
just-
impressions.
You're just spitting everywhere. Just
Oh,
clean up that monitor.
no, thank you. I'm gonna keep it like that.
I guess you just like it shiny, huh?
Yeah, it gives it texture.
Ew.
Texture. Why are you touching it
All
now?
right.
Legion, why have you been drinking tonight? Because you seem a lot more animated than usual.
No, but also
It's reciprocating
I've
the energy.
been
Is it
sleepy
because-
bad, so I'm up more at this time.
I was gonna say also, it seemed like the animating focus for you is when we got into that discussion about Fire Emblem and all the terrible people.
Well, it
and
also
stuff.
happens with it also happened to be a conversation I felt like I had good stake in. So
Alright.
I mean, yeah, we deal with this a lot throughout
Yeah.
the years.
yeah,
It's like what's a dominating again?
I don't know. Here we go again.
Ban that guy.
Yeah, ban him. Get him out of here. You know, if I can get timed out for 2 weeks, I think he deserves to be timed out for 2 weeks.
Okay,
Well,
so take those. Okay, so everybody time him out for 2 weeks, but
Yeah.
before you send that message, could you just change the name to Depressed House Husband?
No, how would that even work? I'm already muted. Can you
Do it.
ping me?
I probably can't. I mean,
I guess you could just type it out and, you know.
let's see.
Don't try it.
I was literally typing it out.
Stop.
Nope, I can't do it.
Oh, you can't?
Nope.
Good.
Man, when am I supposed to use those 5,000 on now?
Sugma is right there. What do you mean?
If he
But
says
it's
it
not
again,
you.
he's asking for it.
It's not you.
Well, I'm already timed out. I don't know why what you're hoping to gain from that.
Hold on to them until later.
Oh my god.
I mean, Oct, you could always make another account.
I have 244,000
I might
I can
make another
use
account.
and will use my power.
Ox, why'd you do this to everybody?
What did do? What to
Why
everybody?
did you do this to everybody?
Yeah,
5S.
you did this.
I didn't do anything.
You're the one at fault for everything that has happened.
Oh my god.
That's right, Oct. You just need to believe it.
You gotta
No.
believe.
Oh, Parappa. My favorite.
Parappa.
Yeah,
What?
check and turn the signals to the
What do
left.
you mean? Have you
What's-
never played Parappa?
No.
Now turn to the
No.
left. Now turn to the right.
What the fuck? Didn't that game like come out in your time though?
What's
It was
Even if
for
it did, the
PlayStation-
speed.
PlayStation 2, I believe.
Yeah, it was like PlayStation 2.
Yo.
Dude,
You never played Parappa the Rapper?
Okay, not a lot of people play Parappa the Rapper.
Okay,
They
you
probably
don't have
heard
to
of
play
it.
it,
How
but
many
everyone
sales did it
has heard of
have?
it.
everyone's heard of it.
Yeah, I think he's
No.
a very well-known person.
Everyone.
As far as mascots on PlayStation 2 can go, Parappa's probably one of the big names.
Yeah, it's like Step on the Gas. Everyone knows Step on the Gas.
Yeah,
yeah.
761,000 copies in Japan in 1997.
That's not actually good.
Seventh best-selling video game of 1997 in Japan.
See, that's pretty good.
One
One in a
million
year, in one region, it could even top it.
Yeah.
How's that good?
I said
That was a
pretty
niche
good.
game at best.
Well, okay, whatever. I think most people know what Parappa is, as long as you're not like a young.
Chad, do you guys
No.
know?
You do not count. Shut up.
I mean, even as somebody who is more of a Nintendo guy myself, I still know about it.
Yeah,
Then again,
exactly.
I just at this
I don't even know
point,
why you would
on
make that
most.
assumption.
I feel like it probably had a little more notoriety a few years ago, back when it was like
Oh, God.
kind of like memed on a bit. It was the biggest resurgence Parappa had recently was with like Friday Night Funkin', and they tried to make Parappa
Think you
clones.
can get away?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
man.
essentially what I probably knew it from.
Yeah. I mean,
Those things are Friday funking.
the one meme that there is that actually made major circulation with Parappa was the "I slammed my penis in the car door."
What?
Okay, I do.
I have seen that stupid
It's
shit.
Daffy Duck doing a rap where he slammed his penis in the car door.
Ew.
Or the sequel where Batman tells Parappa that this is where his parents died,
Oh
and
my god.
Parappa then repeats it.
Shine down.
Look, body sweeper knows.
Those are, yeah. I haven't played it, but I have watched playthroughs of it. And there's also that
he was in PlayStation Battles Royale.
there's also that one video that's literally just called Chinese. That has yeah, it's literally just called Chinese and it has 7.1 million views. It's a Parappa video.
What is it about?
It's about two drunk friends playing Parappa the Rapper, like really drunk,
There is no
just
escape.
screwing around in competitive mode where you can just kind of say whatever and making dumb like voice combinations.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's about it.
Why, Super? You were here? What the hell? You said nothing the entire stream.
Body sweeper said something like
Let's
once.
play. Time for takeoff.
Well, that's about it.
Body Sweeper just doesn't always talk.
It's a very casual rhythm game. I don't play rhythm games.
I mean, for its time, I think it was pretty like big. Because like,
Yeah.
what other
Oh, it
big
was-
rhythm games were there back then?
Yeah, parody rhythm games at the time.
Yeah, it was definitely like one of the starters.
Yeah. Again, this is just me not knowing a lot of games from the late 90s, early 2000s, but I don't think rhythm games were really popular back then.
Yeah, I feel like Parappa really like started that kind of trend.
What the fuck?
I don't know if it started it.
Well,
Are you sure?
I think it made it big.
It's.
It's
What is
big.
with you? You weren't
What
even
a-
alive back then. What are you basing this on?
Name one popular rhythm game from like back in the PlayStation 2 era.
Early 2000s, late 90s.
Yeah, exactly. You can't.
Popular. There's a lot. Kingdom Hearts?
That is not.
What? Was the first Kingdom Hearts released?
It was on PS2, yeah.
Let me look that. I actually genuinely don't know this. Oh wait, no, this is Kingdom Hearts is from 2002. Really? That long ago?
Yeah, it's an old game.
I guess yeah, that does count.
About my age.
DDR.
Well, Parappa came out in 1997, so again.
Okay, when did DDR come out then?
There is no escape.
This is a horrible argument.
Here comes the catch.
You weren't alive
DDR
back then. That's why you don't recognize any of these games.
What the?
The first DDR was in 1998.
Again, after
Speaking,
Parappa the
was
Rapper.
first.
See? I know what
What
I'm
the
talking
hell
about.
does being first mean? It doesn't mean shit.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Like, obviously, it's not the best, but that's because it was one of the first of its
To
time.
oblivion.
I don't even understand this argument
I
whatsoever.
don't know why
What
you're
the hell's
arguing with me. I'm just
What
saying
the hell's
that
the
it
point of this?
kind of made the genre a little bit away.
No, it didn't.
The fuck do you mean? No,
I like when I look up the first
my
rhythm
God.
game and it actually
Why,
does
why
come
are
up
you
with Parappa the
squeaking?
Rapper.
I thought you were M for a second because he likes to squeak like that sometimes.
Take it as you will, but according to Wikipedia, the first true rhythm game is actually Parappa the Rapper in 1996, which is the Japan release.
See, I don't know why. See,
He googled that shit.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
no, I
See,
did.
it doesn't
No, I
matter
don't
if
know why
it's the first.
You fought me on this. You were like, it's not the first, but it was.
It was
Parappa, the influential rapper.
Yeah, exactly.
it was a big enough success where people could know about it genuinely, despite how old it is. It has not gotten a game in like 20 years, and it was big enough to get an anime for whatever that's
It
worth.
had an anime.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like
Again, he doesn't know.
I'm
What do
not
you
gonna
mean
say it was this huge
my
thing, but it's big enough where at least it's still talked about somewhat for a game that literally hasn't had any love ever.
Yeah, I'm
Since
not
Parappa
claiming
2.
to be like a big Parappa fan. I'm just saying it was for its time. It was pretty.
Yeah,
It was pretty big.
What? In like Japan only?
I would look up global sales, but I'm lazy.
Fine, I'll look it up.
Shouldn't you know these things if this is your argument?
What do you mean? Shouldn't I know these?
He should.
Probably was
That
not.
is not how this
This
works.
goes back to earlier's argument.
No, it
That's
doesn't.
how it works. If you're gonna make an argument, you should know about it. The heck?
Sold a lot less well
214,000.
in United States.
Yeah,
Yeah.
214,000 USA.
Okay, so it had what, 1 million sales at best?
1.7 million almost worldwide. Well,
Okay.
yeah. Well, that's actually just between Japan and US, but let's be honest, European is probably, yeah. I mean, it's well rated for what it's worth. But, yeah. 27 years ago.
Oh my god,
jeez.
what the fuck was it?
That was a loud mic butt.
That
Who did
was
that?
either M or Oct.
It was not me.
I think my glasses hit the
I
mic.
guess
I'm
it was
sorry.
M. Glasses
You have
reveal.
glasses? Oh god, you're
Yes,
fucking
I
weird.
have glasses.
Why would you not?
Get context.
Don't
with the
you?
rest of
Don't
us.
you? Don't you? Get a feeling whether people have glasses or how they look.
Damn, are you saying M gives a, like glasses
Damn,
vibes?
Like which
Yeah.
Wow, he's calling you a nerd. How you gonna take that?
And you're
Why
a
do you
chihuahua.
care so much about
That
me?
is not
Well,
true. I am a
it's not the worst.
mountain lion.
Okay.
You are a.
Describe what a
vertically
mountain lion
challenged
looks like.
canine.
Well, he's big.
He has a lot of hair.
He's got
Okay.
fur. He has
What
a
the
mane.
fuck?
He's got fur. Okay,
A
but also, like,
mountain lion.
So he's a furry. Oh shit.
For perspective on where Parappa ranks in sales, and also PlayStation 1 game, I'm
still
dumb.
on Parappa.
It outsells Everybody's Golf to Chrono Cross, which was not well received.
Chrono Cross. Yeah, that was not. It was not well received even on remake.
Yeah,
Take it easy.
I know that there are people that like it, but I know it's banned. GTA 2? That's interesting. Tomb Raider Chronicles, the DDR on PS2, and Pac-Man World. But, on the other hand, it's also outsold by the likes of the original Tekken, Spider-Man, Namco Museum, multiple WWF games, Mortal Kombat
WWF,
Trilogy.
not WWE.
WWE was early 2000s when the
Yes.
merger happened.
Didn't actually take off until then. Oh, I see the merger. Yeah.
Yeah, Brock,
Oh my god.
Spyro, both of them. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is actually one of the upper ones. Resident Evil, Tekken 2, Tomb Raider, Final Fantasy, Gran Turismo. Yeah, there's a lot more iconic games on the. Oh my god, yeah. Gran Turismo's 10.8 million sales for reference's sake.
Yeah, Gran Turismo was famous.
Yeah. And even that one, well, and even below that, the ones that like,
Fly Super was a PS2 kid, huh? Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense to me.
yeah, I
know
kind
a
of,
story about my
I was a
PS2.
PS2 kid myself. I have a PlayStation 1 now, but I literally haven't used it.
I think even I
What?
used to a few times.
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone is the 5th highest selling PS2 game of all time. What?
Acronym is called the
Sales?
Philosopher's Stone.
PlayStation 1. Yeah, that. Okay. Right. Cool.
People like Harry Potter.
I guess so. Metal Gear Solid sold 7 million copies. Bleh. Yeah, no. So it's up. It's
Oh my
Relatively
Yes, the
god.
Relatively up
GameCube era was
there.
the best
I
era in
loved
gaming.
my
I agree with
GameCube.
that.
GameCube was absolutely like that era was.
Wait, how do
fantastic.
you even know? You weren't even born.
What do you mean? I had a GameCube. I also grew up in an N64. Even then, that was even older. So.
How?
What do you mean how?
You weren't
I
even born.
That doesn't mean I didn't have the consoles. I remember.
My old
You seem like
even
you
born.
feel like someone without a childhood, to be honest.
No, literally, I is such a gamer growing up. That's all I did.
gamer. Wow. Okay.
And then you come out of it with your favorite game being what?
Like on the system or like
Of
of all
all
time.
time.
All time.
Fuck, that's a big decision to make. Right? Honestly, I'd
Yeah,
probably
you're
say
like a Roblox kid, so shut
no,
up.
no. I think my favorite game of all time probably would just be because Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess, just because it was one of my favorite games growing up.
technically speaking, it's a GameCube game.
Yeah, exactly.
It is
And I
original.
loved it on the GameCube.
Same. Actually, the GameCube one was kind of nice.
One of my
Like-
favorite Zelda games.
Yeah, I absolutely love the game.
I
I
like
mean-
the Wii version's graphics from a distance. distance, but then you look a little too close.
Oh, it's because it has that heavy filter. Like, they did what they could with the graphics.
And also, it has the best partner in the series, Midna.
Also,
What?
it has the best
It is
species
really
in the
good
series, the Uka, aka
Oh.
the Birdmen with nipples.
Please do not remind me of the Uka. I forgot those three like traumatizing. The game had such good designs in like the Zoras and the Gorons, and then you just get to the Uka, and I'm like, you're just like, what the fuck is this?
And then you
I
have
can't
to
even
deal with it
believe
in
you
every
remember
dungeon.
these things.
No, what do you mean? This is like my childhood game. I used to get scared by the part.
I mean, I would even question you having a childhood, but you know.
Okay, wow.
Technically, I wasn't even born when the N64 came out, but that was like... It's weird because I played a little of the N64 console, but I mostly grew up playing the Zelda ports for GameCube from the N64. So, Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time on GameCube, which is kind of, like, weird, but whatever. I will say I never touched a SNES or NES outside of the
I'll catch up.
Zelda ports
I've never touched
until a couple years ago, actually, when I bought them. But no, I was an N64 kid myself.
Same. I used to play Mario Kart 64. That game is crazy, by the way.
Yeah, that game is nuts.
Like if you go compare it to like a modern Mario Kart, it's like the rubber banding is crazy.
I'm playing an NES Mario Kart. NES Mario
God.
Kart. Woof.
I don't want to
Oh,
imagine.
that one's terrible.
And then also, if you just pick Toad, you just get blown around by every single character. So,
It wasn't much better on the GameCube.
oh god.
Double Dash had some very funny weight class stuff.
Oh, Double Dash was so fun.
Double
Honestly,
Dash was so
I'm
fun.
so yeah.
I
can't
still
believe they
insist
got
I like Double Dash more than 8.
Me too,
and
honestly, just
my
because
friend
like
hates it.
co-op Double Dash.
Double Dash is the
was so
best
cool.
Mario Kart, easy.
8 has the most going for it, but I really just like the partner mechanics so much more in Double Dash.
I'm not even sure why they never continued that. It never made sense to me.
I know.
Yeah.
I think
It's
it's just
a
because it
weird
probably
concept,
didn't
but-
sell that well. Because again, GameCube games didn't sell that well in general.
Actually, GameCube wasn't that bad. The heck?
The GameCube
Only
didn't
good
sell
console.
badly, but
Steady as stone.
it's a very popular console retroactively. Its sales were average. With some
It's
pretty
average,
good-
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what people don't remember. People don't remember that unless your name was PS2, every console did poorly. Xbox was even worse.
Yeah, but then
Oh
you
yeah,
compare it
Xbox
to like the
was nothing until Xbox 360.
So 2 out of 3 consoles did terribly. How can people say it's bad then?
Midnight
well,
Phantasmagoria.
mediocrely, at least. I wouldn't say terribly, but
Leave it all to
But
me.
it's because of the fact
As a
that
good
you then
night
compare it
should.
to the next Mario Kart game, which would be Mario Kart Wii, which is the most popular Mario Kart game ever, probably.
Certainly in my opinion, but a lot
nah,
of that-
8's definitely the
I-
most popular. But I think that we
I think
definitely has the
Mario Kart
most.
Wii-
Didn't we have most sales? Or like Mario Kart Wii have most sales?
No, Mario Kart 8 has some of the highest sales of all time.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
It helps when you also have a port on the Switch, and you're still getting content almost 10 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Mario Kart 8, I remember playing when I was a young teenager, and now it's still the same.
They're
Yeah,
still
now
working
you're
on
an old man.
They'll
Yes,
be dead
I,
before they're done making DLC for that game.
I remember the first time I booted up Mario Kart 8. That was weird. Back in
Oh, I remember
2014.
being weirded out by the paraglider because I didn't play 7.
oh, I
Oh,
played
I
did
I
that
played
one, yes.
quite a bit. I was happy to.
Yeah, I skipped the DS ones for some reason. Both of them.
Oh, I love the DS ones.
I liked
I
it.
did
I
not
played
like
a little bit of Mario Kart DS, the regular one. And
Regular.
I liked it.
Oh my god, but Mario Party
That was
DS?
cool.
Mario Party DS
No.
is fantastic. I played that game up.
No.
I didn't play it a lot, but when we took a field trip to Canada, I remember we would just play Mario Party DS the whole way there and back. And I still insist I won the last game to this day, but nobody believes me.
What do you mean nobody believes you?
Because
Oh,
nobody
did you have
seems
to-
to remember.
Oh.
The Waluigi, was on that victory screen at the end, but nobody insists. They say, your team, because we played teams, even though there wasn't any, your team still lost overall. Like,
Existence.
What the hell is this? Is this false
is like-
memories? What is this?
I don't know.
Target practice.
How
I
old
feel
are
like
you?
I'm being gaslit by the people that were literally.
The temple
It was like a 6-hour bus ride. How are we not able to remember this stuff? Like,
What if you're wrong?
I must leave no
Yeah.
stone unturned.
What if
I
there was
know,
no Mario
right?
Kart that day?
Well, there was no Mario
Just
Kart.
didn't play Mario
Party.
Party. Maybe
Oh no,
more
I can
police
remember the
everywhere.
carpal tunnel syndrome I gave myself from mashing that A button to get the
Oh
lead
my!
out.
There were so many mash games, like mini games in that game. I don't know what there was.
I will insist. At least in my friend group, nobody ever beats me in mashing games. That's the one. If I see a mashing game, I win it.
I suck at mashing, so I always lose them.
Yeah.
You suck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, didn't have to shorten it, but I guess you did. So
I think it was
back
worth
now.
short that time.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of how it is now, I guess.
Yeah, Mario Party DS is so good. But
Yeah,
I
that one
don't
was
know.
great.
I don't know if I would say my favorite. I think 7 is overall my favorite.
So I've been playing a lot of Mario Party recently.
Okay.
I have 5, 6, 7, 8. I played a little bit of 10, and then both Switch ones. And then I also have 1 and 3. No, 2 and 3. So far, I think it's between 8 and the second Switch one, or 7, I think.
Yeah, 8 and 7 are honestly my 2 tops because they're just so good.
I like 4 and I like 7.
I've never played 4.
4 is the only one I missed. I gotta get that.
I did.
I played 3. 3 was okay.
2 is apparently the best of the N64 ones, but yeah, no. 8, I just think the maps are really fun, and even though the motion controls are so-so on the Wii, I think they did the best. I think it's some of the best that the motion controls have to offer for a Wii game, and it's probably one of the last good Mario Party games for a while. So
Yeah, also it's just funny
kind of
to
hard on
like,
it.
see you and your friends just flaying around a Wiimote, trying to win.
Especially with the soda
The
shaking
can
one.
opener where you just
Yep.
shake it up and down.
Absolutely go nuts, and then somebody just somehow beats you, even though you literally feel like you just had a full day's workout with how fast it shook. I love that one. It's like mashing, but worse. And then of course, like the maps, you got the boardwalk, which is just a straight line, or the train, where the map's constantly changing layouts. Like that purpose. That
Yeah, it definitely had some of the most
Great
creative
maps.
maps.
And then, of course, the map that's just random. And you don't know where the star is, and the first person
Oh
who finds
my
it gets
god,
it.
don't remind me of the Boo map. That was
Cool.
awful.
Cool idea.
How many of you guys have Mario Party on the Switch?
I have
I
both.
have it.
I have one. I have the bad one.
You, why?
One.
Oh man,
Oh,
Oct, you're
okay, I
never
played it
change,
recently.
Oct.
I played that one recently, and I will say, even though the other one's better, I still think the other one is fun in a lot of ways. Like, it's not a
It's the
terrible map.
latency that makes it impossible to play.
Yo,
The latency? I haven't played that one online.
Oh,
haven't played online
maybe
either.
that's why you don't believe.
Yeah, no, I haven't played that one online. That
I
one-
have.
I mean, the
and it's
online came
bad.
late for that one anyway, so by that time I was already on the next one.
Yeah, but that's okay. Fine,
I
we don't
believe
all
you.
have friends that we can play with. Okay, and some of us have to play it online. Okay.
Well, maybe you should get some.
Well, then I guess for those first couple of years, the game just didn't exist. Yeah, no, I feel bad for people who have to.
When did it
Kart
come out
games
again?
definitely-
I remember because I was super interested in it because it was like the first Mario Party on the Switch.
Let's
I
see.
don't remember.
Super Mario Party came out in 2018.
Damn, really?
Yeah. 5 years ago.
Damn, what the
I don't know why like the decline in Mario Party just like dropped after 8.
Okay, it went back up with the Switch ones.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the second one especially.
Alright, look,
is, like, more
9
traditional.
wasn't that bad.
Okay.
No, I
so-
hated the carts. I'm so
no.
How the hell do people even remember about the name?
Because 9 had the freaking the cart one that
Yeah,
nobody
the
liked.
card.
Yeah, 9
Okay.
and 10, they had the card where you
Oh,
basically couldn't
I
be
hated
separated.
10.
And then they also had that weird 3DS one. I forgot what it was called.
Oh yeah, the one where it's like an open board, you can kind of just go wherever, and it's just bad. Or the minigame collection of 100 minigames. Just the minigames.
Oh, I
Wait,
Island Tour.
which one is the Bowser one?
That's
10.
10.
That's 10, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
The Bowser one, 10's better than 9 at least, but 10 also, the Bowser one is just hilariously unbalanced sometimes.
Yes.
I feel like that one's just funnier. Like, I don't like either of them that much, but I think that 10 is at least a funny experience sometimes. At least because you can kind of verse each other. At least there's a competitive aspect. The other one is just stupid.
9 had good mini games, but I got
yeah.
to play that in person with people. That was fun.
Yeah. It's great that they brought back some of those mini games for the Switch one, because that's the only time you'll ever get to play them.
What's the best Nintendo party game that most people don't know about? What do you guys
Muppet
think?
Party. Oh wait, no, that one isn't on.
What?
Super Smash Bros.
Muppet Party Cruise.
Most people
That's on
don't know
PlayStation
about.
2.
What the hell?
Oh, a party game that most people don't know
I
about.
hate Dex.
I said it in a very.
I'm trying to think back.
That's a good question, actually. I should have an answer to this. Let me look at my stuff.
I know the answer to this.
What is
Oh
it?
my god, Fortune Story is actually pretty good, but it had a fair amount of people playing it.
There's only one that's really noteworthy in the West, so that's the problem. The one on the Wii.
I've seen so many people play it. Like, if you know what it is, you play it.
Yeah, if you know what it is, you've absolutely played it. But the problem is that it literally was a Nintendo Entertainment System era game, but they're all Japanese, and and the one on Wii is like a Mario Dragon Quest crossover, which is just like not everybody really gets that. It's a great game, and the modding scene's actually pretty cool for it right now. But yeah, that one I think is underrated, even though people who played it love it.
Does Fortune Street on the Wii count? Because that was my game.
I said that.
Oh,
I was just saying that.
Oct, you just can't listen. Like, what happened to you? You used to have ears. What happened to your ears?
I don't know. It's late. That's my excuse.
He was poisoned.
That wasn't late before when.
Are you an
Also-
imposter?
I was looking through my games, so I'm gonna be honest.
Man,
Yeah, no.
you are really good. You are horrendous at multitasking.
Okay, but you know what? No, Fortune
Okay.
Street. Yeah, I know. I accept
Fortune
that.
Street's great. I don't play Monopoly anymore because I just love that game. We play it a lot because there's a Custom Street is a mod for the Wii. It basically adds like 100 new maps, basically.
100, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and they're all some of them are like from other games across the series, but then some of them are like custom made. One of them is literally just a burger.
Oh.
And another one is a cursed picture of cats. Yeah, no, it's fun. But yeah, that one is probably my favorite. Yeah, Dokapon Kingdom Land, that's a really good one. If only it weren't so freaking expensive.
Oh my god.
Because yeah, Dokapon, you're literally playing an RPG, but it's a party game. But then the game is like $100+
Jesus.
and it takes like 40 hours to play one game. So yeah,
That's not worth it.
My favorite game that's underrated,
yeah.
Nintendo Land. Nobody played it.
Ooh, Nintendo Land is
I
actually
was thinking
really
about
good.
that one.
That's like one of the only good Wii U exclusive games that I can recall.
They even sold it for like $10. They were giving it away because nobody had a Wii U.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
nobody
that was
had
the
it.
whole issue.
Yeah, for the Wii U, if there was one game I'd return to, it is Nintendo Land. Those games are fun. Like,
You can't even
especially the
replicate
Legend of
it.
Zelda one.
How would you? Well, I guess on the Switch you could technically replicate it, but it
To
was
a
for
degree.
most. Yeah, to a degree. But for most other people, it's just like, how would you even play it again? You know?
Yeah, like a large
even
portion
then,
of it is cross-tablet Wiimote play.
I don't
You have to have
think-
both.
You couldn't replicate it on the Wii or the Switch because whenever you take off the little dock, it goes off the screen. And the whole point is that
you're
you
right.
need two screens.
Oh yeah, right. You can't.
So it
have two
actually is
screens.
impossible.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Yeah, that's just
impossible.
something you can't replicate. It's
Oct
Yeah.
actually added something. This is insane.
What do you mean?
That is true. Yeah, don't. The Wii U obviously was a failure, but if there is one thing that was cool, the game tablet, when used correctly, was a pretty nice peripheral. It's just, yeah, it was not used well for a lot of games, and oftentimes they just used it for the sake of using it.
Now I gotta ask, which stream guest had the biggest fall off, and why is it Oct? Go ahead.
What do you mean?
Look, you said that. You just said that twice in a row.
What do you mean?
Same voice. You said what?
Honestly, I don't know what I'm going through right now. I think I'm going through something.
I don't even think you're Oct anymore. Who are you?
Guys, I'm gonna go get in Monster Energy drink. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I don't know
Yeah,
who you
that's-
are.
Like
Brilliant
Look,
idea.
when I question his identity, he leaves. What the fuck? I don't think that's Oct. That's not Oct. What are we supposed to do about this?
That's crazy.
Hold on, I got the perfect emote for this.
Oh boy. Just gotta wait while you find it, huh?
Insert elevator music.
I mean, I put it in streaming, but yeah. I love these emotes. I got gifted Nitro, so I just have a whole like page of emotes that are just Quagsire.
And you still don't use it all that much.
I just instinctively use regular emotes, but Quagsire. That's all I gotta say. Ooh, yeah. Wii Sports, definitely.
Ooh,
I mean, those are some of the that's the one game my brother always insists that I have to bring out if I pull out the Wii. Because, yeah, we grew up on Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort, and those games are just so fun.
Is your brother older or younger?
3 years younger.
I see. So he's
Yeah, so we basically grew up the same games. Yeah, no, Wii Sports Resort, both great. Switch Sports is okay. But maybe it's just because of the nostalgia that I still prefer Wii Sports.
It's definitely a step down from what the Wii ones were.
Yeah, and not to mention that they're missing like some of the really fun ones, like the water ski, like the
wakeboarding.
Wakeboarding or boxing. And
boxing was so much fun. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Do they have the plain one and the Switch one? I haven't played the Switch one.
They do not. They have just regular sports and Chambara, which is.
Wait, do they have the one with the poles where you just whack each other?
They do have Chambara, yes, which is sword fighting, but it doesn't have the Swift Slice one, which is also fun, or the Showdown one.
Good. Damn.
Yeah, they didn't have Showdown, so you can't do that whole like story mode thing.
It literally is a step down. That's crazy.
Yeah, but they have badminton.
Oh my god.
You want to play badminton? Or volleyball?
Yeah, they have volleyball.
Find Me was crazy. I did not have enough friends to get through it.
Wait, Find Me?
Find Me on the 3DS.
On the 3DS?
The whole thing was like the street.
Yeah, it's the 3DS RPG game.
Yes.
That
you kind of like paid the way.
Oh, do you remember when the 3DS made you meet people? What the fuck? They would never do that in this day and age.
No, they wouldn't. But I will admit that Spot Pass was awesome. The Street Pass. I did love that actually.
I couldn't beat it because there was just nobody around me who.
I beat the original. I beat the original. And some of the friends that I used were like, you know, the Nintendo ones, like Richie, when he had that like Spot Pass one. But yeah, I did beat the original, but I never beat the extra boss, I believe in that, and I never beat the second one. Or I don't even know if I played it.
There was a second one?
Yeah, there was a second one. It was a lot more in depth, with like extra bosses and things like that. It was actually kind of sick.
Isn't that the one that paved the way for like the new game on the what is it called?
Yeah, I was about to say the one with the faces on the 3DS.
Metopia?
Oh yeah,
No.
Metopia. Yeah. That was what started Metopia.
They put it on the Switch as
Metopia
well.
is actually, yeah, funnily enough, Metopia is actually a really good game.
Man, what is that shit called? I don't remember.
Oh my god, I need.
Oh, you're thinking of the shooter game, aren't you?
Yeah, you had to move the camera around.
Oh
Yeah,
god, that was just like one of those weird things.
Yeah, I let me see if I can remember. What
I
it's
need them
called.
to bring Tamagotchi Island onto the Switch.
Tomodachi. Yeah, Tomodachi. Because that was on the regular DS. That's the thing that gets me. Before they added Nimious on the Face Raiders. That game was fun.
Oh,
I played that in the car.
I never played 3DS.
I always ended up playing that in the car, which is a terrible idea. AR works awful in the car.
I played that I think once and never again.
I beat the final boss, and it was actually kind of hard. Not gonna lie. But then again, I was also like 13 at the time, so I might have just been terrible at games.
Well, yeah, because you're just like waving your 3DS around looking for stuff
exactly.
to shoot at.
Look, and then the final boss has like invincibility and punishes you for shooting wrong and things like that. Yeah, and it also got kind of fast. The game that came out of that kind of stuff, the Pokemon Dream Radar, that was fun. that was a really fun like variation on it.
Oh, I didn't play that.
Never played it.
Yeah, it's basically the same idea, but with like you can actually get like certain hidden ability legendaries. That was the first time they were ever available, so that's why I
Right.
got it.
It's kind of the introduction of a lot of hidden ability stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So that game was actually kind of cool. What was like?
I
Yeah,
was for that though. I had stopped my Pokemon phase by that time, and then I didn't get back into it until X and Y. So
Oh, Super, do you know how this works? I can't find anything.
oh yeah. Remember the
God, no.
augmented reality cards for the 3DS?
oh yeah,
Oh
I had
yeah.
one and a few others.
I think I still.
I mean,
have
everybody
those
gets
somewhere.
6.
Okay, then I must have. Yeah, I got the ones that were included.
They really pushed a lot of weird stuff with like meeting people and augmented reality on that,
Yeah,
and some of it worked really well for
yeah.
what it was worth.
That was back when they were original. Now they're not. That's why they. What? I swear they're just terrified of releasing another console because they don't know if it'll be better than Switch.
They know. I mean, I know that they plan to, but
They of
it's
course
going to be a
plan to,
Switch
yeah.
variation. It's going to be a Switch variation.
Well, I don't know
I
how,
think
like-
it'll just be a more powerful Switch, is what it's looking like.
I don't know
I mean,
if like
to
the
be-
3DS would work nowadays because like as people just
It's
love.
people love power, not gimmicks.
Yeah, they,
Like,
they don't,
even the
they don't like
Switch
going
gets
out.
banned
They,
somewhat.
they want to stay home, especially after the pandemic. People just
Oh
want to
yeah,
stay
all
home
that
nowadays.
meeting stuff, social aspect. I
Wait,
don't think that would fly at all.
After the pandemic, they want to stay home? What?
Yeah, like now because people realize that damn, staying at home I could do a lot while just staying at home. I don't have to go out and do shit.
I would definitely say
The
people
heck?
aren't as active about like I am going to play this game to be social, but I wouldn't say that people are trying to be shut in all the time when playing
I'm
the
not-
games.
Yeah.
And another
What?
part of it also is that the Switch is just too big to like literally
Oh, to
take
take
around
away,
going
yeah.
yeah, because the 3DS can fit in some pockets, which is what I used to do. I just stuff my 3DS in my pocket
Yeah, I'd do
and
that,
take that wherever I went. And yeah, that's how I got actually pretty far and find me, because you know I just go to a random place with my 3DS. Easy. The Switch, not only is it honestly more egregious if you lose your Switch or break it, yeah, that thing ain't going nowhere.
You have to put it inside a specialized
I could slightly
bag.
fit it into my jean pockets.
Yeah, but the problem is the Switch
How?
doesn't
Yeah.
have a
What
top.
do you mean how?
How?
Some pockets are huge. The problem is
Yeah,
that
exactly.
the Switch doesn't have a top.
Yeah,
The 3DS being
closest
able to
thing-
close,
Oh yeah,
and like that was huge.
that shit was
for-
invincible.
Yeah, the closest thing would be like a
Oh, yeah,
screen
and they
protector
were
you'd have to buy.
I mean, yeah, that's always been a big thing with
I
Nintendo
still have
products.
my 3DS.
Same.
Nobody
I
has.
have my 3DS, my 3DS XL, I have my DSi, I have my DS Lite. I think one of my DSs is just broken, and I think it might be the 3DS, which I'm sad about, but it's like the screen's just disconnected, so I could
The
probably fix it.
3DS had a built-in pedometer? What does that mean?
Pedometer.
It's a
Pedometer.
Oh,
It's not a pedometer. What the
so
fuck?
much work.
Oh my god!
Oh my. What is with you? I think you have problems.
Yeah, it had a pedometer in it.
He's
That's
got
how
one
it
more
tracked
The
your
3DS was
steps.
meant to capture pedos. You're right. Never mind. You got it right.
Thought that was what?
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
is this a feature I missed? What the-
Jesus Christ.
Jeez.
Well... Yeah, please, somebody...
No.
Somebody.
It was
clip
a
that
good run,
absolute
guys.
Nonsense.
Talk is just
Wow.
so good at this talking and living.
I really read that as pedometer.
Oh...
Why did you not read yourself?
Every 3DS is personalized. It gauges how much of a pedo you will probably end up being in your life, and it sends you games accordingly.
Well, you know what? I thought it
why-
was a good
that's why I had
thing.
face racers
And
with
that's
it.
why when the meter is full, you get things like Dora the Explorer and Bratz Kids.
What the fuck is that?
That makes a lot of sense.
Someone
I
shoot
see.
him. Why me? What did I do?
Because your pedometer is maxed.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I-
You're the guy who brought it up, so.
You
I
brought it
really
up.
I really read it as that.
Jesus.
You ever
Have you
think you
never
might have
heard-
problems?
Oh God! No, wait. So I have to stop smiling. My mouth hurts.
Fun
Oh,
fact,
hell yeah.
I'll say fun fact, the Pokewalker for the regular DS has one of the most accurate pedometers of the time, and was actually used like medically in some cases to track steps because it was better than most other options at the time. It's kind of funny.
So what you're saying is
yeah.
it was tracking the steps of pedos. I understand.
Yes, exactly. Because they're playing
Oh, that's
Pokemon.
what that is. It tracks your little steps. Okay, no. Yeah, that's what
Yes, that's what.
Oh no, that's how I was playing Pokemon.
Pedometer.
Yes.
Okay.
Pedometer.
I thought it was
Tracks-
spelled different, in my defense.
No.
No.
Whatever. You know, I thought that would have been a cool feature. Especially so you don't, like, you don't have kids meeting up with like weird adults.
Yes, and Nintendo's the one selling it. Totally makes
You
sense.
know what? They gotta protect the kids.
That's why Pokemon Go is a social app now that little lets you tell people where you basically are. Yay!
Oh, God.
Yeah, no,
No concerns about that.
none at all. No concerns with Niantic. Yeah, no. One thing I definitely remember fondly about the 3DS, or not so fondly, but interest. I do remember that the original 3DS's triggers weren't the best. They were like weirdly fragile, because they were like little buttons that didn't even wrap around the edge of the controller. So my left trigger broke at one point from just dropping it. And Nintendo products are just insanely durable, so of course nothing else broke after dropping it so much. I do remember playing Ocarina of Time at the time, and because it was broken, I basically self-imposed the challenge not to L-target the entire game, including
What?
parts where that was... Yeah. Because I just couldn't. And then I decided from there, you know what? If I can't do this, I'm just gonna have 3 hearts and use absolutely no items except for the mandatory ones. No L targeting, so I'm also gonna suffer in some of these later fights. Yeah, that took forever. It was absolutely
Things are about to get dicey.
all because I just refused to get that fixed.
Quietly now.
I was like, why didn't you just play it somewhere else? Because these are old games.
I already, because Zelda's my 3rd favorite game franchise, period, and I already did play through Ocarina of Time
What's
twice.
your second favorite? I know Pokemon's like the first.
Fire Emblem.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Legend of Zelda, Fire Emblem, Pokemon would be the top 3. Not in that order, but yeah. Yeah, no. I already played through Ocarina of Time on the GameCube. I have since played it on the N64, and on Emulator, and on 3DS.
Ocarina of Time was on the GameCube?
Yeah, the Collector's Edition features Zelda 1 and 2, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask, plus a demo of Wind Waker.
Time to go.
Yeah, no, that game was great. I love playing that collection.
I need to replay through Majora's Mask because I was a kid and I didn't really get to like experience the full thing.
I was a kid and it was terrifying.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
let's be
I had nightmares about that. But
The
I also,
very beginning where you meet Skull Kid, you're like, what the shit is this?
Oh, those sound effects would just stay in my head. Like, I could not sleep for a night after playing that.
And because of the low polygons, they actually look terrifying.
Oh yeah, some of the graphics of the N64 Zelda games are kind of creepy, not gonna lie. Like,
I miss that Nintendo. The one that was okay with being, you know,
Kinda edgy
not
and
child
creepy.
friendly. Yeah.
yeah, and also Majora's Mask has some very surprisingly mature themes under the surface, and also is just genuinely kind of disturbing at times, beyond just what the limitations of the hardware were. Like those games were surprisingly nuanced, particularly Majora's Mask.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
that game
Even-
like, started a bunch of like, creepypastas.
Oh yeah, of course. The creepypasta era was not just because people were getting edgy at the time. It's because the games genuinely had some creepy factor and mystery to it. In no short part, also attributed to the fact that at the time, circulation of information was like nothing. I remember when I played through Majora's Mask, my game walkthrough had to come from game FAQs, game facts obviously, and it was like,
You didn't use the game guides?
nope, I didn't buy any of them at the time.
You don't have to buy them. Just borrow one. Or they were like at libraries and stuff.
Yeah, I just got regular kids' books at the library, and also I don't think ours had any of them. And yeah, no, it was technically at my grandmother's house, so I didn't even get to go there too often. So she printed out the guide, and I just kind of had to use this text-only guide that wasn't even entirely correct. But it's like, that's the only way I really had to go off of for information, and I kind of just had to, and obviously couldn't communicate with anybody. So I
Oh
just
yeah,
kind
Ben
of
drowned.
got my head. Yeah, Ben
There's
drowned.
Ben drowned, and then
God.
like the mask
Well-
salesman guy.
Yeah, the Mask Salesman's freaky. I will say, when I played through Majora's Mask, I beat Ocarina of Time, I beat Twilight Princess. I did not beat Majora's Mask in that time. I beat it like 6 years later, and it was all because of the horse race before you could go into the fourth area. I could not win. I literally couldn't.
The horse race? I
Yeah.
don't remember which one that is.
When it's the Gorman brothers, and you have to race them to
Oh.
get the Garrow's mask. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know if that was made easier on the 3DS because I
No.
don't remember struggling with that. Oh, really?
I don't think it was. Or maybe marginally, but I don't think it was. That was one of the things I think got relatively untouched. But yeah, no, I could not beat it. So I never got to see that fourth area, which is where Ben Drown came from in the first place. If I did, because it was all skeletons and like dead, everything was just dead, I probably would have been terrified. But I never got to see it. So instead, I just had nightmares about the moon crashing on me because I kept losing.
Well, that's why you gotta play back the song right before it hits you.
Yeah, I definitely didn't do that a couple times.
Oh no, I really need to replay this game because honestly, I remember like very little, but I know it was good.
I remember
Okay.
surprisingly
You know,
much.
I don't know. People like hype it up as one of the best Zelda games for a reason.
I mean, there's a reason. I will say there is reason why Ocarina of Time is one of the only 10 out of 10s on IGN. It is a genuinely fantastic game for the time, especially. Even if it's
I'm not
8.
going to hype up the sleep that I'm about to get as the best I've ever gotten, but I'm
That
still
was a
gonna
bad
take it.
transition.
I don't
realize.
care. All right.
I
Good
hate
night,
Dex.
everyone.
Good night.
Yeah, stop trying to be Legion. Be original. Oh, he left.
Yeah, I gotta be original later. No, I won't be.
Yeah. I like how you said
Wait.
you were gonna go to sleep after reset, and it's been
Hi.
like almost an hour.
I don't really, because nobody else is in the house right now. I can kind of be as loud as I want, so...
I thought the whole
Kind of-
point was your dentist, though.
Yeah...
He can sleep while they brush his teeth.
That is not safe.
No.
Oh my god. Body sweeper, the fuck do I do this? I'm just trying to finish this so I can go to bed.
Poor Nims.
It says publish your own mode. I'm trying.
Yeah, I remember basically almost everything about Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. I remember Ocarina of Time well enough where I could genuinely do a randomizer of that. At one point, I remember doing a randomizer with one of my friends. We didn't finish it, but I was definitely ahead. I'll just say that.
I think I could definitely play through Ocarina of Time like blind, but Majora's Mask, some of those like weird side quests, I would definitely have to like look up.
I mean, I can't blame you if you have to remember how to do the cafe mask quest.
honestly, I
like-
forget. And then that one where you have to go through like the whole like marriage thing.
That is
weird
what
puzzle.
that.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay,
Yes.
I wasn't sure what it's called.
Yeah, Cafe and Andrew, their whole like, yes, these two are gonna get married, but now, husband's a Shoda. Oops.
Oh god, that was a whole. God, that game was weird.
Yep. And then you have people dealing with their mortality in different ways, different stages of life. Literally, one of your one of the areas is all about how somebody's babies are lost and that they're literally mute because of that. Like, cool. Or how the hero of another area is just dead.
But you know, at least you could be a Deku scrub.
True. Yeah, you can be a Deku scrub and die the second you touch fire. Yay.
You know what? It's fine. Don't say anything, Em. Okay.
Like how
Not
you
a
care what
challenge.
Em had to say so
I was about to
much.
say, that wasn't a challenge.
No, because I say it happens, and then he always like pings me or whatever.
He's been conditioned.
Ugh, yeah, this is me like PTSD.
You really are a dog.
do not. I've not been domesticated.
You've been
Not by Em of all
domesticated.
people.
You've been domesticated by Em.
Ugh, no.
I don't want to go this straight to
I didn't even do a whole lot.
If I'm ever like a bitch to a guy with long hair, just know that ain't me. Save me. Remind me of who I am.
Okay. This is not. But this isn't Twilight Princess we're talking about here. This is Majora's Mask.
Oh my god, I love Twilight Princess.
All right.
No,
But I could not remember as much about Twilight Princess as I do about Majora's. I'll just say
I
that.
think that's understandable because again, Twilight Princess does have some iffy parts, like the whole collecting tears bit. But I didn't really mind that too much.
Dex, it won't let me find it. I don't understand.
Are we talking to Dex?
Or sorry, Body Super, because he said he was saying peace Dex, and I read that as I was talking. At least I understand why I have these mistakes, unlike somebody.
I'm tired, okay? But now I took an energy drink, so I'm fine.
Because that's what you need at this time of
Well,
night.
Yes.
You're about to go to sleep.
I'm not about to.
Oh no.
I got nothing
Not
to do
anymore.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
I only have. Yeah, I'm gonna suffer over this. Yay! I love making myself hate me in the morning. Whatever. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird parts.
The thing said meow. It's not my fault. I instinctively read that out loud.
Bruh.
Whatever.
All I gotta say to that
pretty
is,
deep hole.
Honestly, and then also, Twilight Princess had some of like the best designs of all Zelda. I stand by that.
Okay.
In what aspect?
I think mainly like the character designs, like the Zoras. I think that was like the best they've ever looked.
Fair. Over the tears, the Breath of the Wild Zoras, huh?
I don't know. I mean, the Breath of the Wilds are more like unique, but I still prefer like the majestic looking Zoras because again, it's kind of supposed to be like mermaid people, so obviously they're gonna be majestic.
Yeah, because mermaids are majestic, obviously.
Well, they are. That's the whole thing. How they lure. Oh, that's sirens.
Oh my god.
Aren't sirens also like
yourself.
type of mermaids? I don't know. This.
I don't think
usually
mermaids would like
mermaids?
that.
I don't think
Or mermaids
slander.
Whatever.
evil mermaids. There you go.
Evil Zora, obviously.
And also before Tears of the Kingdom, I think that's the best Ganondorf has ever looked.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, and the new one.
Yeah, and
And Zelda. Honestly, I really like that look. Besides
Yeah.
maybe Skyward Sword.
Skyward Sword has. Yeah, I really do.
Skyward
like
Sword just has so much charm to it. I don't understand how people hate it so much.
It's because of the motion controls, and because it's the motion controls. The fact that the areas are kind of limited in size. Because
Yeah, you have to like keep going back to them like 3 times.
and you have to keep going back to the same places. Plus, you have to fight the imprisoned 3 times.
Mhm.
Oh
God, the imprisoned. I understand that. That was a pain.
Yeah. Like, there are some very questionable design choices beyond the motion controls, but it's still probably one of my favorite Zelda games of all time.
Yeah, I really like it. Although you had to come back like a lot, each time you came back was different. Like the fireplace, you had to come back and like stealth through and get all your stuff back.
I'm not huge on stealth missions, but that one was actually kind of fun. Not to mention, you didn't have to stealth for too long before you literally just got back everything. So, yeah. I think the 3rd time is where it really got much, because you had to get all the songs from the 3 dragons, and, well, that was
Yeah, I definitely
unnecessary.
like the forest one where you had to swim through all that water just to get the songs. That was kind of a pain.
That one was, yeah, that was a pain. Not gonna lie. Cool idea. Bit of a pain, but that's just because of water mechanics, and that swimming was not the best swimming. Majora's Mask will remain
like
top
rapidly spinning in the circle and flying out of the water like a dolphin.
I prefer that in Majora's Mask.
Yeah, I guess they did have like a much better swimming.
That will probably remain some of my favorite water mechanics of any game. I loved swimming around as the Zora. Even though I still remember that one jump you have to do on the stone tower, and it was just...
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. That one was torture. But besides that, definitely some of my favorite swimming mechanics. Yeah, no, I definitely... I think Majora's Mask, then Skyward Sword, then Ocarina might be my top 3, and that's just because I haven't played Twilight Princess in a while. I can't get my full opinion on Tears of the Kingdom yet, so I won't put that out there.
I haven't even played it. I'm a fake fan.
I barely touched it. Breath of the Wild, I would not put there, just because it's a great game, but it's It's a diversion from Zelda, so
I
I can't.
honestly, I feel the same way. Like, I can respect it. Like, it's a good game, but I just don't really see it as that much of a Zelda game. Just because
Yeah,
it's so vastly different from all the others.
Exactly. That's the only
What
reason.
the fuck? I give up. I can't. It won't let me publish one. It won't let me find one to play.
my
It's all bullshit. I give up.
Oh my god.
I did not make the my VTube model. My mom did, as in VTube mom. Don't.
I was about to say your mom.
Your actual mom,
Dude,
did.
you are man. I had to because I know you're stupid. It's alright.
Yeah. Oh hi. Didn't you say she's like watching or something sometimes?
My
Hi, Nim's
actual
mom.
My
Yeah.
oh god, you are so.
Whatever. Whatever.
You're fighting with Dex for worst.
Okay, but my top 3: Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and then Majora's Mask probably.
I do have to put Link to the Past somewhere on there. Might be 4th, but that one's tough.
Yeah, that was really good, but
Yeah, boss, but IDs aren't working, and I can't make my own friggin' stupid ones. I give up. This is so dumb.
Yeah.
Ugh.
oh, do you remember Triforce Heroes on the 3DS?
Ah,
That game is-
Triforce Heroes on the 3DS.
Oh my.
That was just a game. That was like that weird era of 3DS where they kind of tried to start doing like microtransactions almost, or like micro like gameplay. It was same thing happened like Pokemon Rumble, for example. Well,
Okay, I'm gonna deafen them because they're gonna talk forever. I'm gonna go. I give up. Good night. Let's rate so what I call it a night. Holy crap! I'm actually really upset about that. What the hell? I just wasted a bunch of time and I can't finish it. Waiting for Eula? Oh yeah, waiting for her as well. It's been forever since she's been around. It was nice seeing her Eula's VA anyways in the other game, Loop 8. It was really cool. But yeah, I am done. This is so dumb, man. I'm so done with this. I'll be back tomorrow. It's a data mine.
Appreciate 10.
Anyways, videos and whatnot already released. So if you missed our reaction, it's already on YT. And I'll be back tomorrow. I love you guys. Take care. Tomorrow will be pretty interesting. Summoning, data mine, a bunch of other games. A sponsorship. So hope to see you guys there. But yeah, take care, Volley Super. Take care, Andre. Take care, you know. Take care, Potato. Take care, Gordy Idol. I'll see you guys next time. I'm just so sick of this. It doesn't work. It does not work. Summoning on Friday. Good night, Ice Corey. Alright, take care, peeps. Have a magnificent Thursday. It's almost weekend. Night, night. Shit. Did a raid not even... Oh my god. Did the raid not trigger either? I'm so done. I'm so done. Oh, I think he logged off. Did he? No, it just doesn't work. Oh my god. Nothing works. I guess we're not rating anyone. I quit. Good night.